in the year 2110. Then, a set of termination papers slapped down on the table in front of him, with a man coldly telling him to sign. Climbing out of his VR capsule, our hero confronted the man, reminding him that he had sacrificed everything to get the shadows to the very top. He pointed out that because of his efforts, the Manhwa company had turned into a financial titan. He'd even refused to merge the shadows with other guilds to protect them. And this was his reward, getting tossed aside to fend for himself. The corporate stooge just smirked, saying his personal estate and 5 million credits would be more than enough for a comfortable life, and that he should just accept their generosity. After getting the boot, our MC headed home and immediately hit the bottle to drown his sorrow. At one point, he muttered a curse, realizing he'd earned them enough money over the years to construct an entire city. And they had just thrown him away. He tore the documents to shreds in a fit of rage, vowing that he would never forgive them. Afterwards, he slumped back onto the couch. Humanity cracked the code to longer life. With this incredible breakthrough, taking a few long swigs of wine straight from the bottle and wondering what might happen if he could just start all over. Soon enough, the alcohol won, and he passed out, only to be woken up by the jarring sound of his phone ringing. He pried his eyes open, a pounding headache reminding him of his mistake, as he whispered that he definitely overdid it. He glanced at the screen and saw his friend, Blackie, was calling. What's he calling for? He wondered, answering with a gruff, "What is it?" His buddy cheerfully said hello, and enthusiastically reminded him that the Shadow Guild was holding tryouts today, telling him to hurry over to the school. Sherone shot up in bed, snapping, "Are you an idiot? I just got fired yesterday." Suddenly, he realized something was terribly wrong. His gaze fell. Everyone became obsessed with physical training to stay young forever. Fell upon the mirror, and he scrambled towards it, beginning to examine the... At the peak of this craze, the full-dive VR game Sphere of Gods hit the market, and thanks to its revolutionary tech that could read a player's every move, it became a global sensation. Naturally, corporations jumped on the bandwagon, forming in-game guilds to cash in on the phenomenon, a move that proved wildly successful. Fast forward to 2139. Our protagonist, Sherone, a core member of the legendary Guild of Shadows, suddenly finds his account wiped clean and himself booted from the game, completely from the system. He was reeling, completely blindsided by what had just happened. Instead, it would be better for them to create their own, asking if he was in. His friend was slightly taken aback, and Sherone knew that Blackie would become a brilliant manager in the future. He needed his help. He recalled Blackie only joined the Shadows for the money his family desperately needed. Blackie, however, was doubtful, mentioning that equipment, rent, and member A's salaries would be far too expensive. His friend countered that signing a guild contract was like becoming their slave, and he refused to obey anyone ever again. Blackie sighed deeply, saying he wasn't against creating a guild, but even if they pooled all their savings, they still wouldn't have enough. Sherone put a hand on his shoulder and encouraged him, telling him not to worry. Sphere of Gods offered students a free trial period of 10 days. But Blackie wasn't satisfied, asking what they could possibly achieve in just 10 days. Sherone confidently declared that they could accomplish everything, telling him to leave the issue of money to him. After convincing his friend, he visited a store to pick up necessary groceries and a new VR device. As soon as he was home, he sat on his bed, pulled on the gloves, and fitted the helmet, telling Sphere of Gods to wait for him. After successfully connecting to the game, he found himself on a series of flying islands and started towards a massive temple. As he ascended the stairs, he looked around, remarking that he'd forgotten what the old registration page looked like. The moment he stepped inside, the angel Gabriel appeared before him. She welcomed him to the realm of the gods with a huge smile on her face and explained that she was a guide angel. She would now present the 4 main development branches, containing 12 classes, and he could pick whichever suited his taste. There was the warrior branch, which split into the heavy warrior, berserker, and knight. The weapon master branch split into the swordsman, marksman, and assassin. The support branch was divided into the cleric, prophet, and druid, and the magic branch featured the elementalist, cursor, and summoner. The protagonist chose the weapon master branch, specializing as a swordsman. Gabriel then said he needed to enter a nickname. Our MC decided to use his old one, and spoke the name Y-Foam. The system then confirmed the nickname was saved, and asked if he wished to change his avatar's appearance. He tapped the system window and thought to himself that he absolutely had to. The last thing he needed was for anyone to recognize him. As soon as he modified his character's appearance, Gabriel asked him to select a spawn point in the Star Kingdom. He considered White River City, the 5th largest in the kingdom. It was in a prime location with great development potential. More importantly, he wouldn't run into any big guilds there and could level up in peace the moment he selected the city. The assistant announced that he would be teleported in 3 seconds and wished him good luck. He then materialized in White River City, right in the middle of the street. He looked around and saw crowds of other players, all admiring the realistic graphics and just beginning to take on quests. Sherone moved away from the main gathering and opened his system window, thinking about the 4 stat points available with each new level. Over time, every player develops a unique skill tree, leveling path, and playstyle. Right now, he had 5 points in strength, 3 in agility, 4 in tenacity, and 2 points each in intelligence and vitality. Logically, a swordsman is a class that relies on strength, so the obvious choice was to put all his points there. But this time, he was going to do things differently. He decided to pour all his points into agility, believing it was the best choice for early game power leveling for any warrior. Speed is often the deciding factor in close combat, but unfortunately, it would be a while before most people figured that out. When he was done, a video call suddenly came in from a player named Black Cloud. With a smile, Blackie said he had become a cursor and was in the city of the Fallen Moon, asking where he was. Our MC replied that he was in White River, and since they weren't far, he should come over. His friend responded with annoyance that the journey would take a full 7 hours, time during which everyone else would be leveling up while he remained a complete noob. He asked if Sherone had already forgotten their goal, wondering how they could save up to create a guild if they leveled up like everyone else. Sherone replied hesitantly that it wasn't quite like that, before asking if he knew about unique quests. At the mention of this, Blackie's eyes immediately lit up with excitement, and he exclaimed that those were legendary, secret quests that only happened once on the entire server. These quests offered massive rewards, the kind you couldn't get in 10 years of grinding. During their talk, Sherone ventured deeper into the city, soon arriving at Twilight Alley, a slum inhabited by people who looked a little unhinged. He slightly drew his sword from its sheath, making them nervous, and said that there just so happened to be one such quest in White River City. He slid the sword back and focused on his friend's image, asking if he still wanted to level up on his own. Blackie sighed dramatically, complaining that the journey would take 7 hours and he'd be an old man by the time he arrived. By the way, how did he know all this? Was someone helping him? Or had he found an old beta tester? Sherone just smiled as he continued down Twilight Alley, replying that it didn't matter. He was waiting for him in White River City, and once he completed the quest, he would help him level up. His friend replied that he understood everything, and then hung up. Sherone spotted a man sitting by a wall and walked over, asking if he needed help. The NPC looked up at him, pleading for some food and claiming he had been starving for 5 days. Our MC replied that, unfortunately, he couldn't grant that request, but asked if there was anything else he needed. He could do a lot for the amazing right price. As he said those words, he was counting on the fact that this specific phrase was the trigger to activate the unique quest. The man's expression changed, and he asked him to kill Cross, the mayor of White River. A system notification popped up, informing him that he'd been offered a unique task from Sherlock, and he had to choose whether he was ready to accept it before time ran out. He was given 1 minute to think. He agreed without a shred of hesitation, and then headed straight for the town hall, bypassing the queue of players to get to Mayor Cross. One of them, who had just spoken with the mayor, was heading for the exit, happily saying that thank goodness, at least. Model. Mayor Cross calls out the next player's name, but Sherone, casually eating a tomato, is busy sizing him up. He clocks the mayor's stats at a hefty 2,400 health and 1,500 mana. A fair fight is completely out of the question. Still, he decides to attack anyway, lobbing his half-eaten tomato. It splatters right on the mayor's head, stunning the other players into silence. A system notification flashes. Mayor Cross's attitude towards him has just dropped to hostile. The mayor becomes absolutely furious, lets out a roar, and lunges at our hero, screaming that he's going to kill him. At that moment, Sherone draws his sword. He takes a fighting stance, thinking to himself that this is the end of the mayor's reign. But let's rewind 15 minutes. Just after stepping out of Twilight Alley onto the main street, he scanned his surroundings, figuring the town hall had to be nearby. When he saw the enormous queue, he figured so many people must be waiting for the mayor's quests, silently apologizing to them in advance. He was lost in thought when a guy in the line called out to him, advising him to just head to the front or risk being misunderstood. Pulled from his thoughts, Sherone turned his attention to the man. He cracked a slight smile, thanked him for the advice, and said he wasn't there for quests. He told the guy not to waste his own time and to go level up somewhere. The player just frowned, saying that everyone who leaves the mayor's office is smiling from ear to ear, so he shouldn't try to pull a fast one. Our hero replied that he had it all wrong. The best way to level up is by hunting. In the time he'd been standing there, he could have earned a mountain of experience. The player just imagined a massive horde of players chasing a single tiny boar and argued that even monsters were a hot commodity right now. He was better off waiting here than fighting for every last mob. The MC leaned in closer. He whispered that the real trick is to hunt in deserted areas where monsters respawn slowly. The loot might be less, but it's all yours. With no one to bother you, you'd level up way faster than everyone else. The guy's interest was piqued. With a smile, he asked if a place like that really existed, promising to repay him if he wasn't lying. Our hero held out his hand and said that for 20 coins, the information was all his. The player's face immediately fell, saying they only give you 10 at the start. So, Sherone offered him a different deal. Give him 10 coins now, he'll reveal the location, and if he's right, the guy will give him another 10. He says he's only offering this. He made the offer out of goodwill, promising not to push if the guy refused. After a moment's hesitation, the player accepted and pulled up his system menu. 10 copper coins changed hands, and a smirk crossed our hero's face. This was just enough to get the weapon he needed to deal with the city's mayor. With his new funds secured, he headed off. He found his way to the market and walked up to a vendor's stall, asking for the price of tomatoes. She told him they were 1 coin apiece, so he requested 10 of them. A couple of girls walking by overheard the purchase and burst into laughter, with one of them snickering that she couldn't believe that weirdo just blew all his money on tomatoes. Such an idiot. Her friend laughed along, adding that he must be playing for the first time. Our hero completely ignored their ridicule and marched straight to the town hall where the mayor was. He walked right past the line, took a bite of a tomato, then chucked it straight at the mayor's face, insulting him with every name in the book and shouting that he didn't deserve to be mayor. The system announced that Mayor Cross's attitude toward him had dropped by 100 points. The NPC peeled the tomato off his face and, barely suppressing his rage, asked what he thought he was doing. But instead of an answer, Sherone pelted him with a couple more tomatoes, continuing his assault and terrifying the other players. One of them leaped back and cursed, exclaiming about what kind of maniac was here. The man next to him asked if he was crazy, saying they were going to kill him for no reason. Another player exclaimed that she couldn't believe he attacked the mayor himself. As soon as our hero threw his last tomato, the mayor's attitude plummeted to hostile, and he grinned, ready for a fight. The city's mayor let out an enraged scream, completely consumed with rage. A danger warning icon flashed in front of Sherone, and what he saw next put him on edge. Mayor Cross shot up from his seat and lunged at him, landing the first strike. He managed to block it and step back, but his health still dropped by 84 points. The other players were in shock, muttering that he was surprisingly strong. He blocked that powerful blow with just a simple sword. Meanwhile, the mayor's features began to contort inhumanly before he tore away his human skin to reveal his true form. He had transformed into a werewolf and dropped to all fours, snarling at his attacker to die. The other players drew their weapons, shouting that the mayor is a monster. Ignoring them, the werewolf rushed forward to attack. But at the same time, the knight standing behind our hero stepped forward and engaged the mayor. Having detected the evil spirit within him, he smiled, thinking that if he had attacked directly, the guards would have killed him on the spot. Tomatoes caused 0 damage, but generated the same level of hostility. By blocking that first attack, he triggered combat, forcing the mayor to transform into a wolf. The guards are programmed to destroy any evil spirits, so now they were attacking him. As the guards' attacks chipped away at the mayor's health, one of the players grinned and suggested to the others that they help out, after which they rushed into the fray and started to corner the werewolf. Mages began their assault from a distance, extending their hands and casting spells that sent fireballs hurtling toward the monster. When they made contact, clouds of smoke and dust filled the air. At one point, a guard pierced the monster's body. With a spear, delivering a fatal blow, the werewolf's corpse collapsed to the floor, and the players crowded around it, wondering why nothing had dropped. They didn't even get any experience. Where was that guy who was throwing tomatoes? He probably knew something. Our hero, meanwhile, was back in Twilight Alley, receiving the mayor's seal as a reward for the kill. He presented the reward to the man who had given him the quest, who thanked him with a huge smile, saying he had fulfilled his request perfectly. He handed him a chest and said he hoped it would be useful. Sherone accepted it, and the system announced that the unique quest was complete. He received 2,000 experience points, 20 weapon proficiency points, and a luxury ring chest. His level increased, and he was stunned by the rewards. He wondered if being level 0 gave a bonus to quests. Curious about what he'd get, he decided to open the chest right away. As he did, he was blinded by a brilliant flash that shot like a beam into the sky. Once the light faded, A black steel rank gravity ring appeared before him. The required level is 0, and it's available to all classes. This ring adds 2 units to strength and 1 unit each to agility and tenacity. The special skill, free gravity, significantly reduces the user's gravitational pressure and also makes the body feel much lighter and accelerates movement. The skill's duration is 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Our hero was thrilled with such a ring. He then opened his status window, deciding he would continue to invest his points into agility. Now, his overall speed is comparable to that of high-level assassins. He increased his agility to 12 units, then navigated to the Weapon Mastery tab and raised his one-handed sword mastery to 20 points. The system announced that he had advanced to a novice swordsman. One-handed sword damage was increased by 10%. He thought that it wasn't enough for a swordsman to just know the simplest attacks. He needed to pass the goblin test and get a skill book. After that, he went to another location and found himself in the arena where the goblin test was held. One of the players was cursing loudly, saying that in the arena, all their stats are equalized to 10, and neither skills nor items work here. What were they supposed to do? One player burst into tears of frustration, exclaiming that they still had to pay for this. Another player, who was trying to make a run for the finish line, was shot at by goblins with guns, died, and then revived. Nearby, cursing loudly that he was so close. He turned to his friends and asked if anyone had any money left. One of them called him the leader of the Heartbreakers and said they had given him all their money. There was nothing more. His nickname caught Sharon's attention, and he thought that in the future, this guy will enter the top 10 assassins in the kingdom. No, he thought, at first he was just like this. Heartbreaker noticed the new face in the arena and approached our hero, introducing himself with a smile and saying that he's the leader of the Guild of the League of Assassins. He then asked if he could lend him 5 coins. Tomorrow he would already pay him back 20. He promised. Besides, the League of Assassins would become a famous guild. He also promised, if he helped them now, he might even accept him into their ranks. After Sharon agreed. The heartthrob patted him on the shoulder with a huge grin on his face, thinking that he would just refuse to return the debt. It wasn't for nothing that he mentioned the League of Assassins. But contrary to his expectations, our hero said that in return, he should give him 50 coins. This surprised him immensely, and the guys from the League of Assassins were outraged, exclaiming if he was completely stupid. How dare he bargain with the boss? Has greed completely ruined him? The heartthrob himself is asking for money from him. Our hero paid them no mind and asked the heartthrob if he agreed. He confidently agreed. Our hero, opening the system window, said with a smile that he would trust his honesty, so he should add him, treating him like a friend. He'll spot him the cash, but reminds him the debt is due tomorrow. The League of Assassins leader agrees. With that, Sean steps back, casually tossing a pouch of coins, and smirks, saying that turning 5 coins into 50 is a pretty sweet deal. Meanwhile, one of the guild members nervously asks his leader if he's actually going to pay back that much. His buddy chimes in, wondering if it's too steep a price, suggesting they could just save up and try again the next day. Gritting his teeth, his entire body trembling with frustration. The boss fires back, declaring that as the leader of the League of Assassins and the face of the entire guild, he always honors his debts. In the next breath, he bursts into tears, cursing his luck and yelling that they were so close to the finish line. There was no way he'd quit now. They had to finish this today. His crew, fired up, agrees and gets ready for action. Sean then approaches the Goblin Challenge to take his turn. One of the guild members spots him on the other side of the track and points him out to the leader. The boss just scoffs, crossing his arms and remarking that the new guy is seriously underestimating the course. He explains that you have to run less than 30 meters, but halfway through, the goblins switch up their firing patterns and start leading their shots, making it impossible for a rookie to clear. His guildmate nods, adding that even he only made it 18 meters. Just then, our MC takes his starting position, and when the countdown hits 0, the challenge is on. He bolts forward as the goblins open fire. One goblin dances around waving flags. Another shoots wildly into the air, while the 3 on the balcony take careful aim at the MC. He keeps sprinting as several shots slam into the ground right by his feet. The goblins dial in their aim and fire again. But this time the MC weaves back and forth in a zigzag, effortlessly dodging every bullet. Seeing this, one of the guys shouts that it's just unbelievable the kid is actually dodging their attacks, and he's even faster than their leader. Before he can finish the thought, his friend jabs an elbow into his ribs to shut him up. The leader murmurs thoughtfully that maybe the kid is a trained athlete, which would explain why he's so much better than the average person. He nervously starts biting his nails, thinking to himself that something isn't right. The guy moves as if he knows the arena like the back of his hand. His maneuvers are simple but brutally effective, and he's incredibly agile. Still, Once he passes the 15-meter mark, the goblins change their attack pattern, so he's toast. The second Sean crosses that 15-meter line, the goblins whip out machine guns and unleash a hailstorm of bullets. With a smirk, he draws his sword from its sheath, thinking it's his turn to put on a show. After a few quick flicks of his wrist, he expertly deflects the bullets with his blade and continues his charge. One of the guild members bursts out laughing, calling him an idiot and asking if he seriously thinks he can fight back with a sword, pointing out he doesn't even know the rules. His buddy laughs along, adding that taking even a single hit means instant failure. But when the goblins fire their next volley and he deflects them all again without breaking stride, the onlookers are stunned. The first guy's jaw drops as he stammers, "Is he even human at 8? That moment, the MC parries another burst of gunfire. The guild member excitedly turns to his leader, shouting that he's already at 22 meters and almost at the finish line. The boss smacks him on the head and tells him to pipe down, all while thinking that this game just launched. Yet there are already players who can predict and dodge bullet trajectories. It's almost impossible, but his level of control is truly respectable. As he analyzes the MC's movements, he suddenly spots something shing and yells a warning. The goblins have armed themselves with massive machine guns and are opening fire, prompting the leader to shout in outrage. Are they completely insane? Who could possibly survive that kind of firepower? All the while, the goblins keep unloading, but every bullet just chews up the ground around the target, never landing a hit, which only makes them more frantic. At one point, Sean grits his teeth, swings his sword, and with a series of blindingly fast cuts, does every single incoming bullet clean in half. A massive explosion rocks the arena, making the other players break out in a cold sweat. From the smoke and flames, the MC leaps out, pushing himself to the absolute limit. As his feet touch down, he crosses the finish line. The goblin with the flags announces his time 14 seconds. It congratulates him for passing the bronze medal test, while the goblins on the balcony fume over their failure. The other players erupt in cheers for his victory. A system notification confirms he's cleared the bronze medal test for the E's. First time, awarding him 1 silver coin and a swordsman skill. Thunder Flash. It's a movement type ability that unleashes 3 rapid sword swings, striking all targets within 10 meters. The first strike deals 130% damage, with each following hit doing 20% more. The cooldown is 30 seconds. After reviewing the details, Sean wipes the sweat from his brow with a satisfied smile, thinking this is an incredible reward. He muses that Swordsman is a class focused on single target damage. Powerful area of effect attacks for this class are extremely rare, and Thunderflash is one of the best. This was an absolutely amazing find. Sensing a presence behind him, he turns to see the League of Assassins guild members staring at him in awe. He simply turns back and tells them to keep at it, as he has to get going, but not to forget about the 50 coins they owe him. One of the guild members whispers to the leader that since he won a prize, maybe they should just take it from him. The boss instantly smacks them for saying something so stupid. Yelling that they're idiots, he lectures them to always respect powerful players, not try to mug them. Meanwhile, the MC steps outside and gazes at the forest before him. Now that he's acquired a powerful skill, it was time to put it to the test. Venturing deeper into the woods, he spots numerous players forming parties to raid monsters. The MC walks past them, checks his inventory, and lets out a heavy sigh. He'd bought 20 explosive berries and now only had 30 copper coins left. He really needed to make some serious money today. He was currently in the Red Leaf Forest, where the recommended level is 1. He glances over at a party of players surrounding a wolf and notes their formation. 2 warriors and a tank up front, with a marksman and support in the back. Sure, the experience gets split 4 ways, but a team like that has high efficiency. Had been watching glares at him and warns him that this is their farming spot and he'd better not even think about interfering. The MC just scoffs internally, as if he had any interest in their low-level mobs anyway. He makes his way toward a clearing known to be inhabited by bears. To take one of these on, a player needs to be at least level 5. The MC eyes them and figures he's more than strong enough to handle monsters like these. His gaze lands on a young, level 4 bear rolling around on the grass. He recalls that bears are notoriously tough to kill because when attacked, they summon their mother, a monster that can wipe out entire parties. It's best to leave them alone. Walking on, he spots a lone wolf drinking from a stream and instantly places a hand on his sword's hilt. He knows it's a fast and powerful monster, moving as silently as possible. He begins to creep closer, thinking that taking on a single wolf should be easy enough. But since they were at a watering hole, there was a chance a whole pack was nearby. If that was the case, he'd be in serious trouble. Then, with one misplaced step, the ground beneath his foot crumbles away. He loses his balance and tumbles down the embankment, landing right at the mouth of a cave. From the corner of his eye, he catches the terrifying sight of multiple pairs of eyes glowing in the darkness. He whips around and sees an entire pack of wolves, and they do not look happy to see him, cursing his terrible luck. He scrambles to his feet and sprints away, wondering how he managed to jinx himself so badly. He pours all his strength into running, but the wolves are gaining on him. Just as one lunges to bite, he leaps high into the air to evade the attack, then kicks off the ground and activates his free gravity skill. He rockets forward at a blistering pace, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. After putting some distance between them, he finally skids to a halt to catch his breath. A quick glance back confirms he's finally shaken them off. As a result, he's found himself at the Central Mountain, a level 6 recommended zone. He recalls hearing rumors that a silver chest is hidden somewhere at its peak and decides he has to claim it. Resolved to scale the mountain, he grins confidently and presses onward until he stops, gazing up at a towering waterfall. He murmurs that it should be somewhere around here. There's no actual path to the summit. The only way up is by using a hidden levitation skill that unlocks at 40 agility points. Fortunately for him, he has the gravity ring. Planting his feet firmly, he activates the ring's power, then launches himself high into the air. He pushes off the cliffside ledges to propel himself upward, grabbing onto a handhold before kicking off again and spinning through the air to land on a rocky outcrop. But just as he lands, a colossal stone hand erupts from the cliff face right behind him. Realizing the real challenge was just beginning, he turns to face it with a cocky grin, and right in front of him was a massive, level 5 stone golem radiating pure hostility. As the monster let out a deafening roar, our hero calmly opened his inventory. "I've got a present for you," he smirked, pulling out an explosive berry. This item creates a field 3 meters in diameter that slows movement speed by 30% and turning speed by 7 for a full minute, and it even grants 3 units to his slashing blow mastery. As the stone golem charged, he leaped backward, tossing the berry at the beast mid-flight. It landed perfectly beneath the monster's feet, instantly activating its slowing field just as he landed. The field expanded, completely engulfing the stone golem and crippling its speed. Seizing the opportunity, Sherone darted behind it, tightened his grip on his sword, and lunged forward, delivering vicious slashes to its chest and leg. He exclaimed that under the effects of the explosive berry, it would never be able to land a hit on him. This was the perfect chance to grind his strike mastery. A second later, the monster swung its massive arm, but it moved so sluggishly that he dodged it with ease. It tried again with its other hand, but by then, he was already somewhere else. Several powerful sword strikes, cleanly severing the stone golem's fingers. The beast howled in pain. Just a few seconds later, a huge cloud of dust billowed up as the stone golem began to crumble apart, its pieces crashing to the ground. Afterward, Sherone hopped down onto the dead golem's head and glanced at the system window, laughing. Ooh, it even dropped something. The system notified him he'd received a regular rank giant shirt, requiring level 4 with a durability of 20. The armor provided 3 points to defense and 10 to mana. Suddenly, a swarm of bats flew out of nowhere. Hearing their squeaks in the sky, he raised his head and followed their flight path back to its source, thinking, "Is that a cave?" His curiosity piqued. He headed over and went inside. Walking down the dark corridor, he glanced around. The hall. Slumped against the center of the far wall was a sleeping golem. As Sherone crept closer, its eyes snapped open. It was a level 6 elite mole monster. While unsheathing his sword, Sherone muttered, "Another big cuh." He landed several blows on the mole ripper's body, but when he checked its health bar, he saw it had barely budged. The enraged monster leaped at him, clenching its hand into a fist, and roared, "You pathetic little human!" It then brought its fist down, but he managed to jump away just in time, pulling another explosive berry from his inventory. He rushed toward the beast, thinking, "It has a ton of health, but its agility is no big deal." The mole ripper lunged to strike again and missed, slamming into the wall instead. At that moment, he tossed the berry at its feet and landed right beside it. The ripper swung its leg to kick him, but he had already jumped back. Leaping behind it, he pushed off the ground and dashed in, gritting his teeth. He unleashed a flurry of blows that slowly started to whittle down. Its health? The furious monster swung its hand but missed again. Putting some distance between them, he slid to a stop, only to notice its health was recovering. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Stupid me, elite enemies recover 2% of their full health every 5 seconds. They both charged toward one another. The moment the ripper extended its clenched fist to strike, Sherone attacked, wounding its shoulder. He then climbed onto its outstretched arm and rushed forward. Simultaneously, throwing more punches, he smirked, realizing the tactic was effective. But suddenly, the Ripper let out a massive shout and threw its arms out, emitting a powerful wave of energy. He was sent flying high into the air as it roared. "I'll crush you into pieces." It then landed and slammed its amiches, fists into the ground, causing deep cracks to spiderweb across the floor. Sherone knew this was a special attack, as chunks of rock were launched into the air from the impact. He gracefully sliced through one that was flying at him and then landed safely behind some cover. The monster finished its assault, and the dust from its strikes began to settle. He noticed the Ripper was frozen in place. Is it fatigued, he wondered? Some enemies entered this state after using a special skill, which greatly reduced their attack, defense, and regeneration. He was glad it was finally his turn to go on the offensive. He burst out from his cover and sprinted towards the Ripper. The monster attacked, but he jumped to the side, dodging the blow, pushing off the nearby rocks. He launched himself high into the air. As soon as he was above the monster, he raised his sword over his head and stabbed down, plunging it into the beast's eye. The monster slapped itself in the face, trying to crush him. But it was too slow. Immediately after, he struck several more times and began to slide down its body, leaving a trail of cuts. Once he hit the ground, he ran around its leg and landed a few more strikes, which sent his opponent crashing to its knees with its mouth wide open. It began to gather strength, then abruptly rose to its feet and once again emitted a wave of energy. But then it suddenly vanished. Sherone was confused. Where did it go? At that very moment, the Ripper reappeared right behind him. It attacked instantly, and Sherone threw his sword up in front of its fist, trying to... His feet began to crack under the pressure. The Ripper pressed harder, and he was flung backward at incredible speed, slamming into the cave wall and leaving a large crater. After shaking off the impact, he coughed up blood, then wiped his mouth and said, "This is it. I either win now, or I lose everything." At this point, he only had 2 units of health out of 100. Using the free gravity skill, he shot back toward the monster and activated Thunder Flash. He dealt several powerful blows, carving a huge gash into the monster's shoulder. He then spun in midair and hurled his sword into the fresh wound. It was a fatal blow. A massive hole tore through the monster's body, and it began to fall apart. A few seconds later, the monster's body dissolved, and items dropped from it. Sheathing his sword, Sherone picked one of them up and said, "I got not only equipment, but also a skill book." The system reported that he had received a book for the normal quality parry technique. This skill requires a melee weapon and can deflect 1 direct hit. The cooldown is 30 seconds. He thought to himself that a defensive technique like this would be very useful. With that, he learned it. After putting on his new equipment, he left the cave and stretched his shoulder, thinking that his final goal was the mountain peak. With the help of the gravity ring, he scaled the cliff again, and as soon as he reached the top, he saw a fog-covered, abandoned village. Looking around, he thought, "What is this? This fog was never here before." Feeling uneasy, he drew his sword, and a system notification popped up, informing him that he was the first to discover the Forgotten Lands. The hidden quest, Former Glory, was activated. He would be temporarily separated from the outside world, and could only leave this place. After completing the quest, he was slightly taken aback by this. In the past, he had only heard about a mithril chest here. There was never any talk of a hidden quest. The system asked if he wanted to accept the quest, and seeing the message that he had to figure it out on his own, he thought, no, conditions, huh? He had seen something similar on the forums before. In God's Sphere, there are special quests that can only be unlocked in certain locations. After the quest is completed, it's locked forever. Although he had seen players talking about it all over the forums, who would have thought that he would stumble upon one completely by accident? But since they're insisting, I won't refuse, he mused. I can search everything here thoroughly. In the worst case, I'll just die and respawn in the city. He decided to start by examining the buildings and entered the first one that caught his eye. Once inside, he looked through all the scrolls and searched the chest, but when he found nothing, he punched the wall in anger. No NPCs, no notifications, absolutely nothing, he exclaimed. I can't waste time in these ruins. I need to find higher ground and look around. Going back outside, he climbed onto the roof of the house and scanned the area, but the fog got in the way. When it cleared slightly, he squinted and noticed a mage's tower in the distance. He decided to head there, and as he got closer, he realized that the tower had only appeared once he climbed to a higher vantage point. This must have been the quest trigger, he thought, entering inside. He heard the voice of an old mage calling him a young adventurer and welcoming him to the Heavenly City. Sherone turned around in surprise. The Heavenly City? The same one whose appearance shocked the entire world? Didn't this city fall during the Third War of the Gods? How is it here? The old man said. that he believed Sherone was eager to become stronger and that he could help him. "Are you willing to pass my test?" he asked. He confirmed his words, and the mage said, "Then I will give you 3 paths to choose from." But our hero didn't let him finish. "My choice is the hardest test," he declared. "The hellish difficulty level." He knew the dangers better than anyone, so why not gamble on himself? The old man just laughed, admiring his youthful audacity. As if on cue, a system notification materialized before him with a quest update to clear the trial. He'd have to face 1,000 monsters of his exact level. The objective was to eliminate 500 creatures within a 4-hour window. Failure carried a steep penalty, a 10-point reduction to all his attributes. With a final word of caution, hoping the boy wouldn't regret his decision, the old mage dissolved into nothing. Meanwhile, second-level ghost warriors began spawning in the square, making a beeline for the magic tower. They swarmed towards the structure, signaling the start of the trial. A colossal horde was rapidly closing in, and Shiro, watching from above, knew a direct confrontation would be utter annihilation. He needed to find a choke point to avoid getting overwhelmed. And just then, an idea struck him. He darted back inside the tower and leaped down onto the main staircase. This was perfect. The stairs were narrow enough that only 2 monsters could climb them at a time. If he could hold this position, he just might be able to clear the trial. At that very moment, the monsters flooded into the tower and started surging up towards him. But they were met with immediate and brutal resistance. With his strategic advantage, Shiro cut down 40 monsters, then 90, and soon 150. The body count just kept climbing. His staircase tactic was a resounding success, allowing him to effortlessly handle the waves of enemies. By the time he'd slain 400 monsters, he was feeling confident. He mused that taking down 500 creatures wasn't so tough when you could bottleneck them on the stairs. But his confidence was premature. Just then, second-level ghost killers appeared below, rapidly scaling the walls. They materialized behind our hero, and upon spotting them, he spun around, planting a kick squarely in one's face and hurling the other aside with bone-crushing force. One of the warriors tumbled down the stairs, and without a moment's hesitation, Sherone vaulted over the railing to attack the second one mid-air, aiming to plunge his sword through its head. But he missed. The ghost killer sidestepped and struck him in the back, chipping away several units of his health. Reeling from the impact, our hero instantly spun around and booted the enemy away, yelling in frustration. "Sneaking up on me from behind again! How predictable!" The monster he kicked went flying down into its comrades below. Taking a breath, he wondered why the last 100 monsters he had to kill were so damn nimble. Thankfully, they were also incredibly fragile. The system interface showed his kill count at 420 out of 500. As he raised his sword again, the remaining ghost killers decided to rush him all at once. He twisted sharply, pushing off the ground and launching himself toward them, then began weaving through the air in a zigzag pattern. He struck each enemy one by one, ignoring the wounds he sustained as he pressed forward. Reaching the ceiling, he kicked off it and shot back down, swinging his sword in a wide arc that cleaved several monsters in half simultaneously. A short while later, silence fell over the tower. The bodies of the creatures lay strewn across the floor. Shero's hand trembled from pure exhaustion as the system announced the test was complete. He was catching his breath when the old man reappeared before him, smiling. "Not bad at all," he commented, presenting him with a gold chest. The system confirmed that the mission Past Glory was finished. He'd earned a precious gold chest and the title 1000 to 1. This title granted a special effect, boosting the stats of all allies within a 30-meter radius by 10%. While the title was active, players also gained an extra 5 units to both strength and endurance. With that, the old man declared that he could now leave. "Wait," Sherone said, holding out a hand, wanting to talk a bit longer. But it was too late. The next moment, a portal opened high above an alley in Redleaf City, unceremoniously dumping him onto the pavement below. One of the nearby players looked up in shock, shouting that someone just fell out of the sky. "I can't believe he sent me back to Redleaf City." Shiro thought. He immediately scrambled to his feet and sprinted down the street, thinking he absolutely could not let anyone steal the precious golden chest he'd worked so hard for. Ducking into an alley and checking his surroundings, he was relieved to find it empty. With no one around, he calmly brought out the chest. Even a silver secret chest can drop useful things, like a potion recipe or a forging blueprint. He mused, "I wonder what's inside a golden one." He cracked it open, and a brilliant glow filled the alley, making him jump back in surprise. "No way," he cursed under his breath. An abyssal blade materialized in his hand. He stared at it in disbelief, exclaiming that he actually got a magic weapon. The system prompted him, asking if he wanted to bind it to himself, but he hesitated. A magic weapon could massively boost a user's power. He thought, but there was always a risk of rejection. If a user wasn't compatible, it could completely ruin their account. Stability was his top priority for now, so he decided against binding it. He also received skill books for potion making and forging. These, he realized, were the most valuable items in the chest. With these, learning forging and potion brewing would be a total cakewalk. His next destination was the Dark Moon Valley. There were quests there that offered free forging training, and it would be a great place to level up without much trouble. He headed over to the city's trading square, thinking that becoming a blacksmith at his current level was a little risky. It was better to buy some supplies and prepare thoroughly. Opening his inventory, he sat down and decided to offload some gear. He laid out all his unneeded items, seeing it as a perfect chance to sell his old equipment and other extras. With his makeshift shop set up, he started calling out to passersby. Rare medicinal herbs and high-level equipment for sale. Come take a look, he advertised. His words immediately drew a crowd. One of the players inspected the goods with a grin, exclaiming, "You've got to be kidding me. I can't believe this stuff is being sold here. This is all bronze-level gear," another player next to him gasped. "Man, you're lucky I'm still stuck in beginner equipment. And this guy's already selling bronze armor." His friend chimed in, asking what the big deal was. After all, some incredible player had killed the mayor right after the server launched. And that mayor was a level 15 elite monster. Now, no one could get quests from him anymore, all thanks to that lunatic. Meanwhile, another player addressed Sherone, saying, 21 silver coins seems a bit steep for a shield. Think we can negotiate? Our hero simply apologized, stating his prices were firm. Just then, his friend Blackie called. He answered instantly, and Blackie's panicked voice came through the receiver. "Thank God you finally answered. I've been trying to reach you, but you were off the grid. I'm already a whole level behind everyone. Where are you?" Sherone smiled sheepishly and apologized. "Sorry about that. I was tied up with a quest this whole time. Just meet me at the central square. I'll help you level up." But at that moment, a loud voice cut through the crowd. It belonged to a player named Flaming Tiger, the squad leader of the Shadow Guild in Redleaf City. "Everyone out of the way," he boomed, shoving other players aside. "We're taking everything on this stall. The rest of you, beat it." He swaggered up to Sherone. "You the one selling this?" he demanded. Sherone confirmed it with a slight frown, thinking, "So this is Flaming Tiger." In his past life, this guy had used him as a disposable pawn countless times. Now, it was payback time. Flaming Tiger rested the tip of his axe on Sherone's throat. "I'll give you a silver coin. Hand over everything you have." Our hero didn't flinch. "I don't bargain. If you want to act like a young master, go do it somewhere else." The words infuriated the man, and he started fuming as his guild members drew their weapons. Sherone inwardly sighed. Still as stupid and hot-tempered as ever. He clearly didn't know you couldn't start fights inside the city. "You're asking for it," the man roared, swinging his axe. But suddenly, a clap echoed from behind them. Heartthrob, flanked by his own crew, strolled up to them. "Well, this is interesting," he said coolly. "A level 5 bronze shield for sale. How could I not invite the League of Assassins to such a tempting offer?" He gave a little wave. "We meet again," he said to Sherone, then pulled out a bag of coins. "I'll buy everything you're selling. Here's 24 silver coins." Our hero was impressed. "I like your straightforwardness, and you don't need to return the 50 coins. He then proposed they add each other as friends. Just then, Blackie pushed through the crowd, calling out with a smile. "There you are, I finally found you." With the money secured, Sherone stood up. "My friend's here," he announced, walking over to Blackie and bidding farewell to the League of Assassins. Heartthrob sighed in disappointment, wishing he could have talked to him a bit longer. "So where are we headed?" Blackie asked. His friend replied, "We're going to hunt monsters in the Dark Moon Valley." This caught Blackie completely off guard. "Isn't that where the 4th level monsters are? Can't we go somewhere a little less dangerous?" Sherone just smiled. "Don't worry, just stick with me." Meanwhile, a player named Silent Wolf turned to Flaming Tiger. "Are we just going to let them walk away?" he asked. Flaming Tiger gritted his teeth, seething with rage. "Keep an eye on him," he ordered. "I'll make that punk regret ever crossing the Shadow Guild." Soon, the two friends were deep within the woods, and Blackie, still in disbelief, asked if they were seriously headed for Dark Moon Valley. That place was the hunting ground for level 4 monsters, and most players wouldn't even dream of taking on creatures even one level above them. He pointed out that they didn't even have a 3-person party. How were they supposed to pull this off when he was only level 2, and the MC was level 0? The MC shot back, asking if he was getting cold feet. He slung an arm over his friend's shoulder, reminding him that he knew a closed beta tester. Why else would he have the nerve to drag him all the way out here to train? Blackie raised an eyebrow, questioning if this beta tester was even reliable. The MC retorted that the servers had only been live for 10 hours. He asked Blackie how many players he thought had actually managed to hit level 2. Most of the elite players were still stuck at level 1, and he was the only one he'd managed to hit level 2, all thanks to a tip from a beta tester. That was all the proof Blackie needed. Gripping his weapon tightly, he admitted they'd been foolish and declared it was time to go all out. But when he looked up, his partner was already walking away, forcing him to sprint after him. He yelled for his friend to wait, while unseen. A figure known as Quiet Wolf watched them from the shadows, wondering if the swordsman was actually aiming for the level 4 zone. There was definitely something off about him. Unfortunately for the Watcher, they were standing in his way. Meanwhile, Blackie spotted a blue-named monster and yelled a warning to his friend. The MC spun around to see a snow fox with a rabbit clamped in its jaws. He ducked behind a boulder, drawing his sword and telling Blackie they'd hit the jackpot. Blue-named monsters were an extremely rare sight, and he couldn't believe they'd stumbled upon one so fast. He charged in, telling his friend to attack from a distance and leave the close-quarters combat to him. His friend got pumped, shouting that the elite monster was the same level as him. As the fox was busy chewing on its meal, Sherone crept up behind it, taking cover behind a rock. The second he saw an opening, he burst from his hiding spot, his sword flashing as it sliced away 32 points of the creature's health. The fox shrieked in surprise and leaped back, creating some space. The MC gritted his teeth, realizing this monster was no pushover. The fox then charged, lunging into the air for an attack. But Sherone was quick on his feet. He threw his sword up defensively, and the beast's jaws clamped down on the steel. But the fox recovered instantly, kicking out with its hind legs and knocking away 49 of his health points. Stepping back, the MC realized the creature packed a serious punch. Meanwhile, Blackie was quietly cursing his luck, convinced he was about to die. His friend's voice boomed, telling him to snap out of it and start attacking already. Blackie focused, swinging his staff and launching a projectile at the fox. But it only chipped away 5 health points. He couldn't believe it. He'd dumped all his points into intelligence to boost his spell damage, and this was the pathetic result. A measly 5 points of damage. The defense on elite monsters was just off the charts. The MC charged in, telling him not to sweat it. He'd draw its aggro. Blackie just needed to keep up the assault. With the fox now focused on him, Blackie began firing again, but the beast sank its fangs into Sherone's hand, tearing away 55 of his health points. Gritting his teeth, he punted it away from his hiding spot. Quiet Wolf scoffed. These guys were just clueless trash who didn't know their place. He wouldn't even have to lift a finger. The MC gasped for air, his health now dangerously low, while the fox was only down to half. Suddenly, the monster lunged. He once again threw his sword up to block the strike, but this time the fox started chewing on the blade. A system notification popped up. The durability of his starter sword was plummeting. The weapon was about to break. Seeing this, Blackie panicked, yelling that this was it. He was going to die for sure, but the MC kneed the fox hard in the stomach and kicked it away again. He knew if this kept up, he was done for. It was time to play his ace in the hole. The very instant the fox pounced again, he leaped into the air, pulling a bottle of booze from his inventory and popping the cork. He chugged the entire thing. The now empty bottle dropped and shattered on the ground as Sherone landed right beside his foe. A system alert flashed, the mysterious iron. Beer had just reduced the level of all enemies in his line of sight by 2. Wiping his mouth, Sherone thought to himself that since he was level 2, this beer would drop the Snow Fox's level all the way down to 0. This was his chance to completely flip the script. Launching himself off the ground, he rushed forward and slammed a powerful blow into the fox. He then spun around, unleashing a flurry of strikes and landing several more hits. His friend was completely stunned. He yelled out, wondering what on earth he drank to get so strong. Sherone replied that it still wasn't enough, then swung his sword a few more times before charging in for the finishing blow. But just then, he heard quick footsteps behind him. He spun around just as a blade lunged for his neck. He managed to lean back just in the nick of time, then created some distance between them. Quiet Wolf materialized out of stealth, surprised. "You actually dodged my sneak attack?" "Not bad." Recognizing the ambusher, the MC scowled. "You morons from Shadow never change," he muttered. Meanwhile, the fox had recovered from the barrage of attacks. Mustering its remaining strength, it grew in size, ready for another round. A system alert announced the monster had entered a gigantification state, boosting its attack, speed, and health by 20%. The enraged fox charged toward the MC, who leaped back as Blackie saw that something was terribly wrong. He yelled a warning. The assassin was trying to pincer him. At the same time, Silent Wolf closed in, telling Sherone to remember one thing: never cross the path of the shadows. As Sherone turned, Silent Wolf sneered, "See you in hell." And in that exact instant, the snow fox lunged at the MC, but he just kicked it away, telling it to get lost. The enraged fox immediately switched targets and pounced on the assassin instead. The MC saw it coming, but Silent Wolf was frozen solid in shock. The fox clamped its jaws around him, inflicting fatal damage before spitting his body out. Silent Wolf's health plummeted to 0. In his last moments, he couldn't believe what had just happened. Blackie was just as bewildered, shouting, "How did you do that?" Sherone again. His friends started circling, firing off spells. With their combined efforts, they finally brought down the snow fox. A system notification informed the MC that he had slain a rare elite monster, rewarding him with 10 experience points. As a bonus for the kill, he received a bronze rank ebony staff, which required level 1 and 5 strength to equip. The staff added 8 attack power, 1 focus, 3 intelligence, and 30 mana. He handed the weapon over to his friend, telling him to take it. But Blackie felt bad, refusing and saying they never would have beaten the snow fox without him, so he should be the one to keep it. Sherone cut him off before he could finish. He asked why he was being so formal. Blackie was a warlock, so the staff would be far more useful in his hands. Besides, as a swordsman, he had no use for it. Hearing that, Blackie finally took the staff, beaming with his new weapon. The MC patted him on the shoulder, saying that was more like it. Meanwhile, Silent Wolf respawned back in the city, only to be confronted by Flaming Tiger, who called him a worthless piece of trash for failing to handle a simple level 2 swordsman. After getting knocked around a bit, Silent Wolf thought to himself that his leader was a complete hardass. He'd definitely get kicked from the guild if he found out he died during a failed ambush. He scrambled to his feet and spun a lie. He claimed he'd found a rare elite monster out in the wilds, but that some idiot stumbled upon it right as he was about to land the final blow. He added that the guy wasn't alone, and he was no match for the two of them. They were heading toward Darkmoon Valley, he said, certain that if they followed the trail now, they could snatch the elite. Monsters loot? Blazing Tiger's lips curled into a grin as he imagined the rewards from a rare elite. He rounded on his teammates, calling them a bunch of parasites and telling them they were moving out immediately. How dare someone steal what belonged to him? He'd make them regret ever setting foot in the god realm. Meanwhile, Sherone and his friend had found the blacksmith's shop and were watching him work the forge. After more than half an hour, a tired Blackie asked if they really had to keep waiting. His friend simply said this was the only way to trigger the quest. 10 minutes later, the blacksmith finally finished his work and turned his attention to them. He asked if the two of them had an interest in the art of blacksmithing. The MC was thrilled that things were finally moving. He quickly confirmed it, claiming he'd been fascinated with the craft since he was a kid. A moment later, a system notification confirmed he had accepted the blacksmith's hidden quest. He now needed to bring 100 units of meteorite ore from the Scarlet Star Mine to Master Jack. With their new objective, they headed for the mine, a level 4 recommended zone teeming with level 4 kobolds. Sherone immediately pulled out a smoke bomb, a device that completely blankets a 10 by 10 meter area in thick smoke for an hour. He activated it, tossing the bomb right into a pack of the monsters as it started to spew smoke everywhere. The MC turned to his friend and told him to open fire. Blackie got nervous, pointing out that he was still level 0. "If I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die," he muttered, then summoned his courage, activated a spell, and blasted one of the kobolds. The shot pierced its gut, but only did a measly 21 damage. As the beast scanned the area for its attacker, Blackie started shaking in his boots, but Sherone just told him to chill out. He explained that the smoke bomb shrinks their detection radius by 10 meters, and since their eyesight is already terrible, the smoke makes them practically blind. Their detection range drops to 25 meters. He assured him they'd be safe as long as they stayed 30 meters back. Frustrated at not finding its attacker, the cobalt let out a furious roar. Sherone urged his friend on, telling him not to hesitate and to just keep going. With that, Blackie pointed his hand at the beast and prepared to cast again, another spell, blasting the monster with several hits until it finally crashed to the ground. He couldn't hide his excitement, yelling out that grinding levels here was a total breeze. Now feeling more confident, he grew bolder and started launching a volley of spells at the monsters. After landing a direct hit to one's face, he grinned and kept up the barrage. Soon, the ground was littered with monster corpses. The constant spellcasting drained his mana, forcing him to down a potion. Just then, he noticed shimmering items on the ground and excitedly called out to his friend, shouting that the monsters had dropped several pieces of meteorite ore and even a level 3 cloth armor. Sherone just crossed his arms and smiled, thinking to himself that the normal drop rate for meteorite ore was about 1 per 100 kobolds. Blackie had taken down just over 10 of them and already had a pile of ore, not to mention other gear. The guy's luck was off the charts. Feeling a surge of confidence, Blackie charged forward. He yelled at his friend to keep it up, then landed right next to a new group of kobolds. They spotted him and froze for a moment before instantly swarming him. He immediately turned tail, kiting them away before tossing a smoke bomb into the middle of the pack. As he did, Blackie fired off a spell, shouting about how cool this all was. Every monster they took down granted them 40 experience points. Soon enough, Sherone dinged level 3, and his friend hit level 2. Blackie, having already put on his new gear, proudly showed off a bronze chest plate he'd looted, saying it was just the piece he'd been hoping for. Suddenly, the sound of heavy, hurried footsteps echoed from nearby. From behind them, a member of the Shadow Guild issued an order they would strike as one. Their first target was the Warlock, and then they'd handle Sherone. Spotting the figures moving in behind his friend, Sherone grew alarmed and shouted for him to be careful. In the next moment, 3 players ambushed Blackie simultaneously. After losing a huge chunk of his health, he yelled out in frustration. You guys again, enraged, he started channeling magic, snarling that if he was going to die, he was taking them down with him. A player named Silent Wolf lunged at him with a smirk, taunting. Just a pathetic warlock. You seriously think you can kill me? In a single hit. In response, Blackie fired back, inflicting a massive 185 damage and nearly emptying Silent Wolf's health bar. Blackie himself was shocked by the power, wondering if a level 3 dark arrow was truly that devastating. Silent Wolf quickly backed away, telling the others to get their act together. He shouted that they just needed to grab his gear. With less than half his health remaining, he couldn't believe he'd taken so much damage from a level 2 player. He realized that the idiot must be wielding an incredible weapon. After that, he and his allies swarmed him. Blackie's heart sank, thinking this was the end. But suddenly, blinding flashes of light filled his vision. Sherone appeared, delivering a flurry of strikes that instantly drained his opponent's health before he vanished again. Silent Wolf could only stare in shock at the sheer amount of damage before he and his allies disintegrated. Blackie looked over at his friend, who was staring intently at where the players had been, and was left speechless. He's so powerful, he thought. Just then, the remainder of the Shadow Guild emerged from their hiding spots. Their leader, Flaming Tiger, yelled out, Silent Wolf is an absolute moron. How did 3 of them get wiped by a single newbie? He commanded the others to charge, shouting that they were about to teach these guys what happens when you make an enemy of him. Sherone hurled a smoke bomb in their direction, slowing the group down. He then grabbed his friend, telling him it was time to retreat. As they fled, one of the guild members asked if they should give chase, but their leader stopped them. He said there was no need, declaring that this location was absolutely ideal for them. It's a perfect grinding spot. Get Silent Wolf over here, fast. One of the members asked in shock if he really expected them to fight monsters in a level 4 zone. His buddy agreed, questioning if it wasn't too dangerous at their current levels. The leader just explained that if that idiot Black Cloud could lure the monsters into the smoke and pick them off like sitting ducks, then they could easily do the same. Convinced, one of the players sprinted toward the monsters, aggroing a massive horde and pulling them directly into the smokescreen. The mages waiting in position immediately opened fire with their spells. Flaming Tiger began directing the assault. One of the mages turned to him, boasting that at this pace, they'd become the top players in the entire God's sphere, then went back to casting. As he watched the kobolds' health bars evaporate and their bodies fall, Flaming Tiger thought it was incredible. The experience was split between the whole party, but even so, each kill was still netting them 2% experience. They could farm like this forever. He was certain that this would make him the strongest player in all of God's sphere, and one day, he would lead it. After some time, Silent Wolf hurried over to report that a rare skill book for a swordsman had dropped. Flaming Tiger told him not to slack off and to get back to the hunt. All the while, Sherone was observing them from a safe distance. Blackie asked him if they were really just going to let it slide. Sherone just smirked and said they could enjoy it for now, because they were about to learn that every high has its low. As if on cue, the smokescreen started to fade. A concerned member of the Shadow Guild called out to Flaming Tiger. As the smoke vanished, they realized the kobolds were staring right at them. Someone shouted that they'd been spotted. The monster's crimson eyes locked onto the players' panicked expressions as they bared their fangs in fury, setting everyone on edge. Without warning, one of them charged forward, bringing its axe down and instantly killing one of the players. That was the signal for the rest of the horde to swarm in. The entire pack descended on the players at once, their attack a brutal frenzy. Seeing how badly things had turned, Flaming Tiger ordered a retreat, but it was useless. The monsters were too fast. As he watched his members get slaughtered, he cursed internally. All that hard work to reach level 2 was about to be completely erased. Death would knock them all the way back to level 1, He couldn't believe how unlucky they were. Just then, the kobolds behind him let out a piercing shriek and pounced. One of them swung its axe, missing its mark and slamming into the ground. But the impact still grazed him. Ignoring the sounds of battle behind him, Flaming Tiger sprinted for his life. After putting some distance between them, he finally stopped to catch his breath, thinking he'd finally escaped those idiots. He had no idea someone was waiting for him. Sherone stepped out and greeted him with a smile, casually asking why he was all by himself. He mockingly wondered what had happened to his underlings, asking if the kobolds had wiped them out. The moment he saw Sherone, the player erupted in fury and charged, screaming about how he dared to interfere. But right as he was about to land a hit, Sherone disappeared. The player was left confused for a second before Sherone reappeared behind him and landed a solid strike. He smirked, mocking him. "Who are you even aiming for? I'm behind you." Gritting his teeth in frustration, Flaming Tiger spun around with a wide axe swing but missed completely. He then roared that he swore on his own name he would kill him again and again, till his level dropped all the way to 0. Fueled by rage, he unleashed a wild flurry of attacks, but Sherone effortlessly dodged every single one. Eventually, breathing heavily, Flaming Tiger demanded he stop dodging like a coward. In response, Sherone agreed to stand still and let him attack, then began to advance in a zigzagging motion. The guild leader called him a fool and swore he would finish him, but the second he came within range, Sherone landed 3 powerful hits in quick succession, wiping out his entire health bar. With a final curse, Flaming Tiger collapsed to the ground. Sherone then explained that he had only promised to stand still. There was never any mention of him not fighting back, and he wondered how his opponent could be so naive. He then scratched the back of his head with a grin and added that he almost forgot to thank him. He was so grateful they had saved him a ton of time by gathering up all that ore. Flaming Tiger screamed his name in a rage, vowing that he would never be forgiven for this. He then warped to the respawn point. A system message informed him that he'd been killed by another player and would respawn in Red Leaf City in 3 seconds. His level had dropped by 1, and all his skill masteries were reduced by 100. Reappearing alongside his defeated guildmates, he barked at them, asking why they were just standing there. He ordered them to check their inventories and see what they'd lost. He did the same, and his heart sank when he realized the rare skill book was gone. Absolutely livid, he roared that they were all heading to Darkmoon Valley immediately. He had to kill that jerk with his own hands. At that very moment, a video call invitation appeared before him. He accepted, screaming at the system window. "Who is this? You got a death wish or something? Why the hell are you bothering me at a time like this?" The voice that replied belonged to Brother Shang, who calmly noted that it had only been a day since they last met. Yet his temper seemed to have gotten significantly worse. Flaming Tiger's demeanor changed instantly. He calmed down and sheepishly asked for the reason for the call, explaining that he was just in the middle of scolding his underlings. He quickly added that Shang shouldn't take it to heart, as his words weren't aimed at him. Unimpressed, Shang told him to take a good look at what he had done, and to see what had happened to the Shadow Guild on his watch. In Red Leaf City, and he had the nerve to pull a stunt like this effective immediately. He's stripped of his squad leader title. If he doesn't hit level 2 by the time he reaches Red Leaf City, he can get the hell out of my guild. We have no room for that kind of useless baggage. He slammed the call shut, leaving Flaming Tiger stunned, before roaring Xiang's name in pure fury. Meanwhile, Xiang was checking out a system window while his buddy mined some ore. He strolled over with a grin, pointing out that Flaming Tiger left them a hell of a gift. He told his friend to just picture the look on that guy's face when he responds. Our MC shot back that he was betting the guy would be so mad you could see the steam pouring from his ears. He examined the skill book he'd picked up, and the system notified him he could learn the normal quality skill. Stormblade. This skill unleashes a whirlwind of unexpected strikes on an enemy from a set distance. Upon activation, it boosts movement speed by 15% and attack speed by 10%. The buff lasts for 3 seconds, with a 5-second cooldown. After glancing over the details, he realized this skill was perfect for shutting down ranged fighters. Not only does it pile on extra damage, but it also buffs the user. For a swordsman, this was an absolute god-tier skill. Blackie was practically drooling, saying he wanted one too. His friend just smirked and said he'd have to wait for Flaming Tiger to pay them another visit. Suddenly, Blackie spotted a strange rock on the ground that looked different from the others, mentioning he'd never seen anything like it. The stone was a deep, dark green. Xiang identified it as a star crystal, a rare ore with only a 1% drop rate. At those words, Blackie's eyes practically turned into dollar signs as he gasped that it was a genuine treasure. Our MC explained that for now, the stone was worthless, but as the game develops, its price would skyrocket to be worth entire cities. He told him to just forget about it for the moment, explaining that he wouldn't get it even if he tried to spell it out. He'd figure it all out when the time was right. His friend just grinned and scratched his head, going along with it before they headed back to Jack. Seeing their small pile of mind ore, Jack commented that they'd done pretty well. They had cleared the first stage, but now they had to keep proving their worth. Right after, a system window popped up for our MC, revealing a hidden quest, the Blacksmith's Path. His objective was to eliminate the elite kobold chieftain inside the Scarlet Star Mine, and the time limit was just 1 hour. He was taken aback by the quest's terms. This wasn't how he remembered it. This was the first he'd ever heard of a second stage. The kobold elite chieftain might only be a level 5, but it was as tough as a full-blown dungeon boss. Despite its low level, players only stood a chance if they formed a party. Noticing his stunned expression, Blackie asked if something was up. He brushed it off, saying it was nothing, just that he'd received a pretty challenging quest. Blackie puffed out his chest and boasted that with him leading the charge, they could crush any quest. Xiang crossed his arms, reminding him that just an hour ago, he was trembling like a leaf. He wondered where all this sudden confidence came from. Deciding to move on, he told him to follow his orders to the letter and not to let his guard down. In response, Blackie just gave an awkward smile and scratched his head. Soon, they arrived at the mine and were met by a horde of monsters. Xiang drew his sword, declaring it was time to get started. He then lunged forward, unleashing his new skill, Stormblade, and slicing through the monsters before him. At the same time, his friend fired off a volley of darkness arrows. Several monsters fell to their combined assault. Our MC, raising his blade high one more time, let out a battle cry as he delivered the finishing blow. Before long, every monster in the cave lay defeated. Blackie beamed, remarking that mowing down kobolds didn't seem so hard anymore. His friend warned him it was too soon to celebrate. They hadn't even reached the main event yet. Suddenly, the cave walls began to tremble violently. His face paled as he yelped that the boss must be close. Heavy, thunderous footsteps echoed from deeper within. Xiang looked up at the towering silhouette and confirmed that was their target. A colossal, rank 5 kobold chieftain stomped into view, its heavy armor skill reducing damage taken while its regeneration restored health. 2% of its maximum health returned every 5 seconds. Its giant's body granted immunity to knockback, stuns, and other crowd control, while Powerful Strike increased its chances of breaking through a block or parry. When he saw its health bar, Blackie's jaw dropped. He sputtered. Does that say he has over 2,000 health, and he regenerates? 2. Xiang's brow furrowed, a grim smile on his face as he added that the quest was also timed. At that moment, they had 19 minutes left. The kobold let out a deafening roar, and a terrified Blackie turned to his friend, asking if he was absolutely sure they could beat it. He stammered that even if they ignored the insane health pool and crazy defense, one tiny nick from that massive axe would mean instant death. Xiang admitted he didn't know, but the penalty for failure would be harsh. They only had one shot at this. If they messed up, there were no do-overs. He opened his inventory. Pulling out his new sword, he declared they had no choice but to go all out. Suddenly, memories flooded his mind of a day the legendary Scarlet God of War was surrounded by 1,000 enemy guild members. He had drawn his demonic blood weapon, the Scarlet Ghost Axe, and annihilated every single one of them. That single battle was what catapulted him to fame and allowed him to found the great God of War empire. However, some become enslaved by their own weapons, rejected by their power. They are known as the Genis. The system then asked if he wished to bind the demonic weapon, the Blade of the Abyss. He scoffed, thinking that even a total beginner could master a demonic weapon. There was no way he'd sink to the level of those weak, pathetic fools, especially not in his second life. He confirmed to the system that he accepted. The system responded that a voice command was received, the binding was permanent, and all the consequences would fall upon the player. Instantly, the demonic blade flared to life, crackling with dark energy around our MC. A mighty black dragon seemed to awaken inside him as darkness enveloped his blade and crept up his body. The system announced he had successfully bound the demonic weapon, Blade of the Abyss, to himself. Its level, however, would be reset to 0. His friend grew worried, asking what in the world happened to his level. Xiang just told him not to sweat it, insisting he was stronger than ever. The Blade of the Abyss was a demonic weapon with 24 attack power. It added 10 to all attributes and 3 to attack speed. Its Divine Might ability ignored attacks from any monster below level 5. Comprehension gave a 15% chance to deal double damage, and Curse had a 10% chance to inflict the Curse of Doom, which lowered an enemy's stats by 30% for 20 seconds. Its final ability, Divine Blessing, increased the level of all his skills by 2 as long as he was a swordsman. With each level up, he would gain 2 bonus stat points, though its evolution growth was currently locked. He also unlocked 3 new abilities: Phantom, Abyssal Link, and 9 Dragon Strike. Just then, the kobold chieftain let out a deafening war cry, summoning its minions, who immediately charged at them. With a calm smile, Xiang told his friend to find a safe spot and that he would handle this. Blackie grinned back, saying it sounded like a plan, before diving for cover. Our MC began to prepare, gripping his sword tightly. He thrust it forward, then unleashed a flurry of powerful swings. His friend watched in awe. He thought to himself that Xiang was on another level. The kobold chieftain stomped furiously, but our MC was quick enough to leap out of the way. The enraged beast locked its eyes on him, then swung its massive weapon, slicing right through our hero's body. Seeing this, his friend cried out in panic. It was all a trick. Xiang had used his phantom skill, which summons a controllable clone with 50% of his original power and all his skills. He could even switch places with the clone instantly. The skill lasts for 30 seconds and has a 5-minute cooldown. After the monster struck the illusion, the real Xiang emerged. He materialized from the shadows, catching the beast completely off guard. He then darted behind it and swung his sword, unleashing a devastating blow with his Stormblade skill that shaved off 105 of the monster's health. He followed up with a relentless barrage of strikes, then raised his sword high and, with a loud cry, used his next move. Thunderflash landed as a powerful cross-shaped slash, cutting the monster's health down by half and sending it into a blind rage. It spread its arms wide, activating its Fury state, which boosted its attack power by 100%. Xiang leaped back, thinking that the boss's attack speed was garbage. No matter how much its damage increased, he could still dodge it all day. The kobold chieftain charged forward, slamming its axe into the ground, but our MC dodged just in time. However, he suddenly bumped right into the monster's leg. The kobold activated its acceleration skill, cranking up its attack speed by 100%. It then began swinging its axe wildly. Xiang dodged and weaved, gritting his teeth as he realized its attack speed had also doubled. Suddenly, a bolt of magic slammed into the monster's head. Blackie taunted it, calling it a big dummy and asking how it liked that. But all his newfound confidence vanished in a puff of smoke when he saw the damage. It only dealt 30 horsepower. He realized his special attack did about as much damage as one of Xiang's normal hits. The monster turned its furious gaze upon him, and our MC, seeing this, yelled for his friend to run. The kobold charged straight for Blackie, who stumbled backward and fell to the ground in terror, screaming, "Did I just poke the bear? What a pathetic attack." As the axe bore down on him, he squeezed his eyes shut, cursing his fate, certain this was the end. But when nothing happened, he cracked an eye open to see a web of chains ensnaring the monster, its axe frozen just inches from his face. All thanks to Sherone. Sherone had unleashed Abyssal Link, a skill that summons chains to bind an enemy while shredding their armor by 100%. The effect only lasts for 3 seconds, with a 1-minute cooldown. That was way too close, the MC gasped. A moment later, his foe shattered the chains and, wasting no time, lunged in for the kill, appearing right beside him. Focusing his power, he channeled energy into his blade before unleashing a massive blow right on its head, immediately following up with the skill Stormblade. Blackie, meanwhile, scrambled for cover, shouting that this fight was way out of his league. Having survived the onslaught, the monster only grew more enraged. Its grip on the axe tightened, and Sherone, seeing this, knew he had to act fast. His opponent charged, swinging its weapon wildly. The MC backed away, creating distance. Just as the kobold's mouth gaped open, it gathered a massive ball of energy, and from the blinding light, spectral dogs leaped out. They immediately charged him. The system chimed in 2 minutes remaining. He realized the monster was just summoning minions to stall for time, and that he couldn't let it gain the upper hand. He had no other option but to use that skill, even though he had no idea how long he could maintain control of the 9 Blades of the Abyss in his current state. He recalled the system's warning in the God Realm. There's a unique mental attribute called psychic power. Overusing it causes agonizing pain, a built-in safety measure for players. It's not like endurance, which just paralyzes you when it hits 0. No, completely draining your psychic power forces a logout from the game. And in the most severe cases, it can even have negative effects in the real world. Intense battles and using special skills burn through psychic power at an alarming rate. He pushed the thought aside. He didn't have the luxury of worrying about that now. He activated 9 Dragon Strike. A magic circle materialized at his feet, bristling with 9 ethereal blades. This skill instantly summons 9 illusory abyssal blades, each dealing 30% of his original damage. It lasts for 20 seconds and has a 5-minute cooldown. Just then, the dogs closed in. As soon as they got near, all 9 blades sprang to life, flying around him and cutting down the hounds. The MC swung his own sword, thinking, just as I figured. These 9 swords are a real pain to control. With another swing, he sent the remaining blades hurtling straight for the monster, and the moment they connected, they exploded with incredible force, shredding its health bar down to almost nothing. Recalling the blades, Sherone prepared for the final strike. But just as he raised his arm, his entire body seized up as if struck by lightning, and the blades dissipated into thin air. A system alert popped up. His psychic power was critically low. Because of this, he was completely immobilized. Once his psychic power hit 0, the game would forcibly end his session and put his character to sleep for a while, preventing him from logging back in. After the warnings flashed, he clutched his head, gritting his teeth in pain. "Are you all right?" his friend yelled. Silently, the MC reached for his sword and struggled to his feet. Blackie pleaded with him. "You don't have to push yourself this hard. We only have a minute left on the quest. If we die now, we'll lose way more than we stand to gain." Shang let out a ragged breath. Was he really asking him to give up? In his past life, he'd worked his fingers to the bone, never once complaining, all to help that backstabbing bastard build his empire, only to be cast aside without a second thought. He didn't know if this was a gift from the heavens or some cruel twist of fate, but he had been given a second chance, a journey across time and space. How could he possibly give up now? A smirk spread across his face as he summoned his doppelganger. "I will rewrite my own destiny," he roared. Taking a heavy step, he activated Gravity Surge and charged forward with his phantom clone. As they neared the beast, they leaped into the air together, swords gripped tightly. The monster froze, confused by the sudden appearance of two attackers. Sher Fong and his phantom both aimed for its eyes, unleashing Stormblade and plunging their swords deep into its sockets. After blinding it, they dropped down and began a whirlwind of rapid-fire strikes. The monster swung its axe in a blind rage, trying to hit them, but they both dodged effortlessly. Then, the phantom extended its sword, creating a foothold. The phantom launched Shang into the air toward the monster. The tip of his blade ignited it from the sheer speed of his charge. He delivered a single, powerful, and precise strike, piercing straight through the beast. In the next instant, the monster's body crumbled to dust, and a system notification appeared. He had slain a level 5 elite Cobalt chieftain. With a 500% experience boost, he gained 2,350 experience points. He'd completed the timed quest and was now the first player in God's Realm to defeat a chieftain-level monster. As a bonus, the quality of the chieftain's loot would be increased by 200%, and his reputation in the Star Moon Kingdom would rise by 10 points. Meanwhile, Blackie was feeling down, knowing he hadn't been any help at all during the fight. After catching his breath from the brutal battle, the MC sighed and sheathed his sword, turning to check out the rewards. His friend scooped up a few items and walked over, saying that what he had just done was absolutely incredible. Sherone held up a book. "The boss dropped a skill book just for you. Looks like someone's luck is off the charts today." Blackie fell silent and let out a heavy sigh, wondering what good that luck was when all he did was stand on the sidelines and watch. Then, he cracked a smile. "Hey, can you teach me how to play for real?" he asked. "I want to get stronger so I can actually help you out when you need it." The MC agreed. "All right, we'll start by distributing your points." Blackie winked, grinning. "That's the easy part. A warlock just dumps everything into intelligence, right?" His friend smacked him upside the head with his knuckles. "Who told you that?" Blackie rubbed the sore spot, looking confused. "But aren't warlocks all about damage?" Sherone reminded him. "Just 5 minutes ago, a huge axe almost split your head open. Did you already forget about that?" Blackie smiled sheepishly. "Oh, right. I almost died." The MC crossed his arms. "If I hadn't saved you, you'd be staring at the respawn screen right now. What good is massive damage if you're just a corpse? You need to put some points into agility. It won't just increase your movement speed. Nice. It'll also make you cast your spells faster. Anyway, the kobolds dropped a ton of loot. You can have this robe and this skill book." He handed the book over. Blackie inspected the description and saw it was a normal skill called Vicious Whip. It summons 5 thorns that trap a target in a specific area. If the target tries to escape the skill's range, the thorns shatter, dealing 20 damage plus an extra 30% of the spell's damage. It had a 3-second casting time and a 20-second cooldown. Blackie's eyes lit up with excitement. "Whoa, isn't this an awesome control skill?" "It's a bit different from Abyssal Link," the MC replied. "Vicious Whip has a 3-second cast time, so you'll have to predict your opponent's movements." Blackie nodded, beaming. "I'll definitely learn it." With that, his friend equipped his new gear. Blackie followed suit, putting on his new mage equipment. Afterward, they went back to Jack. When the blacksmith heard what they'd accomplished, he praised Xiang, saying, "You've truly earned the right to inherit my forging techniques." The system announced that the hidden quest, Path of the Blacksmith, was complete. He had officially learned the forging craft. He was now a basic apprentice blacksmith. As a reward, he received the Genius Blacksmith talent and 10 pieces of refined steel. Blackie grinned. That nickname sounds pretty epic. His friend, however, was examining the crystal and said, "It says that when an item is successfully created, there's a chance to get 2 mastery points." Blackie's face immediately fell. "Somehow, that's not very useful," the MC replied. "You shouldn't underestimate those 2 points. To become an intermediate blacksmith apprentice, you need to reach 1,000 mastery points. Besides, creating ordinary equipment only gives you 1 mastery point. A genius blacksmith greatly reduces the amount of money and time you need to spend to increase your forging level." After that explanation, Blackie replied with a smile, "So it's just a great talent then, couldn't you forge something for me sometimes?" The MC sighed and said that although he had obtained the forging skill, he needed designs to create things. He thought that the Forest of Death gave out a large number of bronze-ranked designs. This kind of equipment is always in demand among beginners, so he would do 2 things at once: raise his skill level and earn money. He decided to head there and told his friend to follow him, but just as they were leaving, Jack, seeing the abyssal blade on his waist, was very surprised and thought, "What is this?" He asked the 2 of them to wait and turned to Sherone, exclaiming, "Your sword is a magic weapon, right? An incredibly vile curse has been placed on this," he said. "I'm afraid that it has already taken root in its owner. This is the first time I've seen such a thing, even though I've been working as a blacksmith for many years." The MC thought that perhaps equipping a magical weapon had triggered another hidden quest. The blacksmith's eyes gleamed as he gazed at the blade, asking if he could get a closer look. Our hero obliged, and after a careful inspection, the man's voice filled with awe. He declared it was none other than the legendary sword forged by Master Ulysses himself, crafted from the fang of the Black Dragon King, ranking 31st among the 36 most powerful swords. He explained that in the God Sphere, the dragon's fang gave the weapon unimaginable power, but it also carried a formidable curse. From time to time, the sword would reject its owner, and if the wielder couldn't suppress it, they would fall victim to the curse of the Black Dragon King, which would permanently. It was a debuff that cut all your existing characteristics in half, and the rejection effect was already kicking in. Our hero desperately asked if there was any way to remove it, but the response was grim. No one can dispel the curse. They could find a way to weaken it, but doing so would require an item of immense power. Their only hope was to find the lucky stones, as only they could resist the curse. The problem was, these stones were unbelievably rare, and finding even one was a matter of pure chance. Sherone turned to his companion and told him to give the master the lucky stone, but his friend just raised an eyebrow in confusion, asking what he was talking about and when they had ever found one. "Didn't you stuff it in your bag yourself?" Sherone retorted. "It's that star crystal." Blackie pulled out the item, remarking that it looked nothing like a lucky stone, while Sherone thought to himself, "So that's what they call star crystals now?" Seeing they actually possessed such a rare item, the blacksmith, Jack, was utterly flabbergasted. He turned to Sherone with a smirk, admitting he was truly one of a kind. Our hero simply smiled back, thinking about his past life. After the God Sphere's secrets were revealed, these incredibly rare but once useless stones were suddenly renamed Lucky Stones, and their demand instantly skyrocketed. They effectively became the game's new high-end currency. He told Jack they'd have to trouble him, but the blacksmith, already opening the system window, beamed back, saying it was an honor to work on such a mythical weapon with his own 2 hands. After that, he held the lucky stone and the blade over the brazier. The ringing of a hammer on steel filled the air as he began to reforge the sword. After some time, a system notification announced the forging was complete. As our hero took the upgraded sword in his hands, Jack wiped the sweat from his face with a satisfied smile and declared the job done. The curse of the Blade of the Abyss had been suppressed. After sheathing his sword, our hero thanked him, and the pair set off, with Blackie watching the blacksmith bow them a respectful farewell. Suddenly, a message popped up for Sherone. It was from the player he'd met at the town hall, who had tipped him off about a good monster hunting spot. He opened the message. The player wrote that he and his 3 friends had just hit level 2 and asked if Sherone wanted to join them for a run in the Forest of Death. Sherone replied that he had a warlock with him, so they could form a full party of 6. He added that a beta tester he knew had given him a lot of intel on the place. The player responded with admiration, amazed that Sherone knew a beta tester, and said they were at his disposal. Our hero stated his one condition: he wanted to initiate a priority on all swordsman and warlock item drops. The guy hesitated for only a moment before agreeing, saying they would be waiting at the entrance. After closing the system window, Sherone turned to his friend, telling him they'd been invited to a dungeon and needed to head to the Forest of Death. Blackie grumbled in annoyance. Do we really have to party up with other people? Can't the two of us handle it? Sherone explained that the Forest of Death was a team dungeon. They needed a minimum number of players just to enter, and it would greatly increase their chances of success. Shortly after, they arrived at the entrance, which was packed with players trying to form groups. The player with the nickname Lonely Snow, who had invited them, spotted Sherone in the crowd and waved excitedly. He was thrilled they came, exclaiming that the hunting spot Sherone mentioned was incredible and helped him easily reach level 2. One of his friends, Overreacher, sized up Sherone and asked, "So this is the expert you were talking about?" Another player named Skynet chimed in, saying they should just create the party first, while a mage named Wordless Summer Night just smiled silently. The moment they formed the group, Skynet saw Sherone's level and exclaimed in disgust, "He's only level 1! Lonely Snow looked worried, and Overreacher sneered, "Did we seriously wait all this time for some level 1 expert?" Skynet smirked, saying, "So a team of level 2 players is supposed to carry you through the dungeon, and you have the nerve to ask for all the swordsman and warlock gear? Do you think we're that stupid?" Overreacher then swaggered up to our hero, mockingly picking his nose. "Hey, Mr. Expert," he jeered. "Why so quiet? Tell us why you're still level 1, even though the server launched ages ago." The mage pointed at Sherone, adding with disdain, "I can't believe he had the audacity to make demands during a raid. He needs to get off his high horse. Come back down to earth and take a look at yourself. You're just an arrogant idiot." But Sherone wasn't about to tolerate their abuse. He opened the system window and told his friend they were leaving the group. Overreacher just laughed. "So you do have some shame after all." Lonely Snow, looking very upset, called out Sherone's name. One of his teammates just sneered. "Go on, leave if you want. We won't stop you." Blackie shot them a furious look, but his friend told him to let it go. They shouldn't waste their time on these people. Lonely Snow frowned, watching them leave, before turning to Skynet. He apologized to him but said he was going with them. With that, he rushed after Sherone, asking him to wait. The mage exclaimed, "He's so gullible, that guy is definitely some kind of scammer." His teammate simply said, "Save your breath. Sooner or later, he'll regret his choice on his own." Meanwhile, Lonely Snow caught up to Sherone and, with a smile, asked to join them. Sherone agreed, and Blackie immediately hugged the new team member, grinning. "You've got great instincts. You definitely won't regret deciding to follow my friend." Our hero then called out to him. "Get ready," he said to Blackie. "Take out what you need and activate your abilities." He agreed with a smile and summoned his staff, which made Lonely Snow's eyes sparkle with delight. He then shouted out, "We've got an expert on our team. We just need 3 more people." Hearing this, Skynet crossed his arms in displeasure. "That guy's arrogance knows no bounds," he seethed. "I can't believe he's still pretending to be an expert." Meanwhile, Overreacher stared at Blackie in surprise and nudged his friend. "Just look at the warlock next to him. His equipment is pretty good." Curious, Skynet immediately turned to get a better look at his gear. Wordless Summer Night said with a smirk, "I noticed that warlock was already level 3 when we first made the party." Hearing this, Skynet called him an idiot, yelling, "Why didn't you say anything earlier?" the mage replied. "No matter how strong that warlock is, the leader is still only level 1. Overreacher touched his chin thoughtfully, a smirk playing on his lips. "Why don't we try to bribe him to join us? We can even offer him all the mage gear we get in this dungeon." Skynet agreed, adding that it was a pretty good idea. Wordless Summer Night grew very worried. After all, he was a mage too. Skynet then sent a message. He messaged Blackie, inviting him to their group. Seeing him type a reply almost instantly, Skynet said with a confident smile, "He responded so quickly, he's ours now." But contrary to his expectations, Blackie simply told him to get lost. Wordless Summer Night burst out laughing. Skynet exclaimed in displeasure, "What are you so happy about?" The mage remained silent, thinking he was lucky. Now all those items would be his. The leader of his team turned to Blackie with a furious face and shouted that he was an idiot who couldn't even comprehend a gesture of goodwill. Blackie responded by showing him his middle finger and sticking out his tongue. An interested crowd had already started to gather around them. One of them asked with a smirk, "A bunch of noobs want to enter the Forest of Death. Are they trying to get themselves killed?" Another player looked at their team composition and exclaimed in surprise, "He wants to challenge the Forest of Death with a level 1. Listening to them, Lonely Snow sighed tiredly and told Sherone that it seemed like it wouldn't be easy to find more people. Sherone, in turn, told him not to worry and that they shouldn't rush. Suddenly, the entire crowd around them abruptly dispersed, and Lonely Snow wondered where everyone had gone. When he saw them all running somewhere with huge smiles on their faces, he asked what was going on. All the male players had noticed the arrival of some girls and had started to greet them. Blackie said in surprise, "This has to be a joke. Am I sleeping? Our hero turned around to check what was happening and saw 3 girls walking toward them. A level 2 player named Xiaor turned to Sister Yu and asked, "Why is it always like this?" A level 2 named Xiao Yuru crossed her arms in displeasure and told her friend, "Wherever you go, there will always be men dreaming of someone out of their league." They were all excitedly calling out for their friend, Gentle Snow, to get her attention, but she was completely unfazed. Gentle Snow, a level 2 player named Bai Qinghua, stopped and looked at them with a dissatisfied expression. Our hero, upon seeing her, was completely shocked and thought, "Why is she here too?" Blackie, like all the other players, was totally starstruck, started gawking at her, only to get whacked upside the head by Kaon, which promptly snapped him out of it. One of the players even offered cash just to be on the same team as Qinghua, while another scoffed. "Does he even have the skills for that? A goddess like her can only party up with an expert? And that expert is me," he boasted. Overhearing them, Yuru turned to her friend and mentioned the team invites, dismissing them all as a bunch of thirsty losers who didn't know the first thing about playing. Meanwhile, Skynet, another admirer, struck a dramatic pose to get their attention. He greeted them, announcing that a top-tier ranger stood before them, the ideal companion for their journey. He added that his friends were also quite handsome, and that if they all teamed up, they would breeze through this little dungeon. Nearby, the summer night, hair blowing in the wind, began to wave his hat even more dramatically, completely distracted by the girls. His friend yelled at him, calling him an idiot and telling him to tone it down since he could barely even speak. This display infuriated Yuru, who shouted, "How can you call yourself a first-class player? Get out of my sight before I incinerate you." She threateningly conjured a ball of flame in her palm. The magician told Skynet he'd made a complete fool of himself and to just shut up. The other players, however, loved the drama, exclaiming how incredible she was and asking if they could send her a friend request. She just spun on them and yelled that the same offer applied to them. "Get lost," she screamed. Yuru smiled awkwardly, noting that she'd scared everyone off. But Yuru just sniffed that the only ones who ran were weaklings anyway. Seeing her in action, Blackie got nervous, admitting that she was absolutely terrifying. The MC, however, just smiled faintly, thinking that this was exactly why Yuru was nicknamed the Flame. In his past life, he recalled how she was once harassed by the guildmaster of Central Plain Clash. In a single night, that 10-person guild was dismantled after Yuru hunted their leader down, killing him until he dropped to level 0. The whole affair only ended when he swore he would never log into God's realm again. Amidst all the commotion, Qinghua suddenly realized Shifeng wasn't even looking in her direction and wondered aloud, "Is he ignoring me?" Hearing this, he glanced over as her friend asked who he was. Qinghua just said, "That guy's a little strange." Yuru's curiosity was piqued, looking him over. She told her friend not to even suggest she was interested in some level 1 nobody. She bet he was just putting on an act to get their attention, confident that she saw through all their little tricks. But Qinghua ignored her, walking straight towards him as Yuru called out, after her, annoyed, and followed. When they reached Shifeng's party, Qinghua asked if they were actually attempting the Forest of Death as level 1s. He simply replied that the very fact he was recruiting proved he had a strategy to clear it. He then invited them to join, and Yuru scoffed at his audacity. "How dare you speak to Qinghua like that?" she snapped. But her friend waved a hand, telling her to hold on. She pointed out that while he was level 1, his warlock friend was level 3 and was already wearing 3 pieces of bronze-ranked gear. He clearly had some backing. Then she noticed the Abyssal Blade and told her to look at his weapon. Yuru asked if that hunk of junk could even be called a weapon. Qinghua retorted by asking what game would deliberately design something so hideous unless it was truly special? Convinced, Yuru approached the MC and asked how he knew the strategy for a dungeon no one had ever cleared. He replied that he had some inside information from a beta tester. These words puzzled Qinghua. She hadn't heard about any info leaks from the God's Realm beta since the game's launch. Her friend, now annoyed, asked, "You're just lying, right?" He replied that it was up to them, whether to believe him or not, but offered a secret: the monsters in the Forest of Death weren't the real problem. The true danger was getting lost in the trap-filled maze. After entering the dungeon, most amateur teams would be decimated before they even encountered a single monster. Even if some players survived the traps, they'd get so hopelessly lost they would eventually have to kill themselves just to respawn in the city. The other players grumbled, telling him to stop fear-mongering. Overreacher, picking his nose again, asked if he was serious about all this. The MC replied that he had no reason to lie. He then gestured towards the portal and said they could just ask the players who had just respawned. Qinghua crossed her arms, now intrigued, while Yuru insisted that he was blatantly making it all up. Qinghua ignored her friend and walked up to Shifeng with a smile, saying that he seemed to really know his way around the Forest of Death. She figured they wouldn't be able to clear the dungeon without his guidance. He replied that the offer to join them was still on the table. With that, she turned to her friends and announced they were teaming up with them. Yuru, looking embarrassed, agreed. She still protested, saying she didn't trust this con artist and that he was definitely up to something. Her friend just opened the system window and said they'd find out once they were inside. After that, they joined the team, causing the jaws of the other players to hit the floor as they watched the best and worst teams unite. Blackie was over the moon about the new team members, telling his friend he was a legend. He couldn't believe he'd managed to convince Gentle Snow to join their party. Shifeng simply told him to bring his A-game and not let them down. He then turned to Lonely Snow with a smile, who winked back at him, giving him a thumbs up. After that, they headed for the portal, where the system prompted them to choose a difficulty level. After their selection, they began to enter the dungeon one by one. As soon as they materialized in the middle of a dark forest, they started looking around. The system announced they had entered the Hell Mode Forest of Death. The reward amount and drop rates were increased by 30%, and the penalty for death was increased by 100%. Seeing the notification, Yuru cried out in shock. You chose Hell difficulty. Blackie was also stunned and said he couldn't believe he chose this difficulty for the Forest of Death. Yuru said with disgust that if he was trying to pull a fast one on them, she would personally send him to a hell of her own choosing. The MC just put a hand on his friend's shoulder with a smile and told him not to worry. He wouldn't make a choice he wasn't confident in. Lonely Snow, meanwhile, looked toward a fork in the path and asked anxiously which way they should go. Shifeng replied that the Forest of Death had endless winding paths and it was easy to get lost, so they should stick right behind him. He and the guys then walked forward along the path and told the others to follow. Yuru turned to Qinghua and asked if they were really just going to follow him. She nodded and replied that they would trust him for now. And then they hurried to catch up. The MC, meanwhile, was thinking that to conquer the Forest of Death, the Shadow, Guild had sent hundreds of players to chart every corner of the dungeon, and only then did they finally map it out. There are a total of 36 different paths in the Forest of Death, all intertwined in the most bizarre ways. However, only 3 of them lead to the first boss. For a while, they continued to walk forward, along the path in silence. Suddenly, Yuru turned to her friend and asked if she was sure this guy really knew where he was going. She replied that so far, everything was perfect. They hadn't encountered any mobs yet. She then turned her attention to the monsters behind them and told her to look. A group of monsters was patrolling the junction they had just passed. If he had led them even a little slower, a fight would have been unavoidable. Yuru replied that they were just trash mobs and there was nothing to be afraid of. Shifeng turned to them and said that nothing worthwhile would drop from them. So there was no point in fighting them. Yuru stuck her tongue out at him in response, thinking to herself that he just didn't want to show them his pathetic damage output. Noticing a small clearing ahead, Blackie said with a smile that it was obvious at first glance that this was the place where the boss would appear. Then he stopped and asked in confusion, "Where are they?" Suddenly, the ground shook under their feet and everyone tensed up. The MC told them to get ready. The boss would appear now. At that very moment, the ground split open and a huge rabbit-like monster jumped out. As soon as it landed, they saw that it had 6,000 health points. This was a monster of the 3rd-level chieftain rank. Wilmy is a fierce night rabbit who has steel-sharp claws. He likes to greet guests with a bloodbath. Wilmy showed off his sharp claws with a grin, and the system warned the players to be careful. This rabbit eats only meat. The monster stuck out its tongue, licking his claws, and Lonely Snow asked if they were going straight for the boss, since they hadn't even killed a single mob. Shifeng confirmed his words, saying that the mobs don't drop anything special, so it would be much more effective to take on the boss right away. Qinghua immediately pulled out her sword and pointed it at the monster as Yuru hid behind her. The MC turned to Lonely Snow and told him to take the role of a tank, making sure that the monster's attention was always on him. As for the rest of them, he told them to just try not to steal aggro. Yuru asked in confusion what that meant, and he explained that the role of a tank is tanks are the party members with massive HP and defense for a reason. Their entire job is to pull aggro, making every monster focus solely on them. A tank must taunt the boss, keeping it locked down so the damage dealers can attack without getting flattened. However, stealing aggro occurs when someone else generates more threat than the tank, causing the boss to switch targets. And when that happens, the boss hunts down the player with the highest threat. For squishy characters with low health and defense, a single hit can be a death sentence. Our hero tells them not to sweat it. He'll provide more detailed instructions later. For now, their only job is to attack without hesitation. Taking this to heart, Lonely Snow immediately charges into battle with his dash skill. Sherfong yells out in confusion, "Where are you going? We don't even have our buffs yet." Realizing his mistake, Lonely Snow panics, crying out that he can't cancel the dash mid-charge. In his frantic attempt to stop, he trips over a rock. The monster, Wilmy, just scratches its head, confused by the display, before winding up for a massive swing. With a ferocious glare, it prepares to strike, and Lonely Snow is certain his end has come. But just in time, Blackie slams his staff into the ground, shouting, "Heroes never die." He then activates a new skill, binding the bosses with a cage of thorns, saved from certain death. Lonely Snow flashes a grateful smile before getting back to work and smashing the monster in the head. The creature stumbles back, but the attack only shaved off 11 HP from its total of 50,000. Yuru scoffs. "Did you think you were a human cannonball or something?" As this happens, Yuru starts casting a healing spell on Lonely Snow, who thanks her, but Blackie's thorny trap is already starting to weaken, and he shouts that it can't hold on much longer. In a flash, Wilmy shatters the vines. Lonely Snow scrambles to his feet, wipes the sweat from his face, and declares he's on it. He rushes back into the fight, and this time, the boss focuses all of its rage on him. With the monster occupied, our MC and Chin charge forward. He notes that Lonely Snow's movements are surprisingly decent. As his comrade dodges, he and Chin land a flurry of blows. Yuru, summoning a flame in her palm, warns them to get clear. She then unleashes a powerful torrent of fire straight at the monster, and Lonely Snow barely leaps aside in time to avoid being roasted. Her attack slams into Wilmy's face, dealing a massive 110 damage, which makes King Sharon a little nervous. Yuru just laughs, boasting that she's still #1 in damage dealt. Once the smoke clears, the monster lets out a heavy sigh and enters a berserk state, boosting its attack power and speed by 30%. The MC warns Yuru that her skill did way too much damage. Chin turns around, adding that this means the monster's attention is now fixated on her. Yuru points at herself in disbelief, asking, "Wait, really?" Just then, Wilmy barrels towards her at incredible speed. She lets out a curse, realizing she's stolen the aggro. Her spell was so powerful that the boss is now gunning for her. She freezes in terror as the monster closes in, but just as it's about to land a fatal blow, Sharon intercepts with his Thunderflash skill, delivering a staggering strike that interrupts the attack. Yuru collapses in shock, looking up at the monster, which has now turned its furious gaze toward him. Sharon calmly states that a berserk boss's damage is too high to bother defending against. Since he has high agility, he'll hold its attention for now. Yuru scrambles out of the way as Wilmy leaps at the MC. Seeing this, Chin grows worried and shouts for her comrade to be careful. The monster lands a devastating blow that sends him flying backward, sliding across the ground as he struggles to stop. Wilmy doesn't let up, pouncing again with its claws swinging, unleashing a skill called Death Claws that fires several sharp projectiles at the player. With a series of swift movements, Sharon successfully parries the volley of attacks. As Wilmy lands, it immediately launches into another assault, spinning through the air towards him with the Dust Feast skill. It tears across the clearing like a tornado. Sharon grits his teeth, his nerves on edge, and just as the monster reaches him, he swings his sword to block. The attack connects, but he still takes damage. Chin immediately rushes to his aid, delivering a swift kick to Wilmy's face and asking if he needs a hand, or rather, a leg. The impact sends the monster tumbling across the ground. As it comes to a stop, it struggles to its feet, breathing heavily. Yur quickly casts a healing spell, restoring Shifang's HP. He announces that the monster is weakened and they need to attack now while its defense is down. He turns to Yuru and tells her to try not to pull aggro this time. She feels a sting of embarrassment and curses him in her mind, wondering how a nasty guy like him has the nerve to lecture her. With that, the three players charge in. Wilmy's health bar quickly drops below 50%. Blackie urges them to hold on, shouting that it's almost dead. The MC lands a powerful blow that knocks the enemy back, and Yuru unleashes her flamethrower skill, yelling, "Don't you dare look down on me!" She blasts the monster with streams of fire that erupt in a series of explosions. After the final blast, the monster's body vanishes, leaving a pile of items on the ground. Lonely Snow and Blackie stare in awe, with one of them commenting that he can feel they got some good loot. The MC pulls out a potion and advises everyone to recover before they start dividing the rewards. They all follow his lead. Afterward, he explains that the final boss can catch players off guard, but it's not too difficult if you know what you're doing. Yuru was just about to ask how the monster could surprise them. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echo through the area as a bright flash of light reveals a new monster. It's a level 3 chieftain rank werewolf. It lets out a ferocious roar, announcing its arrival to the party. But the players are already prepared. They all turn to face it, their eyes locked on the new threat. Their calm resolve clearly unnerves the monster. Then, as one, they all charge forward, causing the enemy to panic. Sharon lets out a battle cry as he swings his sword, and a massive crash echoes as their combined attacks land, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. When the dust finally settles, the monster's health bar is completely empty, and its body begins to disintegrate. The system announces their victory over the werewolf, revealing a huge pile of dropped items. Yuru is amazed, remarking that the final boss on Hell difficulty dropped some seriously good loot. Chin then turns to their team leader. She states that she always honors her agreements, so his team of 3 can pick their items first. Sherone browses the reward list and finds the garrison armor blueprint. He's thrilled. Meanwhile, his friends eagerly start sorting through their new gear with huge grins. Blackie immediately equips his new items. Among them are the dark gloves and a dark robe. And he also learns the Hellfire skill. Lonely Snow learns a new skill, Swift Strike, and picks up a 2-handed iron sword. Both of them are ecstatic with their rewards, one commenting that this is perfect for grinding mobs. Yuru pouts, complaining that they probably took all the best stuff for themselves. Her friend smiles awkwardly, admitting they never would have cleared the dungeon without Sherfang's team, so it's only fair they get first pick. Now it's their turn. Chin opens the loot list and gasps when she sees a valuable item. She's completely surprised and thanks the team leader. Yuru also looks at the list and then turns to Sherone in shock, exclaiming, "You left us the priceless recipe for a beginner strength potion?" He simply replies that they also played a crucial part in the raid. His gesture seems to warm Yuru up to him a little. A faint blush even appears on her cheeks. Meanwhile, back at the entrance to the Forest of Death, one player mentions that the elite team from the Heavenly Crown Guild has arrived. He's convinced they'll be the first to clear the dungeon. Another player scoffs, saying that's nonsense and that his money is on the Assassin's Guild being the fastest. But at that very moment, a system window pops up in front of everyone, announcing that Sherfang's team has achieved the first clear of the Death Forest dungeon. The surrounding players' jaws drop in disbelief. Just then, the MC and his team emerge from the dungeon entrance. The other players immediately notice their brand new equipment. Chin asks Sherone if he wants to join their guild, Ouroboros, but he turns her down, explaining he's used to playing solo and isn't interested right now. She respectfully accepts his decision, but then mentions that in 3 days, their guild will be running a new 20-man dungeon. The dungeon is called the Dark Moon Cemetery. She asks if he'd like to join them. He points out that only players level 5 and up can even enter it. She's confident she can gather a team of 20 people in just 2 days, adding with a confident smile that he must be joking. This is the Ouroboros Guild they're talking about. After all, Ouroboros isn't just some in-game guild, it's a massive organization with influence across dozens of virtual worlds. Ever since the launch of God's Orb, major corporations have poured money into this new world, hoping to claim a piece of the emerging virtual market. Ouroboros was no different. They had undoubtedly leveraged their real-world finances to build the most formidable force within God's Orb. Assembling a team of 20 people would be a piece of cake for them. Chin opens her system window and asks to add him as a friend so she can message him when the time comes. He agrees with a smile. He says he believes in the guild's strength and tells them to save a spot for him under one condition: he gets first pick on all equipment and swordsman blueprints. She smiles, but her friend exclaims, "Have you no shame?" He just confirms her accusation with a smirk, and his friend remarks that he really has a way of getting on people's nerves. Xinwu actually managed to get on the Ice Queen's friend list after the girls departed. The other players turned their attention to the guys, one of them asking, "Aren't those the ones who went into the dungeon with Xinwu instantly?" Their stares turned hostile. Noticing the shift, Blackie got nervous and whispered to his friend that these players were giving them some seriously strange looks. Sherone, sensing trouble, immediately told the others they had to leave, and fast. The crowd of players surged after them, demanding to know how they cleared the dungeon and bypassed the traps. Eventually, they managed to escape. Arriving at Dark Moon Valley, a zone with a recommended level of 4, Lonely Snow slumped down for a rest, wondering why the area was completely deserted. "Are we the only ones raiding here?" he asked. The MC explained that the majority of players were still grinding in the Tier 2 Death Forest, and only a handful would ever risk a Tier 4 dungeon. Suddenly, a player with the name Kola came sprinting down the road toward them, begging to be added to their team. The name felt familiar to Sherone, who suddenly lit up with excitement, realizing this was the Tyrant Bear, the famous 15th rank guardian from the Starry Moon Kingdom. After catching up to them, the guy bent over to catch his breath, panting that he'd finally found someone. The MC recalled that in the early days of God's Sphere, Kola was always moping around, frustrated because he couldn't achieve his grand ambitions. Some idiots had even booted him from their third-rate guilds. After a while, he eventually joined the Starlight Guild, adopted a new name, and became a legend. But for now, he was still guildless. A smirk formed on Sherone's face. Recruiting him now would make clearing dungeons so much easier. He chuckled at the thought while Kola, oblivious, just scratched his head with an awkward grin and said he was just killing mobs in the area. and had wandered over, but couldn't find a party. He was thrilled to have met them. Blackie eyed him doubtfully. You were killing mobs alone and made it all the way here. The guy just winked, thumped his chest, and claimed it was because he simply outlasted everything in the fight. Noticing the numerous scratches on his armor, Blackie asked, with a puzzled look, how many times did you even get hit? Your defense is atrocious. Lonely Snow, however, was impressed. What's your survivability stat if you killed all those mobs by yourself? He turned to Sherone with a smile. I'm sure he'd be the perfect tank for us. After that, he sent Cola a party invitation, much to Lonely Snow's delight, who was thrilled to finally be a pure damage dealer. Cola awkwardly turned to their leader. You guys are missing a healer. Right, I have a friend, but he's an oracle. Lonely Snow scoffed. An oracle! They have the worst abilities among all the support classes. In fact, he continued, they're the worst class, period. The MC cut him off, saying, they might not be the strongest healers, but they have a massive amount of health. Their main skill, Life Feed, lets them convert incoming damage into health. It'll be way easier for our tank with an oracle around. Cola beamed, saying that was exactly what he'd expect from an expert. Shortly after, a player named Drowsy Sloth joined their team. The newcomer materialized in front of them and thanked them profusely, explaining that he'd finally found a party that didn't immediately kick him out. Before this, he'd already been booted from several teams attempting the Forest of Death. He was even considering deleting his character and starting all over. Sherong replied, no class is better or worse than another. Only the player matters. The new guy confidently said they should give it their all, then promptly climbed onto the back of his friend. The team leader announced that since everyone was here, it was time to head out. They stepped into the dungeon and were immediately met by a swarm of level 3 goblins, who looked ecstatic to see fresh humans. The MC gave the order to engage, and the party charged forward, making the goblins nervous before Cola smashed into them with his shield, sending several flying back. A satisfied smile crossed his face as he lifted his shield overhead and activated his provocation skill. This taunt aggroes all monsters within a 50-meter radius, forcing their attention onto the player. The effect lasts for 10 seconds, and the user's aggro meter increases by 100%. At the same time, Lonely Snow became a spinning vortex of steel, using his whirlwind strike to tear through all the nearby goblins. Blackie slammed his staff on the ground and unleashed a new skill called Hellfire. A towering pillar of flame shot into the sky and began to spread across the area, engulfing all their enemies in flames. Sherong, meanwhile, weaved through the battle with several swings of his sword, attacking his own group of goblins. Suddenly, an explosion ripped through the air, and the goblins decided to flee in terror. Blackie exclaimed with a smile, this dungeon is way too easy. The goblins didn't even have a chance to get scared. Seeing the numerous crystals scattered around, Cola was overjoyed. I can't believe how much ore dropped from them, he shouted. His friend was just as happy, saying they were incredibly lucky. And then, a massive shadow fell over them. Cola looked up, asking, why did the sky suddenly go dark? A second later, a gigantic robot crashed down from the sky, its landing causing the ground to rumble and split apart. Drowsy Sloth yelled excitedly, why did a boss just appear? The system announced that an unexpected event had triggered a level 5 goblin mechanic had spawned. This monster's passive ability is to ignore 95% of all damage. It has an incredibly low chance of appearing and specializes in hunting down players who dared to harm its goblin brethren. Blackie immediately turned to his friend, asking what their plan was. But when he saw his shocked and anxious expression, he called out his name in bewilderment. After a moment, Sherong turned to the others and urgently told them to run. Once they were inside a canyon, the MC glanced back at the monster chasing them, which was now smashing against the canyon walls. He explained that once they reached the dungeon entrance, they would be outside the goblin mechanic's attack range. He remembered that in his past life, he had encountered this thing once before. Back then, he was leading an elite team for an ore mining run. After they killed a whole swarm of goblins, the boss appeared. They were thrilled at first because a rare elite enemy drops unique loot. Unfortunately, their attempt was a complete failure, and they all died. Meanwhile, the goblin mechanic realized they were trying to escape and, pressing a button, opened fire on them. Bullets rained down on the players as they scrambled to dodge. Hearing the mechanics cackling, Blackie spun around and cursed loudly, then thrust his hand forward and fired an arrow of darkness at it, exclaiming, "Did you really think you're the only one who can attack from a distance?" The magic projectile slammed into the robot's neck and dealt exactly 1 point of damage. When he saw this, he yelled, "Is this robot made of a turtle shell? Why is it so durable? Sherone shouted that it has 95% resistance, so most attacks would barely tickle it. He told him not to waste mana and to only use slowing and control skills on it, suddenly stopping and turning around. His friend replied that he understood. He then used the vicious whip skill, and massive thorns shot out from the ground, tying up the robot. Because of this, the robot fell, and as the thorns squeezed it, they began to deal 46 points of damage. Noticing this, Sherone realized something was off. It must be weak to plant skills. He ordered his team to stop, and when Lonely Snow asked why, he replied that he'd just figured out the enemy's weakness. It was time for them to get some revenge. The plan was simple. They just needed to stall for time. He turned to Blackie and said, "You're in charge of dealing damage with the vicious whip. The rest of us will grab its aggro." Hearing the order, Lonely Snow crouched, preparing to dash, and then rocketed toward the monster at high speed. He leaped into the air and used his crooked strike skill, dealing several points of damage to the enemy. When the blow connected with its head, the robot entered a stunned state, and at that very moment, Blackie used Vicious Whip again. Suddenly, their enemy tore the thorns apart and aimed at Blackie, but Cola immediately slammed down in front of this mechanic, shouting that he was its opponent. Using the Divine Strike skill, he dealt a powerful blow to its head. This skill allows the user to furiously attack enemies in front of them, dealing 130% physical damage and increasing the player's aggro. The mechanic got angry and swung a saw at Cola, who covered himself with his shield, just in time. But he still took damage, and his health plummeted by half. Meanwhile, Blackie started his assault again, using the Vicious Whip skill, which pushed the robot's health bar below the halfway mark. Cola, meanwhile, decided to retreat, and dodging another blow, asked his allies to quickly heal him. "If it hits me again, I'll be finished." Drowsy Sloth exclaimed that he was just an oracle and was already using all his strength. Cola began to slowly heal while kiting the monster. And then Sherone appeared behind the enemy, telling the others to let the boss focus on him while he tied the enemy up. With chains using his Abyssal Link skill, Cola decided to quickly exit the battlefield while the MC struck the robot's chest with Thunder Flash, delivered a quick slash, and then retreated. The goblin mechanic growled that he must be looking for death, and the MC used his gravity weakening skill to fly forward. The opponent rushed after him. When Sherone landed, the goblin mechanic opened fire, but suddenly, the MC jumped up again and used Thunder Flash, slicing the rocks at the top of the canyon. His opponent noticed this far too late and was buried under a rock slide, which dealt him about 300 points of damage since he was underneath it. Pinned beneath the wreckage, he couldn't even twitch. Blackie gloated, saying he bet the guy never expected them to have a trump card like this. Now they could just finish him off at their leisure. But just then, a hatch on the robot's chest popped open, and a goblin mechanic emerged, adjusting a jetpack on his back. He let out a cackle, calling them a bunch of idiots and wishing them luck. With a roar, he fired up the jetpack and shot into the sky. Blackie screamed that the moron was trying to escape. A dark aura instantly enveloped Sherfang as he shouted at the creature, "You're not going anywhere." He then activated his 9 Dragon Strike, summoning a volley of blades with the thought that wild monsters with this level of intelligence were incredibly rare. The system never made them this smart for no reason. Killing him would undoubtedly drop some kind of special reward. With that, all 9 blades rocketed toward the goblin. Seeing this, the creature's face twisted in panic as he accelerated, rapidly increasing the distance between them. The system announced that Arcus Maddox had successfully escaped. Hearing that name left our hero completely stunned. Arcus Maddox was a legendary Grandmaster engineer in the God Realm. In 3 years, he was destined to shake the entire world by constructing the Heavenly Fortress Double Serpent. Ring, a feat that would elevate him to the pinnacle of glory. Later on, he would establish the Goblin Empire, kicking off one of the game's most popular expansions, The Birth of a New World. He couldn't believe he had just come within an inch of killing a future main boss. Meanwhile, Drowsy Sloth inspected the robot and informed the team leader that there was just one chest inside. After popping it open, our hero discovered the Archismatic key and a treasure map. Thrilled with the haul, he thought that getting his hands on a treasure like this was absolutely worth it. He then turned to his team, telling them that the rare elite goblin wouldn't be spawning here again, so nothing would be distracting them anymore. He told them to stay and grind monsters, and to message him when they hit level 4. Blackie asked what he was going to do. With a grin, he tossed over the key and said, "I'm off to find some treasure." 900 years ago, the master alchemist Molotov poured all his power into creating a treasure known as the Philosopher's Stone. With it, even ordinary people could wield alchemy and the elements to enhance their work. If it ever fell into the hands of a true alchemist, he could turn stone into pure gold, or even resurrect the dead. As soon as word of the Philosopher's Stone got out, countless countries in the gods' realm began to wage war over it. But just as the world's need for it grew, it vanished, remaining an unsolved mystery. After several investigations by players, it was discovered that the Philosopher's Stone was hidden deep within the Scarlet Lake, inside the Temple of the Sun, and the key to its door was the treasure chest of Archismatics. Soon enough, Sherone arrived at Scarlet Lake, a level 10 location. He dove into the water and swam towards the bottom, but suddenly stopped dead when he saw a kraken below him. Activating his gravity-weakening skill, he shot upwards instantly and quickly, put some distance between them. He then swam toward the entrance of a cave where level 10 guardian sirens patrolled the bottom. He figured that based on the dot on the map, the Philosopher's Stone had to be in there, but these guards weren't going to be easy to bypass. Summoning his phantom, he thought that he wasn't going to fight them, but would simply use his clones as a distraction to lure them away from the door. Noticing a shadow moving above them, the sirens immediately swarmed the phantom, while our hero hid behind the nearest rock. After waiting for them to swim away, he slipped into the cave and saw a pair of massive doors. He took out the key and inserted it into the keyhole. The doors swung open, revealing a huge, shimmering portal before him. He stuck his head through, peered inside, and saw an unflooded Temple of the Sun before entering. He took note of the stone guards standing on the sides of the sanctuary at the top of the chamber. After climbing the steps and spotting a chest, he clicked something in the system window and began to wait. A few seconds later, a brilliant flash of light appeared next to him, and something materialized in his hand that left him utterly shocked. He pinched the tiny Philosopher's Stone between his fingers. Perplexed by its size, the system then reported that he had obtained a fragment of an epic rank Philosopher's Stone. It was a special item that drops upon death, used in alchemical transformations and for refining ingredients. It was a sacred alchemical artifact that could be used to create gold, raise the dead, and perform other unbelievable feats. However, the stone had been damaged and split into 5 fragments by the Sword Emperor. But if all the pieces were collected, it would regain its former power. Sighing in disappointment, Sherone said that at least it still had its alchemical transformation and ingredient refinement abilities. In the future, that would be extremely useful during forging. Suddenly, the guards sprang to life, their heads snapping in his direction before they attacked. Leaping back, he glanced at their levels and exclaimed, "Are these level 100 monsters? How am I supposed to defeat them?" Of course, the moment he took the Philosopher's Stone, the guards woke up. How convenient that it just so happens to drop after death. Who even came up with this garbage design? He immediately dismissed the thought, figuring that the developers couldn't have put players in a completely hopeless situation. His attention then shifted to a skeleton, lying nearby, where he spotted a teleportation scroll in its hands. Using the weakening of gravity, he immediately dashed to the skeleton, snatched the scroll, and then spread it out on the floor, creating a magic circle. He declared his destination as the City of the Red Leaf. A loading window appeared in front of him, and he practically drooled with relief. Meanwhile, the guards opened their mouths wide, accumulating energy before blasting fireballs in his direction. Even seeing this, he didn't dare move and just waited. Then, the system announced that the loading was complete, and an instant before the collision, he teleported away as a powerful explosion rocked the Temple of the Sun, shaking the entire underwater world. The sirens, sensing the loss of the Philosopher's Stone, shrieked that the precious treasure had been stolen and that all humans must die. Meanwhile, every other player received a notification that a player had launched a special storyline, The Rebellion of the Sirens. This was an expedition-type quest, active in the City of the Red Leaf. It instructed them to head to the Adventurers Guild to accept it, promising generous rewards and guild reputation for completing it. One of the players yelled that the server had just started and there was already a massive event going on. Another player standing nearby immediately called his friends to report the quest. Yuru, who also saw the notification, wondered who could have possibly done this, completing quests so quickly. Chinua said that there was no need to guess. It was definitely Yon, her friend asked in surprise. Isn't the territory of the Sirens that Scarlet Lake aren't only players level 10 and above able to go there? She replied that it seemed he not only got in, but also managed to get out alive. Her friend frowned slightly, thinking that the next time they met, she would definitely find out. what he was hiding. At the same time, Sherone was walking slowly through the city streets when he let out a loud sneeze and thought, "Who's talking about me?" In any case, that was a close call. He almost died back there. As he was walking, he noticed the auction house, and after a moment, he went inside, where he saw several other players, one of whom said that he barely managed to sell the materials he'd been collecting all day. His friend encouraged him, saying that there was still more to come. Our hero, meanwhile, decided to put his extra equipment up for sale. The players standing nearby were surprised, and one of them exclaimed that his eyes had to be deceiving him. Where did all this cool equipment come from? Our hero bent down slightly, looking at the stones for sale in the shop, and thought that with the help of the Philosopher's Stone, he could turn even the most ordinary stones and magic essence into ore. This was much better than buying it all at a high price. The system informed the players that someone had bought their lot of stones, and one of them notified the others about it. A girl exclaimed in shock that everything she had put up for sale that morning had already been sold. Another player asked the others to let everyone know that they shouldn't be lazy and should go collect stones and magic essence to sell it all while that rich kid was still around. They began to look around, searching for the one who bought everything, but Shang had already left the auction house with a smile. Thinking that it was time for the Philosopher's Stone to show its magic, he went to the nearest forge, and the system informed him that he had spent 10 coppers and could now use the standard forge, with 1 hour left on the clock. After looking at the dilapidated building, he said that everything here was so old. Then he looked at the rack of tools and said that this was all garbage. They didn't even have any bonuses for forging. Walking to the alchemy table, he thought that all of this could be had for just 5 coppers. After that, he took out the Philosopher's Stone and began to refine the stones he had purchased. The system reported that refining allows you to extract metals from stones, turning even the cheapest rocks into various ores. Since the Philosopher's Stone was used, the success rate was increased by 20%. Our hero started the refining process and began to wait, a little nervously. Soon, the stone split into pieces, and the system reported a failure. But he wasn't upset, saying that the first attempt is always unsuccessful. But he was sure that he would, hoping he could salvage at least a few, if he didn't give up first. He began the refining process once more, only for the stone to crumble into dust again. He thoughtfully stroked his chin, thinking, "Surely my luck can't be this bad, right?" Determined, he slapped another stone on the table and tried again, but soon, a massive mound of stone, powder had piled up before him. He let out a heavy sigh, wondering if the success rate was abysmally low because he was working with a mere fragment of the Philosopher's Stone. But then, a glimmer of light caught his eye from within the dust. Pulling out a successful piece of bronze ore, a wave of relief washed over him. He'd finally done it. After that, with fresh enthusiasm, he dove back into refining the remaining stones. He hammered away, attempting to forge the seals, but failure after failure mounted up. Success was a rare exception. Staring at the mountain of dust, he muttered, "Man, alchemy is a real grind." With that, Sherone pulled up his system window. Checking the list of items he'd acquired 470 pieces of copper ore and 130 pieces of iron ore. Just then, a notification flashed on his screen, announcing that his time in the rental room was up and he should visit again. Our hero was instantly teleported back to the city, realizing he got so carried away with refining that he completely lost track of time and hadn't even started the actual forging. His stomach dropped when he checked his coin purse. It was completely empty. "Great," Sherone sighed. "I blew all my cash on stones and magic essence." Just as despair set in, a new system notification popped up, reporting that his silver armor had sold. After the commission, he pocketed 31 silver and 53 copper coins. Another message followed. The Darkstar boots were gone, adding 3 silver and 21 copper to his wallet. Our hero's eyes widened in surprise. "Finally," he exclaimed. "The gear I listed on the auction house has actually sold." He was stunned to have made over 30 silver coins from a single piece of Mystic Iron rank plate armor. It seemed White River City was packed with wealthy players. Not that he was complaining. His pockets were full again, so there was no need to pinch pennies. "Upgrade the small forge to a basic forge," Sherone commanded. He immediately rented it for 2 hours. A notification confirmed the transaction minus 2 silver coins, and he now had access to the basic forge. Instantly, he was teleported inside, where a timer appeared on his screen, 1 hour and 59 minutes remaining. Another window displayed the stats for his bronze rank refining hammer, which increased the success rate of forging by 3%. Below that, his level 1 mysterious flame, the Scarlet Devil Fire, boosted his success rate for both potion making and forging by an additional 2%. Our hero studied the notifications carefully. Perfect, he thought. Now I'll get a bonus from the forge itself and from the blacksmithing book. That was the book's whole purpose. After all, it massively increased the success rate of equipment creation for normal rank gear. A plus 70% success rate. For bronze rank, 50%. For mystic iron, 30%. For mysterious silver, 20%. For gold rank, 10%. And for dark gold rank. The success rate was 5%, with a slim 1% for epic rank gear. Sherone then opened the creation and processing menu, which displayed all his available armor resources. He hefted his hammer and declared, "This is where my journey as a blacksmith truly begins." Moments later, he was fully absorbed, pulling a glowing piece of material from the fire with his tongs. Our hero brought the hammer down with a resounding clang, and a system notification flashed he had successfully created a garrison armor. His forging skill shot up by 2 points, and he gained 800 experience points. The item description read, "Garrison armor requires level 3, a bronze rank piece of plate armor, with a class restriction for Guardians and Knights, granting 10 points of strength and maximum durability." Sherone snatched the finished piece, a grin spreading across his face. He couldn't believe it. Not only did it have incredible defense, but it worked on the very first try, and it even had a bonus property that dramatically boosted a tank's survivability. The major guilds that were currently raiding the Forest of Death would absolutely lose their minds over an item like this. Well, he thought, gotta strike while the iron's hot. He was determined to craft as many as possible in the next 2 hours. With that, our hero dove back into his work at a frantic pace. System windows started popping up. One after another, he had successfully created a garrison armor, and his forging mastery increased by 2 points, granting him 800 experience. The next notification, however, reported a failure and that his materials were lost. But he quickly bounced back, successfully creating 2 more sets of garrison armor. Loud sounds of metalwork echoed from the forge. Sherone wiped his brow and smiled. Not bad. In just 2 hours, I made 23 sets of garrison armor and I even leveled up. Now it's time to sell all this stuff at the auction. His system window displayed his fresh inventory. After a short while, a group of players stood on the street, shouting excitedly as they saw the armor listings. Wow, bronze rank equipment, and this armor has bonus stats. So cool. Sherone looked on from the side, and noted to himself that there was a huge demand for garrison armor among players right now. For each piece, he could make at least 4 silver. He then overheard a guild member telling their leader, "Contact the guildmaster." "We need more gold," the girl replied. "Yes, Captain." A system window then flashed, informing him that a garrison armor had sold. He received 5 silver and 31 copper coins, taking into account the commission fee. Several more sets were sold, one for 6 silver and 51 copper coins, another for 7 silver and 71 copper coins, and one for 8 silver and 20 copper coins. Our hero opened the system window and looked at the store's contents, when suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. He spotted Protective Blade and Intense Gaze, shouting, "Are they actually selling rare skill books?" A system window reported the details for Intense Gaze. It allows the player to clearly see unidentified and hidden targets, with a low chance to detect their weak point. The cooldown is 40 seconds. Wind path envelopes the mmorpg. Player in wind, increasing movement speed by 30% and granting a 50% chance to void damage from ranged attacks. The effect lasts for 10 seconds, and the cooldown is 2 minutes. Cleave requires a sword and deals 30 points of base damage to the target. An attack delay of 0.2 of a second to 3 seconds allows you to charge the damage, dealt up to 300% of the weapon's damage. The attack range is 7 meters, and the cooldown is 1 minute. Protective Blade, also requiring a sword, increases the attack range by 9 meters and allows the player to block 6 ranged or 3 melee attacks. The effect lasts for 25 seconds, and the cooldown is 3 minutes. Suddenly, his thoughts and his review of the information was cut short by someone shouting, "Boss!" Apparently, a guildmate had gone so far as to sell his prized skill books just to raise funds for the guild's garrison armor. A man called Flaming Tiger clapped him on the shoulder, saying, "Keep it up. Once we buy this armor, we're guaranteed a great future. And as we get stronger, you'll become the deputy." Shang watched them, thinking that the only thing the man was good at was feeding his underlings empty promises. It seemed most skilled masters were like that. He wondered if he'd be interested in buying his skill books. Suddenly, a system window flashed before him. "Gentle Snow invites you to a video call." Our hero frowned and thought, "Gentle Snow." He answered the call, and she stated that she needed his help with something. Sherone thought, "The Ice Queen herself needs a favor from me." How unusual. She asked to borrow 15 silver, explaining that she was competing with other guilds for equipment. The protagonist thought in surprise. Competing for equipment, Gentle Snow clarified. The garrison armor. The Ouroboros Guild will have a much better chance of successfully raiding Tier 3 dungeons if we have this armor. She added that she didn't know who made it, but many large guilds were desperate to get their hands on it. Gentle Snow frowned in displeasure and asked, Yifeng, you didn't make all this equipment, did you? The protagonist answered fearfully. Of course not. He pointed a finger up and said, No problem. I'll send the silver over soon. If that's all, I need to run. Bye. He ended the conversation, and Sherone looked away, thinking, that woman has some frightening intuition. Because the large guilds were desperately trying to buy up all the garrison armor. Its price was rapidly increasing. A player shouted happily, Guildmaster, we managed to get 13 silver. Now we can definitely buy those 2 garrison armors. But his guildmaster yelled back angrily, Too late, they cost 9 silver each now. At this time, our protagonist rented a medium forge for 10 hours. He opened the system window and said, Time to earn some money. After a while, he continued forging, and due to his complete concentration, he began to hallucinate. Sherone imagined he was hanging onto a large piece of metal, when he suddenly screamed in horror. I was distracted, now I'll have to throw it in the trash. But the system window reported that he had successfully created an unknown armor. His forging skill increased by 3 points, and he would receive 4,100 experience points. The nameless armor had a bronze rank quality and was a plate armor type, with a class restriction for shield warriors and a required level of 3. It offered 12 points of strength, maximum durability, and 23 points of defense. Its additional property was Caduceus's Blessing, which increased the power of received healing by 10%. The protagonist shouted joyfully, I'm incredibly lucky. I can't believe that I managed to create an original equipment piece. Original equipment is equipment that cannot be found in the game world. It can only be created through the efforts of players, and is extremely rare. Sherone looked at it and said, I'll add my unique seal of black flame to it. He called it the flickering breastplate. Our protagonist said, I don't think that anyone will be able to replicate something like this, and the seal can't be removed. Anyone who sees the black flame on the equipment will know that I was the one who created it. He looked at the system window, which stated that he had created the recipe for the flickering breastplate. Sherone said, Now, I'll be able to sell not only the flickering, not just breastplates, but the crafting recipes for them, which were worth an absolute fortune. The entire reason master blacksmiths were so highly sought after was their ability to forge original equipment, granting unique bonuses to the owner. And even when the item stats become obsolete, the recipes themselves would still fetch an incredible price. Sherone stared at the icons, thinking, the chance of creating original gear is practically 0. He couldn't believe his luck. Well, time to churn out more flickering breastplates. A short while later, swords were piling up in a barrel, and his entire inventory was jam-packed with weapons? The protagonist mused. As I thought, crafting these shimmering breastplates burns through materials way faster. He'd have to sell off some armor first, then go buy another batch of resources. As he stepped out of the forge, system notifications flooded his screen. Garrison armor has been purchased. Garrison armor has been purchased. Sherone looked around and wondered, what's going on? The auction house was way less crowded than before. He went up to a knight and asked, Hey, buddy, why is it so empty in here? The knight turned and replied, Some player named Dealer is selling bronze-ranked barbarian armor, even though the stats are lower. There are no restrictions, and it's only 4 silver. The guild supply departments are already placing bulk orders for it, so who's going to bother bidding on garrison armor now? The protagonist's eyes widened in realization. Dealer? Could it be him? In his past life, Dealer was the one who discovered the hidden quest of the blacksmith master. Thanks to the forging skill he got from it, his name became famous throughout White River City. He even got an invitation to join the Shadow Guild, and he was the very same person who got Sherone kicked out of that guild, all so he could climb a little higher up the ladder. Sherone pictured the man's face and thought, Dealer, my sworn enemy. Suddenly, a notification popped up from the God's Realm forum. Dealer had just posted, Justice is what we live for. We can't let scammers get away with their schemes as a blacksmith myself. I can tell you for a fact that the materials to create barbarian armor only cost 2 silver coins. In no time, the post exploded with views and comments. He continued, My success rate is only 50%, so I have to charge 4 silver. But the starting price for that scammer's gear was a whopping 5 silver coins. His greed is limitless. That's why I'm doing what's right. I'm removing the sales limit on my barbarian armor, and I'll only charge for the cost of materials. Sherone scoffed in disgust. Calling me a scammer? It looks like someone's trying to make a name for himself by dragging mine through the mud. He thought it over. The server had just launched, so item prices were sky high and the exchange rate was unstable. There was no way anyone could buy the ore needed for just 2 silver. Dealer was definitely taking a massive loss just to build his reputation. He bit his fist, thinking, does that snake really think he can pull the same tricks on me in this life in his dreams? The protagonist opened his stall, looked at his armor, and shouted in feigned surprise. Whoa, everyone, take a look. A new batch of shimmering breastplates, and they're all for a fixed price of 4 silver. Players nearby whipped their heads around. Sherone clenched his fists, using every ounce of his acting skill to shout, just look at this design, the beautiful glow, that awesome black flame. A player dramatically ripped his own armor off and yelled, armor this cool is only 4 silver. In that case, I'm definitely not wearing this ugly barbarian garbage anymore, another player shouted. Quick, contact the guild. We're not wasting our precious time on that dealer guy anymore. Sometime later, in the Golden Sand City Blacksmith Association, the dealer was lounging on a sofa, stroking a girl's hair. She said, you're such an amazing businessman. Everyone just adores you. On the table beside them sat a bottle of wine and a couple of full glasses. The businessman grinned and replied, the leaders of the major guilds are all waiting outside for me like they're my lackeys, and they all want me to join them. I can't even get rid of them. It's so annoying, the girl asked. Then why not just join the strongest guild? The businessman scoffed. The ones outside are average at best. They aren't worth my attention. I'd never join them. At that moment, players were crowding around the protagonist's stall, their voices a constant buzz. This is way cooler than the barbarian armor. Only 4 silver and the stats are better, too. There's new armor at the auction, the businessman mused to himself. Now I just need to crush that mysterious blacksmith. I'll steal his popularity and earn the respect of the players. And once my name is famous all over the White River City territory, all the big guilds will be lining up with piles of money to convince me to join them. He imagined himself sitting among beautiful women, smiling. Suddenly, a knight burst into the room and shouted, brother, all the guild representatives have left. The businessman looked at him, confused, then shot to his feet, yelling, are you joking? That's impossible. The girl sitting on the sofa fell silent. The businessman stormed into the corridor and shouted, what happened out there? The knight said that shimmering breastplates had appeared at the auction, costing only 4 silver coins. The guilds were no longer interested in cooperating with him. A while later, the room was a mess of dirty disposable dishes, and the businessman was shouting in fury. You little idiot, how dare you go? Against me? The great dealer. His suite was in disarray as he swung his foot and kicked a helmet. The businessman yelled, my materials don't just fall from the sky. Either if he's selling his shimmering breastplates for only 4 silver, he's losing even more than I am. He sat down at the table and said, all right then, let's see who can last longer in this war of attrition. The businessman began typing furiously. He opened a chat with an underground merchant and asked, bro, how much for bronze and iron ore right now? The merchant replied, bronze costs 15 credit points, and iron costs 100 credit points. As a reminder, credit points are the real-world currency in this game. The businessman opened his banking app and winced in horror. I have to take a risk, he muttered. I'll easily make this money back once I join a top guild, and then I won't have to worry about living expenses ever again. The businessman made a call and said, boss, give me 10,000 credit points worth of each ore. A moment later, a new post appeared on the God's Sphere forum. The businessman wrote, I will fight this malicious swindler to the very end, as a sign of respect for my fellow players. I, dealer, am lowering the price of my items by 1 silver coin. The final price for the barbarian armor will be only 3 silver coins. I will fight this to the end. I hope for your support and assistance. The protagonist saw this and smirked. He wants to continue this war. Okay then, I'll lower my price, too. In the large hall, players were gathered and talking amongst themselves. You could hear conversations everywhere. The price dropped again. These blacksmiths are really going at it. Everyone stopped buying both the barbarian armor and the shimmering chestplate. Someone suggested they just enjoy the show. They would wait until the price dropped to the absolute minimum and then stock up. At that moment, an assistant ran into the room and shouted, that mysterious blacksmith lowered his price. 2, the fixed price of the shimmering breastplate is now only 3 silver coins. The businessman screamed in horror. He grabbed his head, and the assistant asked, brother, are we going to keep lowering the price? The businessman hit him so hard that he flew out of the room. He shouted, yes, we don't stop. We'll continue until that idiot goes bankrupt. After a while, Sherone shouted loudly, How can this be? Now the barbarian armor only costs 2 silver and 30 copper coins. He dipped his pen in ink and began to draw. The protagonist asked himself, does he think I can't lower the price further? He was creating a recipe. Sherone looked at the piece of paper and said happily, if there's a recipe, then the large guilds will be able to train their own blacksmiths. In the future, no one will need him. The system window notified him. You have created a recipe for shimmering armor, 5 pieces. At the same time, a loud cry was heard in dealer's house. Brother, things are not looking good, the dealer asked. Did he really lower the price of the shimmering armor again? The assistant shouted, no, he put the recipes for shimmering armor up for sale. The dealer grabbed his heart and screamed. That idiot! Blood suddenly spurted out of his mouth, and the assistant shouted, brother, the system window announced, dealer has logged out of the game after a while. The protagonist was walking down the street and heard 2 players talking. One guy said, apparently, dealer gave up after the recipe for shimmering armor appeared at the auction. The other answered, my brother's friend is dealer's subordinate. He heard that he vomited blood and was then sent to the hospital. Sherone looked to the side and thought, still want to compete with me? I'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget. Suddenly, a player named Violet Cloud fell to the ground, spilling drinks and ice all over herself. Bloodstream stood over her and said, how stupid can you be? I can't believe you're trying to earn cash by selling cold drinks. Is this her first time playing the game? He said with a smirk. He confidently sent her his real-world address, telling her to come meet him and he would teach her a few ways to make real money, step by step. A nearby player spoke up in disgust. Picking on a girl! How shameless! Instantly, a brute named Bloodstream grabbed his cloak. The man asked what he was doing. Bloodstream sneered. What's it look like I'm giving you a chance to be her knight in shining armor? He hoisted the man into the air and shouted that he'd let the girl go if he dared to repeat his comment. But in return, he would hunt him down and kill him over and over until his level hit 0. Terrified, the guy stammered that he was sorry. Bloodstream glared at the players behind him and roared that they were all just trash pretending to be heroes, hiding in the crowd. Come on, he taunted. Why don't you all run off into the sunset? With tears in her eyes, Violet Cloud whispered that he was sick. Our protagonist looked at her in shock, thinking, Violet Cloud, the one who will become one of the greatest clerics in the future. He stepped forward and declared that since the bully decided to pick on a girl, he would have to teach him some manners. Sherone recalled that when God's Sphere launched, Violet Cloud was just a nameless cleric in Ouroboros. It was only after the Ice Queen, Gentle Snow, left the guild that Violet Cloud also departed. After that, she began her meteoric rise from a great cleric of the 4th rank to a holy cleric of the 5th rank. She eventually reached the very top, becoming a rank 6 divine cleric and entering the top 10 of her class in the God Realm. Unlike other top clerics who were completely supported by their guild, Violet Cloud had achieved everything on her own, back in the present. Sherone picked up the dropped cocktail and said, it tastes pretty good. Bloodstream asked if he thought he could stop him too, threatening to tear him to pieces. In a flash, our hero appeared behind him, placed a hand on his shoulder and said, let's see you try. Bloodstream was terrified, wondering how he had moved behind him so fast. Sherone applied a little pressure to his shoulder, and the bully crumpled to the ground. He frowned and asked why he had suddenly gone quiet. Wasn't he the one just talking about tearing him to pieces? A player yelled out in surprise. He's so strong! Who is this guy? How can he be stronger than a berserker? Another player shouted a warning. Be careful, brother players aren't allowed to fight in Red Leaf City. The guards, the NPCs, they can arrest you. The protagonist took a sip of the drink and said, not to worry, as he knew the rules. He was only restraining him with his raw strength. He hadn't used any attack skills, so the guards wouldn't pay him any mind. Bloodstream snarled and shouted, you idiot, you're dead! He stomped the ground, shattering the road. Our protagonist leaped to the side as Bloodstream swung his arm, trying to land a devastating blow while ordering him to die. Sherone blocked the attack, and Bloodstream stumbled backward. He thrust his sword forward and asked, did you forget to eat or something? Why are you so weak? Bloodstream swung his arm wildly and shouted, how dare you look down on me, I'll destroy you. Suddenly, a guard of Red Leaf City appeared before him, holding up a hand and stating, Bloodstream, you have intentionally attacked another player in an area where PK is prohibited. As punishment, you will be detained for 12 hours. Bloodstream's face fell as the guard tied him up and started dragging him away. He shouted in defiance. Sherone, the Martial Alliance will not let this go. You will soon know all the pain. In this world, you idiot Violet Cloud stood up and said, thank you for helping me. She wanted to repay him, but admitted she was a newbie with no money. The protagonist studied her carefully, which made her blush as she asked, "Lord," she suddenly turned around and shouted to the street, "The only thing I'm selling is juice. My body is not for sale." Shang handed her a coin and said it was an advance. She looked at him in surprise and asked what it was an advance for. The protagonist explained that he needed a cook and thought she was perfect, and this was her first payment. Violet Cloud asked if he was sure that cooking was all he needed her for. Xiang exhaled and asked if she would rather go with him or continue accusing him of harassment in front of the entire street. It was her choice whether to believe him or not. Violet Cloud hesitated, then embarrassedly took the coin and said she would do anything. Sherone then took out a bag of coins and told her to take it. He told her to use the money to buy the necessary things and rent a kitchen so that no one would bother her again. Violet Cloud asked why he was being so kind to her. The protagonist turned away and explained he had wanted to hire her the moment he realized how diligent she was. She happily followed him, promising she would do her best. Sherone smiled and thought to himself that for now, he would let her practice the skills necessary for life. Once she let her guard down, he would lead her on the path of fighting and leveling up. He grinned, clenched his fists, and shouted, "I got a divine cleric for just a few coins. I'm definitely a genius." All the players turned to look at him, puzzled. A short while later, the protagonist was walking through the slums. He took out a book, thinking that this diary had dropped when he killed the werewolf chief, but it was written in Elvish. He needed a librarian's help to decipher it. He still couldn't believe that they built the library in the slums, right in the center of the city's underbelly. He wondered what the manager of such a place was like. At that moment, a group of bandits was waiting for him in an alley. A woman named Charlene was sitting on a small fence and said that he was clearly not from around here, asking if this was his first time looking for some fun. She put her hand on her neck and asked if he'd like to come in, promising him a special night filled with passion. The protagonist gave her a puzzled look and asked if she just wanted to take him to the alley and rough him up. He grabbed his head and stretched his hand forward, saying, "Okay, stop, let me rephrase that. You just want to have some fun with easy prey." "No, that's not it either." Charlene looked displeased and asked her guys what they were waiting for. At that moment, the bandits jumped out, shouting loudly about how he dared to bother their elder sister and that he was finished. Sherone used Thunder Flash and scattered the players to the sides. Charlene walked forward and asked, "Not bad at all, huh?" She clapped her hands and offered to show him where he wanted to go, saying she knew this place like the back of her hand. As the players' bodies began to dissolve, the protagonist said he didn't want to bother her, as he already knew the way to the library. Charlene snapped her fingers and said what a coincidence, since no one knew that place better than her. She then transformed into level 20. Holy Sister Charlene, and said that, after all, she was the librarian. She frowned and asked, "Well, do you believe me now, boy?" The protagonist looked at her in surprise and said that just a moment ago, she looked like a gang leader. How could she change into a priestess so quickly? Charlene snapped her fingers and said it seemed he needed her help, and that they could go to the library to discuss everything there. Suddenly, she transported him to the Red Leaf City Library, and Shang thought the place was kind of shabby. Was this really a library and not a haunted house? Charlene propped her legs up on the table, folded her arms, and said, "So, boy?" She asked what he had come to see her about. The protagonist took out a diary and said he came to decipher a diary written in ancient Elven. Charlene stretched out her hand and said, 30 silver? The protagonist reluctantly agreed, wondering if cash was all she cared about. But as Charlene opened the diary, her eyes went wide. "What is this?" she gasped. With a powerful swing of her arm, she hurled the book forward, unleashing a thick green energy that materialized into the colossal projection of a great demon. Charlene thrust her hand out, attempting to banish the demonic form. "How dare a lowly priestess attempt to seal me?" the creature roared. She retorted, "It's nothing but a projection. Who's your real target?" Ignoring its taunts, Charlene summoned her divine spear, activating a powerful seal. "Insolence!" the demon shrieked as Charlene closed her eyes, focusing her power. With her hands clasped in prayer, a blinding light erupted. The demon recoiled, snarling. "This light," Charlene frowned, uttering a single command, "Vanish." A beam of divine energy shot out, engulfing the demon's form, causing it to burn and dissolve. "We'll meet again," it hissed before disappearing. Shang frowned, asking what was happening. Just as a system window popped up, it read, "You have been cursed by the great demon. All stats are reduced by 50%. Experience gain is reduced by 50%. The great demon's gaze is upon you. Its projection will return within 90 days to claim your body. As the diary clattered to the floor, Charlene muttered in frustration. To think that diary was hiding the demon's projection? I can't believe I only asked for 30 silver, she grumbled. The protagonist stared at the notification, horrified. A trap. I never would have guessed. He stammered. Charlene slumped into a chair, grabbing her neck. A few more days with that thing, she said, and the great demon would have possessed you completely. Shang was terrified. But I'm still doomed. I've only got 90 days left, Charlene explained. The diary contains a spell to open the gate to the Cave of Darkness. You have to find the Book of Darkness inside. Destroying that book is the only way to stop the great demon's arrival. Suddenly, a new system notification appeared. Epic quest initiated, the Descent of Darkness. Objective: find and destroy the Book of Darkness to prevent the great demon's return. Reward unknown. The protagonist's mind raced. He remembered the player who cleared this quest in his past life, known as the Fairy Tale Extinguisher. But that player never revealed how he'd done it. He turned to the priestess. Priestess? Any idea where this Cave of Darkness is? A hint would be great. Charlene just rested her hand on her cheek. She told him the info would cost 10 gold, fully aware he was broke. So he wondered why she couldn't just lift the great demon's curse first and let him pay her back. Sharon's brow furrowed. Her eyes practically sparkled at the mention of gold, prompting his thoughtful question. Removing the curse wasn't free either. Charlene held out her hand, adding, "You're a sharp one. To break it, they'd need to perform a ritual, which would only set him back 3 gold. Our hero was stunned, baffled as to how she knew he had just overrent out 3 gold coins stashed in his inventory. Handing him an orb, Charlene explained. This teleportation stone will send you to the Moonlight Forest. You'll need to gather 30 moonstones. Once you have them, I can begin the ritual. A system window then popped up, displaying a shop selling beginner's recovery potions for 10 gold. Coins each. Sharon mulled it over. The Moonlight Forest wasn't just a level 9 zone. It was also cursed, slashing his stats by half. He knew he had to prepare meticulously. Stepping outside, our hero opened his inventory, thinking that with these magic scrolls and recovery potions, his survival odds would skyrocket. Dramatically. All right, time to move out. The Moonlight Forest awaits. He then teleported there, declaring, "Let's get this started." The system announced that the Moonlight Forest was a level 9 area where the monster drop rates were incredibly high. Our hero then descended the stone staircase. Furthermore, the area was rich with rare resources like ores and medicinal herbs. It was also notorious for low-level players, consumed by gold fever, meeting their end, a fact that earned it the nickname, the Edge of Death. Sharon placed his hand on the ground, realizing that with the great demon's curse hanging over him, the monsters here would be a serious challenge. A status window confirmed it, demon mark cursed by the great demon. All stats reduced by 50%. All experience gain reduced by 50%. The Great One is watching. A projection of the great demon will return within 90 days to attempt a body takeover. Our hero unfurled a scroll of isolation, and a blue spirit materialized before him. A system notification explained, Scroll of Isolation drastically reduces the player's visibility, enabling stealth mode. While the scroll is active, the player becomes significantly harder to detect. Effect duration 3 minutes. Stealth mode deactivates the instant the player initiates an attack. As monsters approached, our protagonist surged ahead, leaving a mere wisp of energy in his wake. He cut them down, moving deeper and deeper, collecting moonstones one after another. Abruptly, he halted on a cliff's edge and gazed down at monsters on patrol. Sharon observed them, thinking, "A patrol, and it's led by a rider. Their camp must be close." He knew the odds of finding treasure chests in monster camps were through the roof. And better yet, the first chest always contained the most valuable loot. He was certain that no other player had ever set foot in this area. A smile crept across his face as he mused. Well, the early bird gets the worm, I suppose. Those chests were as good as his. Approaching the camp, he spotted them. There they are. A massive horde of monsters was gathered. Sharon sized up the situation, thinking, based on my experience, that has to be their supply depot. The treasures must be right inside. He leaped down, taking cover behind a tent. He realized his concealment skill wouldn't fool the silver-armored rider guarding the depot. To get to those chests, he'd have to deal with the guard first. The problem was, if he attacked, every other monster in the camp would be on him in a flash. The monster ambled over to a pot simmering on a fire, took a taste, and let the slop dribble from its mouth. This might just work, our hero thought. He waited for the other monsters to wander off before approaching the fire. Pinching his nose, he yelled, "Ugh! Did something crawl in there and die? What is this stench?" He then took out the mysterious iron beer and declared, "Time for a secret ingredient." A short while later, monsters were passed out all over the ground. Sherone stepped out, laughing. The entire camp knocked out cold by a single bottle of beer. He slipped into the warehouse, his eyes widening. So many chests. The gamble definitely paid off. Our hero touched the first chest, and a system window appeared. Received 8 silver coins, 14 moonstones, and a silver moon helmet. The item details read, Silver Moon Helmet, Quality Bronze, Type Heavy Helmet, Class Restriction Berserker, Swordsman, Required Level 0, Required Strength 35, Durability Max. Sherone stared at it. A silver moon helmet, he exclaimed happily. What a haul! If he managed to collect the full set, he'd unlock extra stat bonuses. Oh, please, powers that be, he prayed. Let this iron chest hold another piece of the silver moon set. The system window updated, Received Ring of Nothingness. Quality Mystical, Rank Iron. Type Accessory, Class Restriction, None. Required Level 3, Required Intelligence 10, Durability Max. Sherone gazed at the ring and yelled with joy. Holy cow, yes, this ring. It's a genuine treasure, easily on par with the gravity ring. Just then, the monsters started to stir. One stumbled into the warehouse, and our hero spun around in alarm. Was that beer a knockoff? Why is the rider already awake after just a few minutes? The monster let out a furious roar, its eyes blazing red. Sherone, annoyed, placed a scroll on the ground, grumbling. What a total waste of a sheep. Transformation scroll? That thing set me back a full 50 silver coins. I was saving it for a boss fight. The system provided the item description. Sheep Transformation Scroll turns an enemy of level 15 or lower into a sheep. While transformed, the target cannot use spells or attack against elite enemies. The effect lasts for only 1 second. Our hero immediately bolted, screaming, I'm out of here! I'm out of here! Smoke enveloped the monster. As it cleared, the creature stood up and scanned the area, but the protagonist was long gone. An enraged shriek echoed through the forest. Sherone looked at his new ring, remarking, With this, I can completely conceal my presence. I'll be able to loot every single chest in the Moonlight Forest. He stood atop a high ridge, surveying the landscape dotted with various monster camps below. As his form began to fade once more, he repeated, With this ring, I can completely hide my presence. I'll be able to get all the chests in the Moonlight Forest. Sherone popped open another chest, grinning at its contents. But when he turned, a colossal monster wielding a sword was looming over him. Our hero took off screaming in terror. Crap! It found me! He transformed the beast into a sheep again, flipped at the bird, and kept running. He pulled up his map of the Moonlight Forest, which now marked the locations of all the chests he'd looted. After some time, he declared his mission a success. He'd gathered tons of treasures in chests, and, most importantly, all the moonstones required to break the curse. On top of that, he'd even managed to assemble the full silver moon set. He was itching to get the curse removed, so he could finally equip this amazing gear. His inventory screen displayed the incredible stats of his new equipment. Sherone gazed at the armor set, overjoyed. This is it. He was in disbelief that a treasure of this caliber could drop in a low-level zone like the Moonlight Forest. Regardless, now that he possessed this, clearing quests was going to be a whole lot easier. Man, I'm lucky. A short time later, our hero teleported back into Charlene's office, taking her completely by surprise. Well, that was quick, friend, she remarked. I trust you got all the moonstones, he replied. Esteemed Sherone, I've brought you everything you have requested. Can you help me remove this curse now? He then laid 30 moonstones, the teleportation stone, and 2 gold coins on her table. Charlene's eyes widened. Wow, it looks like Lady Luck is smiling on you. But you know, this ancient ritual can do more than just break curses. You could opt for an upgraded version. If you give me just 3 more gold coins. For that, I'll prepare all the special ingredients for the full moon ritual, which comes with a host of extra benefits. Our hero froze, a bit bewildered. Why do I get the feeling I'm being scammed? He wondered. Miss Charlene, he said. I think I'll just stick with the basic version. Charlene stood, crossing her arms. You might not want to dismiss such a generous offer so hastily. Have you ever heard the legend of Celsius, the saint of the demon-slaying sword? Shang's mind raced. A saint? Charlene tilted her head back, closing her eyes as she began her tale. The legend says that Celsius was afflicted with a curse from a fearsome demon king. He endured immense suffering for ages. She suddenly kicked a nearby cabinet where a gramophone sat, yelling, Arr! What's happening? Where's the dramatic music? This stupid thing is broken again. Anyway, after overcoming unbelievable hardships, He finally discovered the one method to break the curse, the ritual of the full moon. Our hero flinched as the illusion of a massive demon materialized above Charlene. She continued, "By conquering these trials, Celsius was reborn. Not only that, he acquired unmatched power, which enabled him to vanquish the dreadful Demon King, becoming the saint who conquered the great evil." She gave him a sly wink. "And all it will cost you is 3 more gold coins. That's a grand total of 5. And I'm already giving you a friendship discount. For anyone else, I'd charge at least 6. Sharon heaved a deep sigh and said, "All right, fine. If there's even a small chance I could become a saint down the road, it's worth it." A system notification confirmed, "Player has agreed to perform the ritual of the full moon." Moments later, flames ignited in large bowls around the room. "Just stay right there," Charlene instructed. Our hero glanced around the chamber and asked, "Miss Charlene, isn't that dangerous?" She asked. He told her to relax. Even though this was her first time performing the ritual, her skills were undeniable. Even her boss had praised her incredible talent. Stretching out her hands, she announced, "It's time to begin." She coughed once and spoke the first incantation. Cheyenne asked fearfully, "Are you sure she can handle this?" Charlene snapped back, annoyed. "Keep your mouth shut. There's no turning back now." She closed her eyes and began to chant. A massive seal appeared around our protagonist as his body was enveloped in energy. But suddenly, black energy erupted from Cheyenne's mouth and spread in every direction, coalescing into a huge creature. Materializing in the center of the gate, the demonic doppelganger sneered, "Pathetic human. Do you really think you can free yourself from my control just by expelling me from your body?" Charlene screamed. "It's a doppelganger created by the demon inside him. The curse will only be broken once you destroy it." The demon swung its weapon, roaring. A tiny insect can never defeat a powerful demon. Our hero blocked the strike, creating a brilliant flash of light. Charlene frantically channeled her power, shouting, "You idiot! It has the same abilities as you, but the curse doesn't affect it. You'll die if you fight it head on." Cheyenne was sent flying by the force of the blow. As he landed, he clenched his jaw and thought, "Is she kidding me? This thing is more than twice as strong as I am." He continued to parry its relentless attacks. The demon smirked and said, "Submit to me, and I will grant you unimaginable power. You will no longer be limited by that pathetic human body." Our protagonist shot back with disgust. "You want me to become your little lapdog?" "Keep dreaming." A huge explosion of energy erupted between them, and Cheyenne continued to block the blows, leaping backward to gain distance. He landed, ready for the next assault. The demon swung its weapon and shouted, "You've made your choice, then die." It unleashed a thunderflash attack. Cheyenne turned to face the looming disaster. As the smoke cleared, the demon stood before him. Our hero, with his health almost completely depleted, stood his ground. The demon swung, ordering him to die, but the attack stopped just an inch from Cheyenne's eyes. The demon growled in frustration. "I can't move. Is this a magic circle, you pathetic man?" The protagonist calmly rubbed his fingers along the tip of his sword and asked, "Didn't expect this, did you?" Some time ago, in the Moonlight Forest, he had found an artifact. "Whoa," he'd said. "Isn't this a magic circle scroll? I can't believe a treasure of this level dropped in a low-level place like the Moonlight Forest." The system window reported Divine Circle Scroll. The magic of light will destroy all evil in this world. It increases the caster's stats by 100%, binds the target for 5 seconds, and reduces their stats by 50%. The effect is doubled against evil creatures. Our protagonist thought to himself. "Anyway, now that I have this, clearing quests will be a whole lot easier. Man, am I lucky?" He revealed his plan now, explaining that while they were fighting, he had sent his doppelganger to set up the magic circle. The clone successfully installed the seal. The connection was established, and a notification reported that the installation was successful. Cheyenne said, "It took so long to set this up. I honestly thought I was going to die in the process." The demon raged. "How dare a pathetic mortal deceive the great me?" The protagonist waved his hand and said, "What a shame I have to waste this precious magic scroll on you." "And I just got it, too," the demon shouted, enraged. "You freak, are you looking down on me?" Our protagonist replied. "You talk too much." With a single swing of his sword, he sliced clean through the monster's body. Countless beams of light shot out from the wound as the demon smirked and said, "Don't be mistaken." "Cheyenne, this is not the end. We will meet again one day." The system window lit up congratulations. You have completed the Lunar Ritual quest. Experience gained 10,000 points. Moonstar Kingdom reputation increases by 5 points. White River City reputation plus 20 points. Red Leaf City reputation increases by 100 points. Your reputation in Redleaf City has reached 100 points. You have become a third-class citizen in Redleaf City. You have received the title of Demon Hunter. The system window elaborated Demon Hunter, a respected exorcist, regarded by dark entities as a grim reaper. You are feared. The stats of all darkness-related monsters within 100 meters are reduced by 10%, and they receive 10% more damage from your attacks. Our protagonist looked ahead at the demon mask lying on the ground. This was a special item. When worn, the user could take on the appearance of someone else. The disguise could not be broken without using a high-level perception skill. Sherone put on the mask and said, "Now that's a reward. Definitely worth all the gold I invested." With this, he could become the Black Flame Blacksmith, and no one would ever know they were the same person. Charlene exhaled and said, "Adventurer, the ritual is complete. The curse of the great demon no longer affects you," the protagonist asked with concern. "Is everything okay?" Charlene activated a portal and explained, "This ritual sucked all my strength. I need time to recover." She stepped into it and said, "If you need me, look for me in White River City." Sherone frowned and thought, "The Dark Moon Cemetery dungeon raid is just around the corner. I need to speed up my leveling." A short time later, in the main square of Redleaf City, players were chatting excitedly. Someone said, "Lately, the exchange rate in the guild has increased a lot. You can get 6,000 credits for just 1 silver coin. The server has just opened, so large guilds like Ouroboros are offering such sky-high prices. Once the market stabilizes, we'll no longer be able to make such a profit." A guy in swimming trunks waved his hand and said, "Just do as I say. Sell all your equipment to exchange the game currency for real money. I've only been playing for a couple of days, but I've already earned enough for 2 months of living expenses." The protagonist walked past them, staring at his system window. He thought, "Great. Now my stats are high enough to put on the Silver Moon set after defeating that demon." Suddenly, a group of knights appeared in front of him. A player named Bloodstream chuckled and said, "Commander, that's him. He withdrew several dozen silver a couple of days ago. I'm sure his pockets are full of money." The leader, Steel Lion, asked menacingly, "Buddy, were you the one who hit my subordinate? You'll have to pay for it." Sherone looked at him and thought, Steel Lion. He was a professional. In the virtual Wuxia game. After the game was shut down, he had to move to the God Realm, and it didn't take him long to create his martial arts guild. "He's very strong. In my past life, he killed the Flaming Tiger twice by himself. Even Heartbreaker from the Assassin's Guild was no match for him in strength. However, now that I have the Abyssal Blade, I have no need to be afraid of him." The protagonist simply walked past them, and the other players shouted in confusion, "Boss, he's ignoring us! Why isn't he afraid?" Bloodstream shouted after him in fury, "Sherone, you stop right there. You'll pay for this." The protagonist turned around. "And who might you be?" he asked. Bloodstream spat in anger and shouted, "What? How dare you forget me?" Sherone smiled and said, "Ah, you're the pervert who was harassing Violet Cloud. I'm surprised you got out of prison so quickly. How was it? Did you wash up? Didn't lose your honor? Did you?" Bloodstream turned blue with rage and exhaled. You did that on purpose." Steel Lion put a hand on his shoulder and said, "Okay, Bloodstream, watch your behavior. Don't ruin the image of the martial arts community." Bloodstream clenched his fist and grumbled, "This idiot." Players had already gathered in the square to watch what was happening. Steel Lion said, "We're not hooligans, but you did beat up my subordinate. We can forget about it if you pay 20 silver. If you refuse, then don't blame us for hunting you down." Someone in the crowd asked, "How did that guy manage to provoke these mad dogs?" Another player replied, "A few days ago, Bloodstream from the martial arts community was harassing a girl, and Sherone taught him a lesson." The first player frowned, turned around, and said, "The Iron Sword Lion is already level 5 and has good equipment. It seems Sherone is in trouble." A guild member turned to his leader. "Boss, can we help him?" Heartbreaker frowned and replied, "There's no need to rush. We will intervene when the situation gets out of control. Then our help will be more meaningful." His subordinate folded his hands on his hips and said, "You're so wise, boss." Heartbreaker, however, was still curious to see how this mysterious expert would handle the situation. The protagonist smiled and asked, "Only 20 silver coins. Isn't that too little?" He took out a bag with 50 coins. Steel Lion's eyes widened in admiration, and he shouted, "My God, my friend, you're rich. Let's add each other as friends." Bloodstream muttered, "The boss still hasn't gotten rid of his love for money." After a moment, Steel Lion cleared his throat and announced, "Considering your sincerity, I've decided that you will be under my protection from now on. If anyone tries to offend you, they'll have to deal with the martial arts community." Bloodstream, with a big bump on his head, burst into tears. Steel Lion smiled and proposed a deal. A system window reported that he had sent Sherone a trade offer. Suddenly, his body was bound by strong energy chains called the Abyss Link. He looked at the smirking protagonist and asked, How dare you? Cheyenne walked forward and instantly cut through the chains and the body of Steel Lion. Heartbreaker cried out in surprise from the sidelines. So fast! The girl next to him folded her arms. She replied, Boss, Cheyenne just committed murder in a safe zone. This is too reckless. The protagonist looked toward the knights and asked, Who else wants 50 silver coins? A player screamed in fear. What the hell? He killed our boss. Bloodstream clenched his jaw and said, Cheyenne, you will regret this arrogance you just killed. That player's in the safe zone. He's a goner. The guards are going to get him for sure. The crowd buzzed with nervous energy. Oh no, the guards will be here any second. Shang might be tough, but he's about to pay dearly for his arrogance. As darkness settled over the square, Bloodstream rushed forward, yelling, Savior! He grabbed the guard's leg and screamed, Uncle Guard, he killed his own boss. He pointed an accusing finger at the protagonist and pleaded, Arrest him! Please, make sure he receives the harshest punishment. Bloodstream smirked, thinking, You absolute fool, you're finished. Not only will he lose a level, but he'll be locked up for an entire day. On top of that, when he gets out, he'll be branded as the lowest class of citizen. Let him stew on that, it'll teach him a lesson. The knight replied, Sir Demon Hunter, he is an aristocrat of Red Leaf City, but he did commit murder. By the laws of Red Leaf City, he must pay a fine of 4 silver coins. If he refuses, I'll have to escort him to prison. Bloodstream's jaw dropped. An aristocrat! Nobles enjoyed countless privileges in the God Realm, a category that also included demon hunters. If a common player picked a fight with a noble, they'd face imprisonment at best and execution at worst. But if an aristocrat assaulted a regular player in a safe zone, the guards wouldn't even blink. That's the power of status. The protagonist simply tossed the knight a bag of money and said, Here are 20 silver coins. I plan on killing a few more. All the townspeople stared at him in utter terror. A loud shout was heard. Martial arts community. Everyone is having a really bad day. The players scrambled away, shouting, Get out of here. A man stood with his hands on his hips, laughing and jeering. Run, you cowards! Go run home to mommy! A moment later, enormous monsters stomped across the stone plaza. A voice boomed. First, you have to clear out the smaller monsters, or your attacks on the Haiyan boss will be useless. Song dodged the attack and leaped aside. The guy yelled out, Be careful behind you! The huge monster swung its sword, and Song froze in terror when a shadow suddenly zipped past, shouting, Get down! Chinua unleashed a flurry of strikes on the monster, then turned and said, If you're low on stamina, fall back and rest. Song looked at her and replied, Okay, Sister Ching. She then charged forward, her sword a blur of bright flashes that sent monsters flying. Chinga kept advancing, which terrified the creatures. She swung her blade and commanded, Die! A massive wave of energy spread in every direction. A large sphere rose into the sky as the monster opened its mouth wide. A voice yelled, Be careful, the boss is about to use a skill. Huge energy beams shot out from the giant's eyes, and Chinua crouched down, shouting, Now it's vulnerable ranged fighters, attack! Yuru raised her hand up and activated a massive seal. Yes, she cried. A huge explosion erupted on the ground, and smoke billowed everywhere. Report our losses, Chinua ordered. Yuru replied, We've lost 5, including the main tank, 2 melee fighters, 1 ranged fighter, and a healer. Chingu sighed and said, Relay my instructions to everyone. We need to clear the battlefield and take a break. In 10 minutes, we're heading to the Growth Canyon. Out of nowhere, a portal appeared before them, and someone asked, A portal isn't the battle already over? From it, the protagonist emerged and said, I apologize for the interruption, but allow me to introduce myself. He pulled the hood from his head and said, My nickname is Black Flame. He smiled, thinking, My reputation in Red Leaf City has grown quite a bit, so I can afford to open a portal directly to my friends. This should add a little mystery to my arrival, Song asked in shock. Black Flame isn't that the mysterious blacksmith? Another guy asked. You mean the divine blacksmith? The one who made that top dealer quit the game? Sharon said. It has to be him. I am the head of the Ouroboros Guild. Bai Chinga? I'm glad to meet you. She looked at him with surprise as he said, I heard that Ouroboros is currently recruiting people, so I came to discuss a possible collaboration with you. Chinua replied, Our guild needs a head blacksmith. If you want the position, we'll pay you whatever you ask. Yuru walked up, put a hand on her arm, and asked, Sister Chingu, how do you know this is the real blacksmith? Have you forgotten about the scammers who tried to trick us out of our money? She had a flashback to sitting on her throne and saying, You there, take him to the smithy. As a long line of fakes stood before her, all claiming to be Black Flame, Yuru crossed her arms and replied, All right, Sister Chin. A moment later, she ran into the office and shouted, Oh no, Sister Chingwa, all of our materials were used up in half an hour. On top of that, none of them could craft a single shimmering chestplate. The hair on Chingwa's head stood on end. She said, But he appeared so mysteriously. He's definitely a professional. The protagonist looked at her and replied, Miss Bai, please don't be mistaken. I want to work with Ouroboros as an equal partner. But if you just want me to become a part of the guild, I'm afraid I'll have to leave. Yuru folded her arms and said with a huff, How arrogant to cooperate with the Ouroboros guild as an equal. One must at least be a representative of a top guild like ours. Not many can afford to negotiate with us, especially not individuals. What makes you think you're allowed to do this? Sherone simply opened his system windows, which displayed forging blueprints. Chingwa's eyes widened in shock as she asked, Advanced forging blueprints? Yuru asked. How did you get so many of them? The protagonist frowned and asked, Am I worthy of negotiating with you now, Miss Bai? Sherone replied smugly, That's my little secret. Yuru just frowned and glared at him. 2 hours ago, in the Dwarf Tavern in Hammerstone, Blackbird said, Adventurer, if you have any refreshing drinks, I will gladly trade you for some treasures. The system window announced that he had received a repeatable quest. Blackbeard's request. He needed to bring Blackbeard 5 drinks with ice. Shang instantly created 5 drinks on the bar counter, thinking, I brought 5 of these chill juices from Violet Cloud just for him. Blackbird took a sip from one of the drinks and cried out happily, Delicious taste, thank you. The system window reported, Quest completed. Blackbeard's request. You have received 10 coppers and 250 experience points. Blackbeard's respect increased by 5 points. Blackbeard drank all the drinks in an instant and asked, with drool on his chin, What if I never get the chance to taste this delicious drink again? The protagonist opened his inventory and said, Don't worry, I still have plenty. The system window reported, The quest, Blackbeard's request, was completed. You have received 3,400 coppers and 85,000 experience points. The respect of the mayor of Hammerstone, Blackbeard, reached 1,000. The level of worship was obtained. Your rewards are Blackbeard's key and 100 advanced forging blueprints. The protagonist grinned and thought, Not only did I get to level 5, but I also got a bunch of advanced blueprints and a secret reward. Blackbeard's key. The source of those blueprints. At that moment, Chinga was deep in thought. She couldn't allow someone so skilled to work with other guilds. I accept your conditions, she replied. Everyone else's mouths dropped open in surprise. Shiro turned away and replied, I'm no longer interested. No, Chinga screamed. I apologize for what I said earlier. I didn't mean to offend you. Please, think about Ouroboros' proposal again. Yuru screamed, Sister Chingwa, why are you bowing to him? He's just a blacksmith. Chinua frowned and answered her sternly. I am convinced that this is the real blacksmith, Black Flame. With his help, our guild will definitely be able to become #1 in the god realm. The protagonist stopped, turned around, and said, The guild master of Ouroboros is definitely thinking in the right direction. I agree to work with you and supply the guild with the best equipment, of course, for a fair price. Chinua walked up to him, extended her hand, and said, I, the guild master of Ouroboros, truly hope that our cooperation will be as strong as a rock. She looked at his palm and thought, Why does this seem so familiar? Chingu asked. Our team is going to clear the growth canyon. Don't you want to join? Shang said. Of course. I just need to finish a quest there. The system window reported Blackbeard's key. The quest description is go to the meteorite lands in the growth canyon and find the heart of the Titan, Chinua thought. Great, we can find out his strength there. The system window reported that Black Flame had joined the team. Yuru asked, Isn't Black Flame just a weak blacksmith? Is he really worthy of joining Gentle Snow's team? Song gripped her knives and said, Don't worry, we'll all see him disgrace himself soon enough. After a while, in the growth canyon, level 6 harpies were flying in the sky. Chinua looked around and ordered, Everyone, be on guard. A harpy grabbed a warrior and lifted him up. The guy screamed. I saw a post on the forum about a player who ran into harpies. They wrote that they lift people into the air and throw them to the ground. The damage from the fall is so high that you die instantly. The protagonist stepped forward and asked, What are you all so scared of? If you were caught, then you have poor positioning. Song screamed in displeasure. You're just a terrible blacksmith. Why are you acting so arrogant on the battlefield? At that moment, a harpy grabbed her and lifted her into the air. She asked for help. Shiro exhaled and said, "Harpies target those who scream the loudest. Fool!" A guy rushed after her and screamed, "I will save you!" But the harpy carried the girl further and further away, and she screamed, "Help me, I don't want to die." The guy broke loose and flew down, with a dismissive comment about forgiveness. Yuru unleashed a flash of fire, setting off brilliant explosions in the sky. Song came hurtling down with a loud scream, crashing into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. She cried out that she thought she was a goner. Yuru shot her a disgusted look and called her pathetic. Sung face down in the dirt, insisted it was all the blacksmith's fault, claiming he had broken her concentration. Our protagonist just thought to himself how skilled she was at passing the buck. Suddenly, the enraged harpy dove in for another attack. Sharon sensed the threat and swung his blade. One wing went flying, and the creature barreled straight towards the girl, knocking her flat before it finally died. The protagonist simply said, "Easy." This enraged Song, who yelled, "I'll wipe that smirk right off your face. You only clipped its wing because you got lucky." Just then, another harpy lunged at the girl, claws extended. She dodged back, barely catching herself. As Shion surged forward, his blades a blur, his swords flashed in every direction. Song stared in terror as the air filled with feathers and a shower of gold coins. The protagonist sheathed his weapon with a frown, leaving the other players completely stunned. Chingu rested her chin on her hand, thinking she had only ever witnessed a swordsmanship that skilled from one other person. Shum, could this man really be just a blacksmith? The protagonist simply adjusted his hood and asked, "What are you all gawking at? Let's grab the loot and get moving." Yu waved her hand and yelled for her sister to let's go. Yuru looked up, thinking she couldn't believe the harpies were actually intimidated. She just hoped her luck wasn't so bad that she'd run into another Kaon right after this. A short while later, in the lands of the fallen meteorite, mechanical puppets and knights began to stir. "What kind of insane quest is this?" Chinu demanded. "Fighting opponents this powerful?" Our hero simply replied that it was a hidden quest to find the heart of a titan. Chingu pointed out that their party's average level was 6, so taking on monsters that were level 9 or higher was basically a suicide mission. Turning to the group, she laid out a plan to avoid getting wiped out by pulling them one by one. Yuru's role would be to lure enemies with her spells. Then the shield user would pull aggro so they could take it down together. Yuru declared she would start preparing immediately, but the protagonist stopped her, telling her to hold on. She bristled, shouting, "Are you seriously questioning my skills?" Sharon calmly explained that mechanical monsters are typically far quicker than living creatures. If their agility wasn't high enough, they wouldn't be able to outrun these things. He asked if anyone had an agility stat higher than 14. Yu admitted she only had 4. Chinu confirmed she had enough. Yuru grumbled that mages like her were never built for agility. The other guy said he had 12. Song then chimed in that she had exactly 14. "So," she asked, "what's the plan?" The protagonist produced a scroll, explaining they would use agility buffs on her and Little Song. Their job would be to kite the mechanical monsters from the outer edges into a single location. As for the rest of them, he told them to just count on him. Qinghua declared her trust in him, but said she wouldn't need an agility scroll. With a determined cry, she dashed forward, yelling that they'd never catch her as she leapt down and began to engage the monsters. Song followed suit, jumping down and starting to draw the machines after her. Soon, a massive horde was thundering toward the players, who had no clue what was coming. Yu frowned, wondering what on earth Black Flame was trying to accomplish by pulling every single monster. Our protagonist simply pulled out another scroll and unrolled it on the ground. "What incredible magic!" Yuru gasped as a massive energy seal materialized at his feet and his sword became wreathed in flames. The girls kept running, glancing back over their shoulders as Sharon raised his hand to the sky. "Second circle magic," he intoned, unleashing flame canvas dance. Countless spheres of fire blazed across the area. A colossal explosion rocked the battlefield as the fireballs rained down on the monsters, sending shrapnel from the mechanical husks flying in every direction. "That power," Chingu said in awe. A massive plume of smoke billowed up from the cratered earth, and several motes of light floated toward our hero. The entire party had leveled up. The protagonist glanced at the gear scattered in the middle of the carnage and said that the drops were weaker than anything he could craft himself, so they shouldn't be shy and should just take it all. Qinghua approached him, explaining they had planned to level up slowly over time, but thanks to him, they'd done it in a single moment. She admitted she didn't even know how to begin thanking him. Cheyenne just waved it off, saying they all helped him get there safely. Qinghua then noted that it would be far too dangerous for them to continue on, so he'd have to proceed alone from this point. "No problem," he said, revealing another scroll. You already helped me by luring all those monsters. Take these teleportation scrolls. They'll get you back much faster. Yuru clasped her hands behind her back and asked, Brother Blackflame, we're raiding the 5th level co-op dungeon tomorrow. Don't you want to join us? Chinua smiled, adding that with him on the team, their chances of success would skyrocket. The protagonist turned away, saying he still had too much to do, but that they'd figure it out later. Chin watched him go, remarking that it was just what you'd expect from a famous blacksmith. Yu sighed in amazement. Suddenly, a system window popped up in front of the protagonist, notifying him of a friend request from the Flaming Moon, Sherone. He moved his cursor over the reject button. Yuru shrieked in frustration. Did he just reject me? The protagonist glanced back, remarking, She's probably just lashing out from embarrassment again. A short time later, he approached a massive gate and placed the key into a pillar. A huge seal materialized as runes on the pillar began to glow, bathed in light. The gate creaked open. As Shion stepped inside, an army of robots immediately turned and advanced on him. He drew his swords, his expression grim. Stepping through the entrance, a system notification flashed. You have discovered the steel fortress of Bisha. Sometime later, on the 11th floor of Bisha, the system chimed again. Window updated his quest. Find the heart of steel within Bisha. The protagonist walked on, murmuring, Here it is. He approached a staircase overlooking a giant cauldron of boiling liquid. Shion vaulted over the railing, thinking, Activate weakened gravity. He floated down toward a large gap in the structure and peered inside with a smile. There it is, he thought. The protagonist walked up to a chest and hit the glowing button. A brilliant explosion erupted, and a scorched figure was thrown backward. As the body began to dissolve, the real Kyong emerged from behind a pillar, wiping his forehead in relief. Thank goodness I'm so damn careful, he muttered. Otherwise that would have been me, not my clone. Inside the now open chest lay several scrolls and a shield. A system window displayed its stats. Shield of Blackstone. Rank Mythical. Requirements. Strength level 25 and 10. Defense plus 610 points. Defense coefficient 29%. Strength plus 7 points. Endurance plus 10 points. And health plus 200 points. Hidden ability Bastion. When equipped, all frontal damage is reduced by 10%. The protagonist picked it up, noting that this shield was easily one of the best items available up to level 10. He decided he was keeping it. Next up was the Dice of Mastery. By rolling it, a player could gain a corresponding number of points to a random stat. Sharon picked up the dice, recalling how players were huge fans of this item. Back in the day, people spent fortunes trying to get one, but since he had unlimited funds now, he figured he might as well hold on to it. The protagonist tossed it and exclaimed, Oops! The system window chimed. Achievement unlocked. Miracle of Gambling. Requirement, roll a 20. Reward, double the points received. System 1, Handed Sword. Proficiency, plus 40 points. Sharon stared at his glowing hands, thinking these were the hands that Lady Fortune herself had kissed. He decided to grab all the other useful items, too. You never knew when they might save his life. There was a fire-resistant scroll, which reduced damage from the next fire attack by 50%. An ice-resistant scroll, which reduced the next ice attack by 50%. And a lightning-resistant scroll, which did the same for the next lightning attack as static by 50%. The protagonist suddenly spun around, realizing there was no reason to stick around. He broke into a dead sprint, arms outstretched, and dived into the water, swimming deep. When he resurfaced, a system window informed him he was in the Barusa Steel Fortress main region. Level 12. Another notification followed, warning that his session using the VR helmet would end soon. The protagonist reached toward the alert, frustrated. I went through all that trouble to get here, and my time's almost up. He hung his head. Well, he sighed. At least I managed to save up some credits over the last few days. I'll upgrade my gear when I log out. The system then announced it was logging him out. Back in reality, a guy named Wooey was confronting him. Blackie, didn't you say you were a real pro at this game? I've been waiting for you at the Shadow Guild for days. Why haven't I seen you? Blackie looked down, mumbling that he'd already told him he was in a different group and wasn't interested. That's a lie, Wooey scoffed. There are no other guilds at Jihai University. What's it even called? Blackie's eyebrows shot up as he realized Brother Fong had never actually told him the name of their group. Wooey waved his hand dismissively. What's the point of hiding it? I know you didn't make the cut. If things don't pan out, I'll help you out. I can easily get you in as a temporary member. Blackie just sat on his bed, staring blankly ahead. Wooey walked over to a shelf, asking, Wait, are you seriously still using that trial helmet they gave away for the game's launch promo? Is that guild of yours even real if you decide to join us? You'll get the official model helmet. The core guild members get the low-latency ones that cost a staggering 20,000 credits. How cool is that? Blackie remained silent, looking at the floor. Wooey just laughed. Oh, man, I bet you just got scammed. And those idiots are probably laughing their heads off right now at what a fool you are. At that moment, our hero entered the room and announced he was the idiot who had founded the guild, asking if anyone had a problem with it. A guy named Wooey stormed over, poked him in the forehead, and sneered. Brother Fang, I never thought someone like you even existed at Zhanghai University. Wooey then yelled, that anyone who can't afford a basic helmet has no business starting a guild. He must be insane. In a swift move, the protagonist grabbed Wooey's finger and tossed him aside, coolly remarking, well, now you know Zhanghai University has someone like that. Wooey crumpled to the ground, screaming in pain. He broke my finger. Just then, Sherone stepped inside, with movers trailing behind him. He called out, Blackie, they brought all the equipment we need. Blackie sprang up from the sofa and exclaimed, Brother Fang? His eyes widened as he saw the boxes. Is that the Illusion 2100 Pro for the God Realm, and a suit with enhanced nerve impulse conductivity? The protagonist then gestured to the movers. And instructed. Also, have them switch the dormitory network to a private, ultra-low latency line. The worker immediately agreed to get it done. Blackie was stunned. Brother Fang, all of this is incredibly expensive. You're so rich. Wooey, clutching his hand in the background, spat, damn him, the arrogant fool. He really decided to stage this whole show in some rundown dorm room. He spun around and shouted, so what if you're rich? You better watch your back. If I tell the leader of the Shadow Guild about this, your days in God's realm are numbered. Blackie put a hand on Sheron's shoulder, reassuring him. The shadows are nothing compared to Ouroboros. And Brother Fang here has even caught the attention of a member from Ouroboros. Wooey turned around, shocked. Ouroboros. So what, you idiot? You can talk all you want, but you obviously didn't get accepted. Or you wouldn't be starting your own pathetic guild. Sherone remained silent at the door while Wooey continued fuming, unable to calm down. He scowled and demanded, Fine, tell me what it's called, Sherone replied. It's the wings that will lift us from the very bottom to the absolute top. He turned and announced, Mercury's wings, you want to join? A short time later, Wooey stood before Lue in an office and said, Brother Jiang, I've almost sorted out the matter. He kept his bandaged finger hidden behind his back. Jiang Lue, the deputy master of the Shadow Guild, frowned. What do you mean, almost? He slammed a clipboard on the table, his expression filled with annoyance. Wooey lowered his head and explained, Everyone, except for Blackie, has already agreed, but he's as stubborn as a mule, refusing to join us no matter what. A new guild called Mercury's Wings just popped up at the university, and he claims he's already a member. He even said the Shadow Guild is complete trash to him, Lue asked. Mercury's Wings, Wooey, kept his head down and said pitifully, The guild master of Mercury's Wings is that fourth-year student, Kaon. He's been getting way too arrogant lately. Lue steepled his fingers on the desk. How many people are in his guild right now? Wooey replied. 6? Lue burst out laughing. A tiny guild with just 6 people. And you're taking it this seriously, Wooey. You need to focus on organizing our supporter meeting. This is a huge opportunity for the shadows to rise to the top. Don't waste your time on some insignificant guild. And speaking of which, make sure we are the first to clear Isamishi, the 20-man dungeon. When that time comes, you'll definitely be rewarded for your efforts. Wooey nodded. Yes, Brother Jiang. But about Kaon and his guild. Lue cracked his knuckles and dismissed him. They won't cause any problems. Later, our protagonist reflected that in his past life, when he was in college, he was almost completely consumed by gaming, to the point where he neglected his studies. Around that same time, his parents developed a serious mental illness, and their family was crushed by enormous medical bills. Standing by their bedside in his memories, he thought, but now that I have a second chance, I can start over. He then successfully transferred 10,000 credits. He figured he'd tell them the money was from a part-time job and urge them to get regular health checkups at the hospital. This, he hoped, should be enough to prevent the looming family crisis. All that was left was to handle his academic problems. Sometime later, Sherone walked into room 401 at the university, greeted by whispers from all sides. Wow, look who it is. Mr. Kaon actually graced us with his presence today. A guy turned and asked, What's he doing here? Another student replied, I think the class teacher warned him, but I still can't believe he showed up. A girl added with disgust, He's the worst student in our class. Just looking at him is annoying. The protagonist lowered his head with a slight smirk. and thought to himself, looking back, it seems I was a total loser in my past life. None of them liked me. Just then, Xiaorosi appeared before him. Oh, Kaon, you finally came? He thought. Although there was one exception. Back then, everyone else avoided me, but Xiaorosi always treated me fairly. She said, if anything happens during the meeting, please don't take it out on Lin Fong. At that moment, Lin Fong himself walked up to them, looking down his nose. Kaon, why did you even bother coming here? Our hero looked at him and thought, Lin Fong. He definitely has a few tricks up his sleeve. After graduating, he managed to charm a beautiful woman from a major corporation, and in just 3 years, he became the company's chairman. However, as the virtual reality industry boomed, Lin Fong invested most of his fortune into God's realm. Unfortunately for him, his partnership with the Shadow Guild didn't last. He double-crossed them and rose to become the second most powerful figure in the entire field. Sherone stared at Lin Fong, thinking, he was so sure I wouldn't show up to this meeting that he conspired with the others to get me kicked out of school. It was this very moment that became the turning point in my past life. The moment everything started to go downhill. He announced, I came to the meeting. I have something to say. Lin Fong scoffed with annoyance. Ugh! He turned away and said, let's skip the useless chatter and get straight to the point. As you all know, the wrestling competition is far more important to me than my grades, which are terrible. That's why I want someone to just hand me a bachelor's degree so I can finally graduate from this awful university. All we need to do is vote on it. What do you all think? Voices immediately piped up in support. That's right, Brother Fong. I'm all for it. Lin Fong turned and asked. So, what's the verdict on my proposal? What about you, Kaon? You never come to class anyway, so a diploma is worthless to you. More voices chimed in. Yeah, that's right. Sherone barely ever shows. Up for school anyway. Brother Fong is a martial arts champion. He's the one who brought glory to our class. He has to accept this proposal, the protagonist thought to himself. Everything is happening exactly as it did in my past life. But this time, I'm here to stop Lin Fong and change my future. Xiaorosi held out a hand, asking, guys, can we really decide something like this so casually? Lin Fong spun around and ordered with a glare. Shut her up. Who asked for her opinion, Sherone? This is the group's decision. Do you agree or not? The protagonist stood with his back to him and stated firmly, I will never agree to that. Lin Fong raised his fist and roared. What? Say that again. In the next instant, he was sent flying into a wall. The students gasped in shock, covering their mouths. Kaon, one of them whispered. He confidently ordered Lin Fong to get out of his sight. The protagonist dusted off his hands, looked down at the crumpled figure, and asked, is that all the university's top wrestling champion can do? A scream erupted. Fong got beaten up. Just then, Yu was at the door, and Qin Shu put a hand on his shoulder. Yue's brother, Sherone? He recognized the man instantly. Zhou Yue? What a small world, Qin asked. Isn't that Kaon? Is he in your class? Yue asked. You know him? Our hero chuckled. Well, look what we have here. My ex, Qin Shu, and her new boyfriend. You found me even faster than I expected. Yue bit his lip in fury. He was already seething because the pathetic Sherone had just undermined his authority as a leader. And now this guy was spouting nonsense at him. As he stepped forward, Chinu cried out, Brother Yue! He clenched his fists and advanced, declaring, You insulted me by beating up one of my men. So now I'm going to teach you a lesson. He paused, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. It feels like I've seen you somewhere before. A shout came from the crowd. Make them stop! Xiaorosi frowned and said, This is our classroom. Outsiders need to leave. Yue reached toward her face and sneered. What, you like this guy or something? The protagonist grabbed his hand. Fighting for nothing is boring. Why don't we make things a little more interesting with a bet? Yue declared. I'll bet 1,000 credits. If you win, they're yours. But if you lose, you owe me the same amount, and you'll have to kneel down and lick my shoes? What do you say? Or are you going to chicken out? Sherone replied. Somehow, that doesn't seem like enough. You should probably add another 0? Chinu interjected. Do you even have 10,000 credits, considering your family's situation? The protagonist simply showed them his phone screen and said, It's just money. Yue's eyes widened. That was not a small amount. Besides, he was sure he could take him down easily. A few moments later, they stepped into the ring as a spectator wondered aloud. Is that guy totally insane? That's Zhou Yu, the city-level champion. Not only did he provoke Li Fom, But now he's getting on Jo-Yu's bad side. He's absolutely done for this time. Yu simply flexed his biceps with a smirk as Chinu commented, "How strong can a guy who's never trained in martial arts possibly be? He's just a fool who brought a knife to a gunfight. This isn't even a real match." In the brutal reality of their world, being weak was a fatal flaw, and Sherone was about to pay the price for his arrogance. Nearby, Jai clenched her fists and whispered, "Sherone, you?" Yu tilted his head, asking, "What are you looking at, regretting this already?" But our hero's mind was calm. His consciousness hailed from the future, having endured countless hyper-realistic life-or-death struggles in the God Realm. His combat experience and technique were on another level entirely. He should be miles ahead of any fighter in the real world. The only potential issue was his physical body, which had zero training. Because of this, he couldn't unleash his full potential, much like a character being level capped in a video game. Even if you possessed God-tier control, it would be pointless if you couldn't inflict enough damage. Shang pictured it like a level 1 character trying to punch a high-level boss. However, he mused, reality and games were different. The human body has critical points that can't be hardened, no matter how intense the training. The first is the eyes. If they're struck, it causes immediate blindness, which cripples a person's ability to fight back. Second are the temples. A blow there can trigger a concussion, brain hemorrhage, and ruptured eardrums, leading to a complete loss of balance. The third weak point is the throat. Sharp pressure on the trachea can disrupt major nerves, leading to shortness of breath, violent coughing, and eventually suffocation. Fourth, the testicles. A solid hit there inflicts unbearable pain and can instantly neutralize an opponent. These spots are vulnerable regardless of a person's level, and training can overcome a lack of raw power, allowing you to inflict real damage. I can think of a dozen ways to end this fight fast. That cocky smirk was the last straw for Yu. "How dare you mock me!" he bellowed, throwing a punch. Cheyenne watched the attack come, then tightened his own fist. He struck Yu square in the throat. A hit to the larynx crushes the windpipe, he thought, making it impossible to breathe and inducing a state of near suffocation. It leaves an opponent completely defenseless. Yu clutched at his neck, gasping for air as drool trickled from his mouth. "How?" he choked out. He did, but the protagonist just clenched his fist and swung once more. "A shot to the temple," he calculated, "will cause a rush of blood to the head, resulting in an instant loss of balance and consciousness." The punch landed, sending Yu into a state of shock as he crumpled to the floor, his head hitting the mat. The audience erupted in shouts. He didn't just beat Li F, but he took down Jo-Yu too. But Jo-Yu is the city champion. When did Sherone get this powerful? Our hero's thoughts drifted to a muscle enhancement drug, costing 50,000 coins a bottle. That spurred rapid muscle growth and prevented atrophy during long gaming sessions. In his past life, he could never have afforded it. He pictured the expressions of Lin Fong and Chinu, and a sense of relief washed over him. The grievances of his past life were finally beginning to fade. Sometime later, he headed outside, but Xiao Ruoxi ran up behind him, calling out, "Shaon, wait!" The protagonist stopped and turned. "Xiao Ruoxi." She looked away awkwardly, stammering, Are you really Sherone?" He looked at her, surprised by the question. Xiao Ruoxi flushed and quickly said, "That's not what I wanted to ask. In 10 days, the school is holding a major event, and a lot of high-ranking executives from big companies in Jihai City are going to be there. I was thinking, maybe you'd want to come." Our hero turned back to her with a slight smile and said, "I understand. I'll be there." He thought about it. A major event like that. It seemed that in this life, he might finally have a chance to enter circles he couldn't even dream of before. A while later, Sherone sat on his bed and put on his gaming helmet. To prepare, he figured he would need to earn some money in the game. A system window appeared, reporting, "High-end gaming equipment detected. Neurocommunication driver adaptation. Installation complete." As the protagonist logged into the game, another system message popped up. "Congratulations on unlocking the neural signal enhancement function. Now, he could command his in-game character with even greater precision." Sherone sprinted up a set of stairs as the system updated his quest. Mission progress: find the heart of the Titan. He realized that with his upgraded gaming gear, the loading speed had improved dramatically. The protagonist entered a chamber with a large stone statue at its center. Looking at it, he said, "This must be the heart of the entire steel fortress. The energy node, also known as the heart of the Titan." A clown suddenly materialized before him, rubbing its hands together. Well, well," it cackled. "I never imagined that after so many years, we'd have another visitor." Sherone watched it carefully as the clown continued. "Welcome to Bisha. To celebrate the arrival of our very first player, I've decided to offer your flesh and blood as a tasty snack for my beloved pet. Pin on out. My joy. The protagonist glanced to the side and saw a massive, three-headed Cerberus of the elite rank. He wondered, did the shifts in my destiny also cause changes to the game's levels? I don't remember a boss like this. Sherone drew his sword and said, "All right, I'll just have to kill it." The monster opened one of its mouths and unleashed a scorching breath, sending a huge torrent of fire rushing forward. The protagonist looked at it, unfazed, thinking, "First, I'll dodge this attack using gravity weakening, and then I'll use Phantom to wear down its health. Let's do this." But then, the monster's second head unleashed an icy breath. Sherone thought with growing alarm. It used gravity weakening too. The blast shot forward. Our protagonist realized his stamina had just dropped by 30%, and he'd also been hit with a freeze debuff. At that same moment, a flurry of lightning bolts slammed into his body. He stared in fear as the clown folded its arms and laughed hysterically. "I can't believe you're still alive," it shrieked. "You really are as tough as a cockroach." Sherone plunged his sword into the floor to steady himself, lowering his head. He frowned, thinking, these heads don't just coordinate, they use large-scale elemental spells. If I hadn't activated my protective blades just in time, there would be nothing left of me but ashes. This three-headed Cerberus is a seriously powerful boss. The clown smiled and pointed a finger at him. "You saved yourself from death with those little blades, didn't you? They're getting in the way," it offered. "Let me help you get rid of them." Then it shouted, "High-ranking dispel." A system window immediately reported the protective blades have been dispelled. This skill will be disabled for the duration of this battle. Sherone looked up with a click of his tongue. Annoyed, he thought. The Dark Clown, as I recall, wasn't very strong in a direct fight, but its debuffs were incredibly obnoxious. At the moment, my goal isn't to fight him. I need to get to the Titan's heart. The protagonist kicked off the ground and dashed forward. The wolf did the same. He covered his face with his hands, thinking, this thing's physical strikes are insanely fast, and their damage is even higher than the elemental attacks. I'll probably lose about 60% stamina this time. Sherone saw the stream of fire approaching and darted away. The clown smiled and said, I'm tired of you jumping around. How about this? The monster unleashed a frost nova, and our protagonist was frozen solid for 3 seconds. He looked down, thinking, 3 seconds if even a single blow from one of this thing's 3 heads hits me, I'm dead. Sherone looked at the monster, and an idea sparked. Wait, I still have those 3 elemental resistance scrolls that dropped from that chest. There's still a chance. The only problem was that he could only activate 1 scroll at a time. His success rate was 1 in 3. The protagonist shouted, Activate the elemental resistance scroll. The clown laughed and jeered. What a surprise, you actually have one. But do you know which one to use if you choose wrong? You die, understand. A massive, bright explosion erupted. Our protagonist held the scroll forward and declared, It seems I wasn't mistaken. The clown screamed. This is a setup, you lucky idiot. Xiang smirked and replied, Well, you'll soon find out for yourself whether this is luck or not. The clown looked at him, puzzled. The monster charged forward, and the protagonist thought, Perfect! My physical attack cooldown finally ended. Activate gravity weakening. Sherone jumped, up and shot backward. The clown asked in confusion, Why is it flying toward me? Stop it! The protagonist smirked. You want to know what skill your favorite little dog is about to use next. Since you love it so much, why don't you experience its friendliness for yourself? The system window reported fire resistance. Scroll has reduced the damage of the next fire attack by 50%. The clown screamed in agony as a bright explosion detonated right next to it. Sherone thought, the 3-headed Cerberus cycles its attack elements fire, ice, lightning, and then physical damage. As long as I know what's coming next, I can't handle it. With most of the fire damage neutralized, he turned and looked at the wolf. Without its master, he thought, this furball has completely lost the will to fight. Sherone walked toward the glowing sphere and said, Then I'll be taking this. A brilliant light spread everywhere as the system reported. Steel Fortress mission complete. The rewards poured in a black iron badge, a personal letter of recommendation from Blackbeard, an advanced magic ability, a cool 100,000 experience points, and his reputation in Hammerstone City had hit worshipped. As the protagonist examined his new sword, he thought, even though all this new gear was top tier, his level was too low to actually use any of it. He had a much better idea feed it all to his Abyssal Blade to amplify its power. A system notification flashed. Abyssal Blade has leveled up. Sherone gave it a swing, thinking, now? This is an incredible weapon, as the status window appeared. Abyssal Blade, quality magic weapon, type one-handed sword, attack power, 34 with a gain of 14 and an acceleration of 5. Sometime later, as our hero walked the streets, his mind was on the Ouroboros Guild's invitation to the first ever raid on the Darkmoon Cemetery. Manhwa had even given him 2 extra slots for his own companions. Just then, Blackie waved him down, shouting, "Brother Foe, over here!" The decision was easy. He added Blackie the Warlock and Lonely Snow the Shield-Bearer to his party. They weren't just strong. They provided the long-range magic and frontline tanking he desperately needed to cover his weaknesses. Blackie held up his new cloak, his eyes wide. "Whoa, bro, this thing must be worth a fortune." He could hardly wait to put it on. Lonely Snow was just as pumped, yelling, "Bro, the stats are unbelievable." The protagonist looked at his friends and said, "This is the very first battle for Mercury Wings. There was no chance I was going to let you two show up. Unprepared?" He'd already mailed out top-tier equipment to everyone on his team, telling them to meet him as soon as they were ready. They all agreed. Before long, the cemetery was crowded with the most powerful guilds around. In 5th place was the martial arts community. In 4th, the Heavenly Crown Guild. And in 3rd, the League of Assassins. Ranked 2nd was the Shadow Guild. "Well," Jang said, "it seems everyone has arrived." And finally, in 1st place, the Ouroboros Guild. "No," Chinua corrected him. "We're still waiting for someone," a nearby player whispered. "The leaders of the top 5 guilds, all in one place. What a rare sight and their equipment is. The absolute best." A knight looked around impatiently and asked, "Why haven't we started yet? It seems like we're waiting for someone." "You or another Ouroboros member," just laughed and replied. "He's probably just afraid of being embarrassed. That's all." At that very moment, a portal swirled into existence right behind her, making the players ask in confusion, are they the ones everyone's waiting for? It was Shifeng. His small team stood defiantly before the second-ranked guild. A player named Tiger approached Jang, his leader, and growled, "Brother Jang, that's the kid who wiped out our comrades." Jang looked ahead, his mind racing. "Shifeng? From the Mercury Wings Guild." Tiger's face twisted in a frown. "Brother Jang, given how he disrespected the boss, we can't possibly let him go unpunished." Jang just waved a hand and sneered. "Tiger, don't tarnish our guild's reputation. Our mission here is to clear the Darkmoon Cemetery, first and foremost." He turned away, thinking to himself, "As for Shifeng, I'll find my own way to deal with him." The protagonist frowned, a sense of irony washing over him. In his past life, he had been a part of that very Shadow Guild squad. Now, they stood as rivals. Chinshira stepped forward, announcing, "Everything is in place. The Ouroboros Guild will lead this joint mission. Loot distribution will be handled by the system, completely at random." "That's not what we agreed on," Shifeng stated flatly. "I want priority in choosing the designs." Ewer just smiled smugly. "That was back when Gentle Snow thought highly of you. Now that we've all upgraded our equipment, we'll do just fine in the Darkmoon Cemetery without your help," another girl added, with a sneer. "That's right. You should be grateful we're even willing to share the spoils with a bunch of nobodies like you." Chinky glanced away, refusing to meet his eyes. "I'm sorry, Sharon," she said, "but I cannot accept the conditions we discussed. I have to consider the interests of my guild," Blackie whispered to his boss. "How can such a huge guild just go back on its word?" The protagonist simply waved his hands. "It's fine. We'll play by their rules. Let the random roll decide." He frowned internally, thinking, "She just wants to force my hand, to make me reveal more of my trump cards to prove we're on equal footing." Negotiating with Chinua of the Ouroboros Guild had never been a walk in the park. Chinua raised her fist and rallied her troops. "Ouroboros, we will give it our all and be the first to clear this dungeon." Soon after, the raid party entered the cemetery. Lonely Snow looked around and sighed. "Boss, we've been walking for so long, and there's still no end in sight." The protagonist replied, "Keep your head up. We're almost there." Ewer smirked and chimed in. "So, are you finally starting to understand that Gentle Snow's leadership skills are completely out of your league, huh?" Sharon thought about it. To be honest, her situational awareness, coordination, and distribution of tasks were absolutely perfect. It was thanks to her that the entire group had managed to safely bypass powerful monsters like the kobolds. So far, not a single person had been injured or died. Was this dungeon really this easy? Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the air. "You're spun around!" "What was that?" Chinua called out. "Scouts. What happened? Report." But the only response was a pair of system notifications. "Player Winterall has died. Player Windblow has died." Chinua knew that for Ouroboros' main scouts to die without even sending a message could only mean they had encountered opponents with a level significantly higher than their own. She immediately waved her hand and ordered, "Everyone, be on guard, healers. Get in the center support and tanks. Prepare to activate your defensive powers. We need to focus on the battle." Everyone shouted their acknowledgement. The protagonist frowned and yelled, "Something's approaching?" Chinua turned to look at him and saw a colossal shadow sweeping across the sky. "What is that thing?" a player asked in terror. Sherone frowned and gave the order. "Everyone, activate defensive skills." Lonely Snow threw up his shield, shouting, "Blessing of protection." He looked to the player beside him and yelled, "Hey, why are you frozen? Use your skills." But massive black tentacles shot forward, and one of them pierced right through the guy's head. Lonely Snow held up his shield, grunting with the effort. The system announced, "Player Chao Tan-K has died." Chinua looked on in shock as a new window appeared. Special Elite Monster. Level 6. Special feature restores health while in the fog. The giant monster lurched forward, and Chinua waved her hand. "Everyone, retreat, do not enter the fog." The group scrambled to run, shouting their confirmations. The protagonist, however, ran and said, "I'm not leaving just yet. Me and the healer squad will cover you," Lonely Snow replied. "Good." He raised his shield and shouted, "Blessing of protection enhancement." Yuru frowned, thinking to herself, "I can't believe he only listens to Shurfang's orders. Does he really think that guy can be trusted? He's going to die in one hit," Chinua shouted. "Healers restore his health." Yuru aimed her staff forward and yelled, "Yes, healing." The monster brought its paws forward and activated an energy sphere. A massive explosion rocked the ground, but Lonely Snow extended his shield. "Brother Foe, I blocked it." The protagonist leaped into the air and shouted, "Great job!" He sliced off the monster's paw and then landed, thinking, "After that, I won't be able to use spells for a little while." And now, Blackie swung his staff and shouted, "Vicious whip!" Thorny branches ensnared the monster's clawed paws. But the monster's severed paw began to recover again. Chinua screamed, "Yuru, this creature recovers its health when it's in the fog," Yuru answered. "I understand." She put her hands forward and shouted, "Then let it turn to ash." Blast waves swept through the monster's body. Yuru shook her hands and said, "See all that nonsense? And it wasn't even that strong." The protagonist turned around. "The fog hasn't disappeared yet. We can't relax." Blackie looked around and asked. "Are there more?" Shifeng answered. "And not just one." Level 6 zombies appeared in front of them, with a special feature respawns after. Death. The monsters crept up on a girl and surrounded her from all sides. The system reported, "Player Cloud Dragon has died." Yuru screamed in fear. "Our strength isn't enough to deal with this, Chinua. Order a retreat." The system window reported, "Player Ruthless Pig has died." Chinua frowned, deep in thought. If the entire team died, they would lose the levels they had worked so hard to gain. But retreating after the first battle. "How infuriating," Shifeng ordered. "Stop! I have an idea on how to deal with them. But the command has to be handed over to me." Chinua looked at him in surprise. Yuru said with disgust, "Chinua, you can't let this idiot lead the team." Chinua closed her eyes and replied, "Sherone will be in charge." Yuru burst into tears and screamed, "But, sister, I don't want to listen to him." The protagonist couldn't take it anymore. He turned around and screamed, "If you don't want to die here, then shut your mouth and do as I say." "The zombies and graveyard guardians are blocking our way," he explained. "But they aren't the monsters we need to kill to clear this dungeon. Considering they'll just spawn endlessly, fighting them will only result in our deaths. Yuru, use a fire spell with the longest range and aim it right over there, where there's no one. Use the heat from the flames to disperse the fog and create a passage, allowing the others to quickly pass through." Yuru frowned in displeasure and remained silent. Sherone waved his hand and told everyone, "Prepare to break through." Chinua frowned, thinking, only those who are experts at game tactics would know this kind of strategy. As I expected. "He's a beta tester," Yuru muttered. "Such arrogance. He can only rely on my fire magic." She sent it forward and said, "Fine. Then I'll show him my secret ultimate skill firestorm." A huge stream of fire rushed forward, and the protagonist rushed to run, shouting to his team. Lonely Snow screamed for Blackie not to fall behind, who quickly yelled back that he had it. As the girls surged forward, one of the guys glanced back and let out a terrified scream. They were right on their heels. Sherone ordered them not to look back. 3 hours after the Dark Moon Cemetery opened, there was still zero news of any party successfully clearing the dungeon. Heartbreaker teleported in, grabbing his arm and complaining that he couldn't believe their party was crumbling before they'd even cleared the first section. The sheer difficulty of this game was maddening. Just then, a system notification popped up. A player had been resurrected outside the dungeon. but their level was docked by 3 points. It was Blackie. He tried to scramble away from them, shouting for them to back off. After tripping and falling, he stammered in fear. I don't want to die. Are they not chasing us anymore? The protagonist calmly explained that the monsters don't leave their designated zones. They had already escaped their aggro radius. Blackie stared at him, bewildered. He then grabbed the protagonist's hand, declaring that this brutal game was definitely not designed for normal people. Sherone just smirked, replying, "This is only the beginning. The real fun hasn't even started." He turned and told him to look. Before Blackie stood a massive, gaping skull structure. He asked what it was, and Yu confirmed they'd reached the crypt, but lamented how many they'd already lost. The protagonist asked if she was getting scared already. Shinua shot back, "Don't you dare look down on our guild. We only made it this far because of our comrades' sacrifices. We have to push forward for their sake." "Well said," the protagonist replied. "Let's go." He pushed open the heavy gate, and they stepped inside. Instantly, ominous torches flared to life along the walls, and a blood-curdling scream echoed through the chamber. The system announced the arrival of the fallen Lord Leopatch, level 6. Qinghua gasped. 120,000 health points. Are you serious? Sherone cut her off, confirming. That's right. We could bypass the Graveyard Guardians, but we can't clear the dungeon without killing him. This is a fundamental rule of the God Realm, he continued. There are only 2 ways out of the Dark Moon Cemetery. Either we kill it, or it kills us. Qinghua turned to Sherone, saying she knew he had access to inside information, and asked what their actual chances of winning were. The protagonist simply stared at the hulking monster, his brow furrowed in thought, but didn't answer. Instead, he said, "Hold on. It seems my information is a little off." Xiang thought to himself that if he remembered correctly, Leopatch shouldn't be appearing at this stage. Either events were deviating wildly from his memories, or their current team had progressed much faster than his team in his previous life. Triggering some unedited game data, Yuru put a hand to her chin, sighing. "We're finished. Even the guy who's full of ideas has no strategy." She added that if they were going to die, she'd rather just kill herself, since being torn apart by a monster sounded way too painful. The protagonist turned to the group and said, "We can try using the crossfire tactic." "The what now?" Yuru asked, surprised. Sherone explained. "If we do it right, we'll have about a 20% chance of winning." Yuru grabbed her head in disbelief. 20%. My God, you might as well tell us to just commit suicide. What's the difference? Qinghua crossed her arms, considering it. There's a high probability our party will get wiped out anyway. I'm fine with betting on that 20%, she declared. Tell us more, Sean, he replied. The crossfire tactic is designed specifically for bosses. First, all the melee fighters will attack the boss. The moment we get its aggro, we immediately fall back. That's when the ranged players start blasting it. Once the ranged players have dealt enough damage to draw its aggro away, he continued, they immediately cease their attack, letting the melee fighters repeat the process. It's a continuous cycle. The key to this strategy is keeping the boss as far from the melee fighters as possible to guarantee their survival. Qingji raised an eyebrow. That sounds simple enough in theory, but it's a completely different story in practice. The ranged players might be able to maintain their distance, but how are we melee fighters supposed to avoid the boss's initial assault? The protagonist's answer was grim. It's impossible. You can't avoid being hit. The only remaining melee players were Chingy, Lonely Snow, and himself. The party members stared at him in utter confusion. Shang added, You have to be willing to sacrifice yourselves. Yuru exploded. Sherone, are you insane? You can do whatever you want, but you are not treating my teammates like cannon fodder. But Lone Snow simply stated, I'll do as he says. If he gives the order, I won't hesitate. I wouldn't hesitate to throw myself into a sea of knives and a mountain of fire, he declared. Qinghua then spoke up. As the squad leader, I am also willing to sacrifice myself if it means Ouroboros can be the first to clear the Dark Moon Cemetery. Yuru looked at her in shock. Qinghua, she replied. Shirong, for now, I entrust my life to your command. The protagonist thought to himself that despite Qinghua's prickly exterior, she was incredibly dedicated to her guild. It was no understatement to say she was their spiritual backbone. Raising her sword, Qinghua roared. Everyone, prepare for battle. Even if we fail, it will be a worthy death. The monster, which had been standing idle in the center of the hall, began to awaken. Shang warned, Careful! The boss is about to strike. It swung its massive weapon, but what looked like Qinghua's body split in two and dissolved. She had already dashed to the other side, swinging her own sword and landing a solid hit on the boss before moving again. It roared in fury. We've got its aggro-ranged players. You're up. Blackie planted his staff and grimaced, channeling a stream of energy. A large sheet of fire washed over the monster. Are you trying to tickle it or something? Yuru scoffed. She stretched her arms forward and yelled, "Let him have it!" A brilliant explosion rocked the chamber. Blackie asked, "That should be enough, right?" "The monster has 12,000 health points," Yuru retorted. "We're far from finished." Suddenly, she screamed, "It's coming!" The beast charged forward, but in a flash, the protagonist appeared behind it, clutching his sword hilt. He slashed at its leg and announced, "Speed curse cast. Its movement is down 50%. "Ranged players, get ready to dodge," he yelled. What's he planning? Blackie wondered aloud. The monster gripped its own sword and slammed its foot into the floor. The ground erupted, launching the mages into the air with cries of shock. As it swung its sword, Yuru threw a hand up in front of her. Sherone frowned and shouted, "The boss is about to attack, dodge it." We can't move," Yuru cried out in fear. "It used some kind of enhancement to immobilize us." The monster hurled its sword through the air. As Yuru screamed, certain she was about to die, the protagonist activated gravity release. Yuru looked at him in surprise as he gritted his teeth and yelled, "Defensive blade!" A massive flow of energy materialized into a wall of countless blades. The monster's sword was deflected, slamming harmlessly into the ground. "Shang!" Yuru breathed in fear. "Brother Fee!" Blackie cried out. "How is he?" asked Lonely Snow. The protagonist was on one knee, his head bowed. Qinghua thought, "To think, the first to fall would be Shou." The protagonist's body began to pixelate. "Damn it," he muttered. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his, and a chant began. "You?" he asked. "It's a recovery spell I just learned," she replied. "Brother Sherone, you're not going to die here. I can only use this once every 24 hours. So please take care of yourself." The protagonist stood up, his body restored. "Thank you," he said. As the monster pulled its sword from the floor, Sherone ordered everyone to watch their positions. It raised its weapon again. Lonely Snow shouted, "Hey, I'm the big piece of iron over here." But his taunts no longer worked. Qinghua swung and slashed at it, screaming, "Take this!" The system reported that Leopatch's aggro towards her was 0. She thought, "I can't draw its aggro at all. Why is it only targeting Xion?" A new system notification appeared he had been locked by Leopatch. Until he died, its aggression would not transfer to anyone else. The protagonist's eyes narrowed as a thought clicked into place. "I see. We've dropped Leo's health below half, and it's entered the second phase. Phantom kill!" he shouted. "Everyone, attack Leo with everything you've got. Don't worry about drawing its aggro." Several clones of him flickered into existence. He thought, in its second phase, it will relentlessly hunt its chosen target until they're dead. In other words, he realized, it will only attack me. This is the perfect opportunity. The monster stared in confusion at an explosion off to its side. "Come on, Shang's lackey, try a little harder," Yuru yelled. "I'm giving it my all," Blackie shouted back. The protagonist mused that normally. The boss could only focus on one person. But now, it was being bombarded from 4 identical targets. The monster's targeting system was forcing it to constantly switch its aggro to whichever clone was closest. As long as the clones maintained a certain distance from the real him, the boss would remain rooted in place, unable to move. While the monster was distracted by one of the clones, the real protagonist snuck up from behind. As it turned, he unleashed a devastating attack. A huge spray of blood erupted, and the clone vanished. "This is it," Shone realized. "The final phase of the Leo patch," he screamed. "In the final phase!" The boss's reaction speed and aggression are massively increased. It also gains a death acquisition ability, which restores 10% of its health for every player it kills. "If it takes down even one of us, all our efforts will be for nothing," Qinghua declared. "Then we just have to clear this last phase without a single death," Sherone commanded. "All attacks, stop, no healing, and don't draw its aggro." Qinghua added her own order. "All members of the Ouroboros Guild, retreat outside the boss's attack range. No one is to enter the battlefield." The team members acknowledged the command. Yuru waved her hand, ordering everyone to fall back. The group retreated, leaving only one person in the center of the arena. The fight with the monster was on again. It lunged at the protagonist, who sidestepped the blow with ease. He shouted, "I'm already completely familiar with all of your attacks." Sherone activated Thunderstorm Flash, landing a strike that chipped away at the monster's health. He then rolled away as Chisha appeared. From behind, she vaulted into the air and plunged her sword through Leo's helmet, driving the blade deep into his neck. The beast roared, spinning around to hurl Qinghua from its back. She crashed onto the rocks below as it stomped a colossal leg toward her. Reacting instantly, the protagonist pulled out a crystal and activated gravity release, causing the monster's body to rise. The creature's blow missed, slamming into the ground nearby. Sherone grabbed Qinghua, telling her to let him handle the final attack and get as far away as she could. Qinghua leaped back with a loud click. Our hero then unleashed a fire spell, but the monster scoffed. "Mortals who challenge me are only committing suicide." Sherone brandished his sword and yelled, "Let him have a taste of this demonic sword flame blade dance." He slashed at the monster, only to think in shock. "A barrier." Frowning, he jumped back. The protagonist realized the spell had been weakened, meaning all he had left were his sword skills. He began a barrage of pinpoint strikes, draining 108 health points. "Just a little more," he thought, staring it down. Suddenly, the monster let out a deafening scream, the sound wave blasting Sherone backward. Manhwa charged forward, channeling her energy and shouting, "The final blow has to come from us, Ouroboros!" The protagonist ordered her to stop, but she was already striking the monster with her sword, creating a brilliant flash of light. Her blade shattered and the pieces flew back. Staring at the empty hilt, Manhwa could only ask, "How?" The monster swung its own sword, declaring, "Your life for his." The protagonist shot forward, thinking he absolutely couldn't let her die there. Sherone raced as fast as he could, fearing he wouldn't get there in time. But then, a tremor shot through his body, and he thought in terror, "What is this?" It was as if lightning flashed in his eyes while electricity coursed through his helmet and its wiring. He was being electrocuted, and Sherone screamed in agony. The system announced a malfunction due to an abnormal current overload. Another notification flashed anomaly detected in the neural connection points. Then another failure warning, a significant increase in the speed of consciousness synchronization. An abnormality in the character data was also detected. The sync between the virtual avatar and the player's consciousness had surged past the maximum limit. Now, with a single step, Sherone cracked the very ground beneath him. He ran, destroying everything in his path as his body became wreathed in lightning. The acceleration mode had been activated. He launched himself and leaped toward Leo, leaving a trail of shattered earth and stones. Their blades clashed, sending sparks flying everywhere. He shielded Manhwa with his own body, blocking the attack. She was stunned. Asking how he had arrived so quickly, Leo was baffled, wondering how such a weakling could launch an attack from so far away. But Sherone just said that even if he explained, the monster wouldn't get it. He activated the Soulless Night technique, and countless bloody chains erupted to bind the monster. With Leo unable to move or attack, Sherone prepared his next move and charged forward. He unleashed an incredible flurry of powerful sword strikes on the beast. Leo howled in pain as his health plummeted. Soon, it collapsed to its knees, unconscious. Blackie and Lonely were completely stunned. He asked how it was even possible. Sherone stood over the monster, looking at his hands and thinking. The acceleration mode harms players in the real world, which is why the game developers banned it long ago. He had activated it by mistake, likely due to using the latest equipment. Leo asked what price Sherone had paid for that sudden burst of strength. He explained that his real body would suffer the exact same damage as his avatar. If the game character dies, the player's brain in the real world also dies. But when asked about the price, he remembered the assistant leader's mocking words to just be content. She had told him to leave immediately, and he had fallen into apathy, unable to understand the people from his guild. Yet he knew he could always start again. Now, he raised his sword above the monster's head and declared that this price was nothing at all. With a single swing, he sliced off Leo's head. The system announced that player Sherone had killed Leo's patch, rewarding him for defeating the legendary boss with the treasure chest of the ancient Holy Emperor. Outside the dungeon, the portal was glowing brightly, surrounded by a crowd of players. A system message announced that the Dark Moon Cemetery had been cleared for the first time, congratulating Ouroboros and the Wings of Mercury. Everyone was in shock. How could that team actually clear such a difficult dungeon? They looked up at the system panel and saw that for the first clear ranking, the Wings of Mercury and Ouroboros were listed in second and first place respectively. The players could understand how a famous team like Ouroboros could clear the dungeon, but they had no idea who the Wings of Mercury were. John shouted in frustration, "What kind of progress did the Shadow make in there?" His teammates grew anxious. One of them said, "It looks like they're still stuck on the first stage. The main team wiped so many times they almost dropped to level 0. They're calling for reinforcements now." John shoved him aside and told him to get lost, calling them all useless trash. Back inside, the system announced that Sherone was now level 7. A brilliant light enveloped him as the monster began to fade away. The final boss of the Dark Moon Cemetery, Leo's patch, was dead. The system congratulated him on completing the dungeon and informed him that a teleportation gate would open shortly. He was prompted to collect the loot and leave the area in an orderly fashion. The entire team was overwhelmed with shock and joy. Blackie asked, Did we win?" and then everyone erupted into cheers that they had won. "We're going to make history." Qinhua fell to her knees, and Yu rushed over, calling out to her friend. She helped her up, and they happily celebrated clearing the Dark Moon Cemetery dungeon. Qinhua thought to herself that Sherone was truly terrifying. The protagonist turned and asked who wanted to open the chest. Qinhua insisted that since he was the one who defeated the boss, he should be the one to open it. He replied that he wouldn't hesitate, and then kicked open the glowing chest. A cascade of luminous equipment items appeared around the team. Blackie's eyes lit up as he looked at a magic book. He exclaimed that all these items could only drop from the Dark Moon Cemetery boss, and each one was worth an incredible fortune. One of the items was a mysterious iron-grade rune sword. It was a two-handed sword with a level requirement of 5 and an attribute requirement of 30 strength. Its attack power was 45. The sword also granted +9 attack power, +8 stamina, and +1 attack speed. Additionally, it had a 10% chance to deal a critical hit and a 10% chance to penetrate the target's armor. There was also a mysterious iron rank rune shield, a large shield requiring player level 5. It needed attributes of 30 strength and 69 defense, giving +6 stamina and +10 passive ability. Its Shield of Fortitude skill reduced incoming direct damage by 30%. This effect lasted for 10 seconds and had a cooldown of 2 minutes. Qinhua announced that those who needed equipment should get it in turn, with the people who scored the highest number of points receiving items first. All the team members were thrilled. One guy said that this was top-tier equipment, and each piece would sell for at least 80 silver coins. The second guy asked why they would sell them, saying they should keep them. Qinhua then said that if Sherong liked anything, he could just take it. He deserved it. The protagonist then scanned the items surrounding him for a long time. She asked if he wasn't happy with the loot, but he said that wasn't it at all. He pointed to a sword and said that he only wanted the ash blade. Yu exclaimed that equipment glowing with red light is cursed trash and no one dares to touch that sword. She couldn't believe he wanted that item when there were so many other good ones. Qinhua added that in addition to the blade, she could give him all the high-level designs, materials, and equipment items. She wanted Sherong to join Ouroboros, and for that, they needed to strengthen their bond. He asked why she was suddenly being so generous. Qinhua replied that her opinion hadn't changed. She hoped he would leave the Wings of Mercury and join Ouroboros. If he joined them wholeheartedly, they would be more than just partners. Sherong responded that he accepted her generosity. He opened the chest and his inventory. Qinhua thought to herself that everything was going perfectly. He was finally agreeing to join their guild. Ouroboros would unquestionably become the strongest guild in God's domain. However, right at that moment, he said that he had to decline her offer to join. Yu cried out in frustration, asking why he would refuse when it would be so much more beneficial for him. The leader replied that his reason was simple. He already had comrades, and he couldn't abandon them. Qinhua then offered to let his comrades join Ouroboros as well, which took the other guys by surprise. Sherong told her that, in that case, she should ask them herself. Blackie bowed and said excitedly that, of course, he would be thrilled to join one of the best guilds in the world. Ouroboros? But, he added, he is Fang's follower. He would stay true to his original intentions and grow alongside the Mercury Wings. Blackie raised his hand and said with pride, "Someday, the Mercury Wings Guild will also become a top-tier guild, just like Ouroboros, so I have no desire to join." Lonely said that he agreed. Qinhua sighed in frustration and said that she understood. Forcing him was pointless. In that case, she would look forward to the next time they could work together, and Sherong said with satisfaction that he was right after all. Just then, a bright portal materialized behind him. He announced that they had dealt with the loot and the teleportation gate was open, so it was time for them to leave. All players received a notification from White River City District, congratulating Ouroboros and the Mercury Wings for being the first to conquer the Dark Moon Cemetery on Hell difficulty. Every team member was awarded 10 reputation points in White River City. As news of their achievement spread, players were absolutely stunned. The system also granted the entire team 30 reputation points in Red Leaf City. A secret treasure chest, 50,000 experience points, and 10 prestige points. Just then, crowds of players watched as Shifeng's team emerged from the portal. The leader of the Warrior Alliance, Steel Lion, approached him, shocked to see the kid again. He couldn't fathom how Shifeng had managed to clear the Dark Moon Cemetery when their own Warrior Alliance had accomplished nothing, and that was after they'd poured a ton of resources into it. Shifeng coolly remarked that for a guild specializing in player versus player combat, perhaps they should reflect on their own shortcomings for their failure. Enraged, Steel Lion grabbed his sword, retorting that since they were PvP experts, they knew exactly how a team like Shifeng's really got their gear. Zhao Weru glanced at the massive group of players. thinking that while the warrior alliance was just a mob, their sheer numbers were a definite problem. Steel Lion then made his demand, sneering that they must have gotten some incredible loot from their clear. He told them to hand over half of it, saying it was a much better option than being annihilated by his forces. One of the warriors whispered to his boss that Shifeng's team was surely exhausted, and that they could just swarm them and take all their equipment. But Steel Lion replied that the gear wasn't the primary objective. He pointed a finger directly at Shifeng and roared that he was the real target. He swore to strip him of everything he owned, right down to his underwear. The protagonist calmly turned to Zhao Yueru and told her to lead the others into the nearby forest. They were badly outnumbered by PvP specialists and had to avoid being surrounded. The enraged Steel Lion bellowed that the weakling was trying to run away, but not this time. To his astonishment, Shifeng suddenly turned and walked toward him, asking, "You want my equipment?" He held out his hand and challenged him. "Come and take it, if you can." Steel Lion aimed his sword at Shifeng's throat and screamed, "You've got some nerve! This isn't the city! There are no guards to save you!" With that, he ordered his men to prepare for battle. Blackie just smirked. He was glad they wanted a fight. This was the perfect chance to test out his powerful new equipment. His staff began to pulse brightly with magic. Aqua rose, however, asked with displeasure what he was thinking, trying to fight a whole PvP guild. Zhao Yueru simply stated that anyone who tried to take advantage of Ouroboros would pay the price. Steel Lion gripped his sword as an aura like a burning lion erupted around him. He shouted that if they wanted to help this scoundrel, he would slaughter every single one of them. He and his group charged forward, kicking up clouds of dust as Steel Lion slammed the ground, trying to attack Shifeng, but only shattered stone as the protagonist dodged. Shifeng landed a swift kick that made the brute groan in pain. He was furious. How could such a weakling be so fast? Shifeng waved his hand, telling his group to get into the forest and not to slow down. Zhao Yueru sprinted ahead just as the enemy mages began their assault. They launched a fireball at Aqua Rose. She had no time to dodge, but Lonely Snow instantly covered her with his impenetrable shield. The impact created a bright flash and a deafening explosion. He turned and said that those attacks hit hard. He'd lost a third of his health from that one blow. He couldn't help but think that if only Kola, their guardian knight, were with them, then they would have a much better tank. Aqua Rose began to heal him, for which Lonely Snow thanked her. The guys from the Warrior Alliance were shocked by such a powerful magical defense. Afterwards, Aqua Rose unleashed a powerful fire explosion. A huge mass of flame erupted from her hand, and the members of the enemy group looked at the approaching fireball in absolute horror. A gigantic explosion followed the impact, completely engulfing a large area in a dome of fire. Steel Lion looked at the devastation in disbelief. He couldn't believe it. He began to rally his forces, ordering everyone to remain calm and continue to pressure the enemy. He commanded the assassins to circle around and kill the healers from behind. Aqua Rose began to cast another spell, shouting that they shouldn't have dared to start this fight. They had no idea what was coming. They were all going to die. She unleashed the dragon's roar, and a long, powerful stream of flame began to chase down the warriors. Everyone began to burn. They couldn't be seen through the flames, but their agonizing screams were audible. Steel Lion started to panic. He looked at his information panel and was notified that a guild member, the Guardian Knight Black Rider, was dead. He thought, what is going on? Even their main tank was taken out in one shot. Aqua Rose scoffed that this bunch of fools didn't know their place. Steel Lion thought that this terrifying woman had two extremely powerful attacks. Aqua Rose continued to launch fireballs across the field, and Steel Lion shouted for the assassins to run faster and kill the damage dealers from behind. He said angrily that Shifeng was just ahead, but when the guy started looking around, he asked where Shifeng went. His partner said that he seemed to have vanished when it all started. Steel Lion ordered them to go and find him. The man said he would obey, but Aqua Rose had already conjured up many more huge explosions, in which their opponents continued to burn. She was still annoyed that these idiots kept attacking and wouldn't stop. At that moment, a man laughed maliciously and said that today, the fire goddess would die by his blade. A second man said that wasn't going to happen, and that he'd better leave, because he would get there first. Aqua Rose turned around and realized that she was in an ambush, after which she tried to use Flame Flash. Suddenly, she realized that her attack wouldn't be fast enough due to a skill-slowing effect. The guys started approaching her, telling her to be submissive and just die. But suddenly, they were both pierced by a long swing of a blade. The two men looked at each other with alarm and saw that their health bars were empty. But why Shifeng materialized out of thin air? Aqua Rose quickly ran up to him and called out his name. However, he didn't wait for her and began to run away. leaving behind a powerful gust of wind and dust that she had to shield herself from. Still, she thought that he was amazing. The healers of the Warrior Alliance began to use all their strength, shouting for everyone to support the fighters. However, one of them was attacked with incredible speed. The system immediately reported that the enemy cleric, God's Chosen, was dead. His partner turned around and wanted to ask God's Chosen something. However, he didn't get the chance. As the main character swung his sword and the system reported that the enemy cleric, Water-Pumped Beef, was dead. Steel Lion saw Shifeng approaching him, killing his teammates along the way. He then furiously shouted the protagonist's name as if a phantom. Bull had appeared in front of him and the ground began to collapse. He used the charge of the wild bull and then quickly ran towards the protagonist, leaving whirlwinds of dust behind him. He jumped and swung his blade, telling Shifeng to die. His sword pierced the protagonist's shoulder, and then he lowered the sword to the ground, and Shifeng disappeared into thin air. However, at that same moment, he appeared behind the guy. He turned around and ran to attack again. Steel Lion shouted that he was a scoundrel and all he knew were cheap tricks. He ran towards him, filled with rage, punching the ground, and then shouted, "Can you dare to take an attack like this?" When their swords crossed, Steel Lion was surprised. Shifeng blocked his attack, and also said that the blow was not his best. He kicked the guy, who flew back some distance, and then quickly ran behind the angry warrior. He began to strike him with his sword many times, from which the Steel Lion flew into the air. He was in despair and thought, why did this happen again? He fell with a crash behind Shifeng. The guy gradually disappeared, but he shouted that he would not let this incident go. The Alliance members looked at Shifeng, then began to call out for their boss in a panic. They did not understand what to do now that their leader was dead. He was hit on the back of the head by the assistant boss, who shouted that they should leave if the boss was dead. They did not want the same fate. Everyone began to run away from Shifeng, but they shouted that they would get their revenge on him. The protagonist's acquaintances were watching them from a cliff above. Heartbreaker said that as soon as the Warrior Alliance provoked Shifeng, it was all over for them. Meanwhile, the protagonist waved his hand and said that he was leaving. Aqua Rose remarked that it would be nice if they had a specialist like him, but Zhao Yueru replied that he was too outstanding. Such a person would sooner or later become Ouroboros' rival. But she hoped that day would come as late as possible. The news of the destruction of the Warrior Alliance quickly spread throughout Red Leaf City. The guys told each other about it, asking if everyone knew that the Alliance was destroyed. Some people even posted a video of the battle on the official forum, which instantly gained hundreds of thousands of likes. They showed each other the battle, as it was the top video. Ouroboros first cleared the hellish Darkmoon Cemetery, and then killed more than 100 people from the Warrior Alliance. The heroic image of the goddess, Zhao Yueru, captivated many players in God's domain. The status and influence of the guild in the White River City area increased dramatically. Countless new players were now desperately trying to join them. One of the guys came to the guild hall and happily asked if he could join since he was a fan of Zhao Yueru. The recruiters angrily said that they only accepted professionals, not fans. The video of the fight made the top management of many guilds pay attention to the existence of Shifeng. When he passed by, they asked in surprise, "Is this really him?" This was the very same Shifeng who had just conquered the dungeon alongside the goddess Blackie. And the other players, completely intimidated, were practically walking on eggshells around him. They saw him as some kind of ruthless killing machine and kept their distance. The women, however, were a different story. They gazed at him with pure awe. One even wondered aloud if he'd carry her through some levels. Her friend shot her down, saying she was too plain for his tastes. Shifeng only had eyes for stunning beauties like herself. A teammate asked Lonesome Snow if it was awesome fighting alongside Shifeng in a party. He just sighed wearily, admitting that while it was true, he'd nearly gotten himself killed in the process. Cola just laughed it off, saying he was no longer the same absolute tank he used to be. Cola had picked up a few new skills lately and was confident he could handle the front line soon. Just then, Shifeng approached them with some new items for Cola and Gluttonous Wolf, making Cola ecstatic. The protagonist suggested they all go get their gear repaired and stock up on supplies in preparation for more grinding. He mentioned he had some personal business to handle and would head off on his own. They all cheered their agreement and waved him goodbye. Soon after, the group arrived at the forge, where the master informed them that based on the damage to their equipment, the repair bill would be 1 silver and 60 copper. The team was stunned. Blackie yelled out, 1 silver and 63 copper coins. Isn't that straight up robbery? Lonesome Snow added that it couldn't be right, since his own armor repairs cost 4 silver. The blacksmith replied with a frown that the more beat up and valuable the gear, the steeper the repair bill. All things considered, plate armor was simply more expensive to fix than leather and cloth. Lonesome Snow whined but accepted it, knowing it was the truth. He'd made 3 silver and 5 mid-grade recovery potions from the Dark Moon Graveyard run, but without that score, he'd be totally broke. Blackie then recalled that their reputation in Redleaf City had gone up, so the master should be giving them a 10% discount. But the blacksmith shot back angrily that the price he quoted already included a 10% discount, and they should stop being so ungrateful. The sheer pressure from the blacksmith terrified Blackie, and nearly in tears, he forked over the cash, muttering about how expensive it was even with the discount. In the trading district, Shifeng was checking his bags. A system notification popped up, the shimmering chestplate design he'd listed on the auction house had sold. After deducting the processing fee, 2 gold and 76 silver coins were deposited into his inventory. He calculated that even after accounting for the plans he'd sold, his total wealth was now 73 gold coins. He then pulled out the Abyssal Blade. The original owner of this weapon was once known as a godslayer, and Shifeng had never even laid eyes on the actual sword in his previous life. The system prompted him, asking if he wanted to store the Abyssal Blade. Shifeng remembered that he wouldn't be able to learn more about this weapon until he reached the Star Moon Kingdom, making the sword useless for now. He decided to put the item in his storage for the time being. Suddenly, a shimmering orb materialized in his hand. He wondered aloud, "Is this the drop from Berserk Lion when he commanded the system to appraise it?" Rings of brilliant energy enveloped the sphere. It was a 7 luminaries crystal, a special item that allowed teleportation to Blackwing City. It had 4 uses left out of a total of 5, but the item would drop upon death. Shifeng thought to himself that it was no wonder Berserk Lion and his martial union had leveled up so ridiculously fast in his past life. It was all thanks to this item. The 7 luminaries. Crystal was basically a VIP pass to the legendary area of Blackwing City. Now that he possessed this treasure, Berserk Lion's chances of rising to power again were practically 0. He realized that today was Black Friday, a huge event in Blackwing City, and he absolutely had to go. He shot a message to Blackie, telling the team to head to the level 8 Roaring Hills to grind after they were done. It should be a quick trip for them. Shifeng explained he had other plans and wouldn't be joining them, and Blackie replied with an "understood." At that exact moment, something was brewing in the slums of Redleaf City. Inside the Drunken Tiger Bar, this was a notorious hangout for red-named, blacklisted players, all marked and keeping to themselves. Iron Lion walked in and announced he was looking to hire Absolute Heaven to take someone out, and he was willing to pay any price. The assassin remained hidden in the shadows, surrounded by beautiful women, and didn't show his face. One of Iron Lion's lackeys lost his temper and shouted that he wasn't deaf and the boss was talking to him, so he should stop playing dead. In a flash, a blade appeared at the man's throat and he vanished, instantly killed. Absolute Heaven calmly stated that he'd take 10 gold as a fee for silencing the fool. But Iron Lion just smiled excitedly, revealing that this target was incredibly strong, a detail he knew would pique Absolute Heaven's interest. The assassin was intrigued and, with a sly grin, asked who it was. Meanwhile, in the magnificent, sprawling metropolis of Blackwing City, Shifeng was about to make his entrance. He emerged from the dazzling teleportation gate, taking in his surroundings. This place was home to the most famous auction house in all of God's domain. He still had plenty of time before the auction started, so he decided to look around. First, though, he pulled a mask from his inventory. As he put it on, a dark aura concealed his presence, a disguise skill that altered his appearance. He then made his way to the engineering workshop. After 10 minutes, he arrived at the candlelight trading firm, only to leave 2 minutes later. He sighed with regret. Everything was way out of his price range. He couldn't afford a single thing, especially the escape-oriented gear like the rocket boots. An epic ranked pair cost a staggering 1,200 gold. As epic rank equipment crafted by a master engineer, its properties and effects were on a completely different level than ordinary rocket boots. He did, however, manage to purchase an intermediate frost grenade. This should be more than enough to handle anyone from the Martial Union who came after him. The system panel showed that the intermediate grenade could be used against monsters or players below level 7. The item dished out 800 points of frost damage in an 11-meter radius, freezing targets solid for 5 seconds and then slowing their speed by 60% for the next 12 seconds. As Shifeng walked, he accidentally bumped into another player. The guy angrily shouted, "What's with this NPC? Why isn't he looking where he's going?" But then he noticed the player's health bar, marking him as level 7, while he himself was level 8, the arrogant player. Furious Blade from Ouroboros sneered, dismissing him as just some random, guildless nobody. Shifeng instantly knew this was a player from another kingdom. And the guy was proudly flaunting his guild emblem. Shifeng was aware that while Red Leaf City had only one pass, there were hundreds of cities under White River City's jurisdiction alone. There were also hundreds of cities in the Star Moon Kingdom, and hundreds of kingdoms across the entirety of God's domain. For Blackwing City, being a neutral free city, it was completely normal for hundreds of players from all over to show up at once. Furious Blade remarked that Shifeng was lucky to have stumbled upon this city by chance, but the protagonist was already walking away, completely ignoring him, which clearly baffled the guy. The enraged player yelled after him, and Shifeng didn't think this was over. The guy ran up to him and then spun around, challenging, "So, what's next?" Furious Blade was livid and ready to throw down, but his comrade grabbed his shoulder and smiled calmly. He said they were all elites from different kingdoms, so instead of getting angry with each other, wouldn't it be better to network and share some intel? But Furious Blade shot back that he wasn't about to reason with such a coward. The other guy walked up to Shifeng and introduced himself as Lonesome Swan from the Moon-Gazing Palace, and asked for the player's name. Shifeng recalled that the Moon-Gazing Palace was a massive and well-known guild in God's domain, with ties to the Tulip Empire. It was said that the guild rivalry there was intense, and the Moon-Gazing Palace was one of the top contenders. Shifeng introduced himself as Black Flame, from the Star Moon Kingdom, and then they shook hands. Lonesome Swan noted that the Star Moon Kingdom was a long way off, and asked if this was his first time at the auction. Shifeng said it was, and the guy then asked if he knew that you have to purchase a Blackwing emblem for 2 gold just to get inside the venue. The protagonist claimed he didn't know, even though that was a lie. He preferred to keep a low profile, so playing ignorant was the best move. Lonesome Swan then suggested, "Why doesn't Black Flame just join up with us? I've got a spare Blackwing emblem he can use, so he can come with us to the venue." Furious Blade blew up, shouting that he was just a random player and he thinks he deserves a free Blackwing emblem. Is he even worthy of it? He then told Lonesome Swan that if he let some random guy join their party, then he shouldn't blame him for ditching them to find another group. But Lonesome Swan argued that despite his status as a random player, the very fact that Black Flame made it to this city proves he's got skill. He added that they'd probably be running into each other a lot from now on. The still fuming guy yelled that he wasn't very skilled. What truly mattered was that he had the backing of the powerful, bloodthirsty war god that was real ability. And this random nobody thinks he can just waltz in and have the same status as a top-tier guild Shifeng listened to. Their bickering simply waved them off and started to leave, saying he wouldn't trouble them any further. The two were stunned. Lonesome Swan wondered aloud if all the players from the Star Moon Kingdom were that loaded, since he wouldn't even part with 3 gold coins for the Blackwing emblem. Furious Blade just scoffed at the guy, calling him a hero wannabe, and said he was just some chump who couldn't even get in the auction door. A moment later, the roar of the crowd echoed from outside the auction house. Players were yelling that the auction house was open and they needed to hurry inside. But when Furious Blade tried to enter, the guards blocked his path, informing him that players were not permitted inside. Lone Swan protested, "But we have Blackwing emblems." "Why can't we go in?" the guard replied flatly. "Commoners wait until all VIP guests have entered." He then gestured to another man, saying, "That is Lord Demon Hunter, a VIP of Blackwing City. He can enter as he pleases." They spun around, shocked. "Black Flame him." As Sherone walked past, the guard bowed deeply, announcing, "Welcome, Lord Demon Hunter." Lone Swan stared at his retreating figure, finding it impossible to believe he was a legendary demon hunter. Inside the auction house, the massive arena was filled with guests seated around a central stage. The host banged a gavel on the table, declaring the auction officially open. "Our first item is a level 20 secret silver ranked breastplate. We'll start the bidding at 2 gold coins." Sherone activated his observer's mark, instantly seeing the item's hidden stats. The observer's eye skill allows its user to perceive hidden and unknown targets, with a chance to spot their weaknesses. Its duration is 40 seconds. It's a special skill that gives VIP traders an edge in auctions. One Sherone had acquired during a treasure hunt in a back alley auction house. One of the onlookers remarked, "If no one bids, you have to wonder if it's any good." Seeing an opportunity to stir the pot, the protagonist decided to use the breastplate to get things going. "I'll offer 3 gold coins," he announced. A man in the crowd yelled, "The Demon Hunter is making his move." What if it's actually amazing? The Demon Hunter wouldn't be wrong. A player known as Furious Sword grinned, wondering just how much Black Flame was willing to spend. "I'll bid 5 gold coins," he declared, pleased by the murmurs his bid caused. "That's Furious Sword," someone whispered. "He must be loaded to drop 5 gold on a single piece of gear," his friend replied. "Well, he's an elite from the Bloodthirsty War God Guild, one of the biggest around." Just then, someone in the stands shouted, "The Demon Hunter strikes again! He's doubled the bid," another spectator commented. "Even if he's a famous hunter, he's guildless. How can he possibly compete with the bloodthirsty war god?" His companion agreed. "It'll be tough." Furious Sword roared. 15 gold coins. He was determined to win, no matter the cost. He would have whatever he desired. But then, Sherone calmly stated, 20 gold coins. The crowd gasped, shocked that the demon hunter had raised the bid yet again. Furious Sword was seething at being one-upped. Lone Swan grew anxious, pleading, "Calm down! 20 gold is way too much for that breastplate. You don't even need it." But Furious Sword shoved him aside. "Stay out of this," he snarled. "If that guy wants to disrespect me, I'll show him what real power is." His face was a mask of rage as he clenched his fist and bellowed, 30 gold coins! He was prepared to wager all the guild funds he had access to. The other players started whispering amongst themselves. Is he seriously spending 30 gold? Some smaller guilds don't even have that in their entire treasury. And he's blowing it on one piece of metal. Another player argued, "No, you don't get it. This just proves the breastplate is a hidden gem that common folk like us can't appreciate." Furious Blade sneered, "How can a guildless player like Black Flame even afford to bid that high? I'm backed by the bloodthirsty war god. I have endless funds. What's he got to compete with me?" At that moment, Sherone raised his bid to 35 gold coins. The number sent a jolt of terror through Furious Blade. How is that possible? He thought. How can a solo player have that much gold? Furious Blade shot to his feet, shouting, "I demand an account check on player Black Flame." The organizer, however, simply announced, "The bid is valid." Sherone then turned to him, his voice cold. "You doubt my funds, Furious Blade. Aren't you backed by the bloodthirsty war god? Are you unable to show your own strength?" The taunt made Furious Blade's blood boil. Rage seemed to pour out of him. "How dare a solo player speak to me with such arrogance? I'll crush him." He stood up, and though he stammered in a panic, he managed to say, 36 gold coins? He figured he'd just have to request an advance from the guild to cover the overage. Sherone just raised an eyebrow. "An elite member of a major guild, and you only raise the bid by 1 gold coin." He then casually announced, 40 gold. Furious Blade was paralyzed with fear. 40 gold coins, he thought. That's more than I make in several years, for this bastard to risk that much on a single breastplate. No, it has to mean this breastplate is an unbelievably rare treasure. It must be worth far more than 40 gold. That has to be it. Furious Blade slammed his fist on the table and screamed, 50 gold coins! He resolved not to lose to some nobody. At that moment, Lone Swan could only think, what is this idiot doing? He's lost his mind. 50 gold coins is our entire guild reserve. Just then, Sherone started clapping slowly. "I yield," he said calmly. "The breastplate is yours." Furious Blade burst into maniacal laughter. "So, Black Flame finally backs down." "What happened? Aren't you loaded? Aren't you the master of showing off?" "Come on, keep bidding," the auctioneer announced. With no further bids, this rare Westwind chess piece is sold to the esteemed Fierce Blade. The man laughed victoriously. Yes, the treasure is mine. I got the Westwind chess piece. But his triumph immediately turned to horror. Wait, is this the... Did he hear that right? The Westwind chess piece? That thing is only worth a single silver coin. But the organizer clarifies this isn't the regular version. It's a rare-skinned variant. While the stats are trash, it looks incredibly cool and stylish. Hearing this, Furious Blades practically foams at the mouth in disbelief. He just blew 50 samnez, gold coins on a purely cosmetic item. How is he ever going to explain this to his guild? The shock is too much. He literally faints on the spot as Lonely Swan starts calling out his name. The organizer announces the deal is final and that they'll be in touch with his guild for payment within 24 hours. If they fail to pay, the entire guild will face severe system penalties. All the players turn to stare at Shifeng. He just dismantled the elite of a major guild without lifting a finger. A demon hunter, acting like a true demon. How tragic, someone cries out. He got tricked by a demon hunter. The second-in-command points a trembling finger at Shifeng, yelling that he's a cunning thief who could lure any of them into a trap. Everyone, stay sharp, he warns. For the next 30 minutes of the auction, Shifeng just sits there quietly. This silent tension carries over to the next lot of items. The organizer steps up, announcing a weapon forging blueprint with a starting bid of just 1 silver. Shifeng activates his observant eyes, and what he sees makes his heart skip a beat. It's a secret, ranked Silver Dawn sword blueprint for level 10 players. His luck is unbelievable in his past life. The Silver Dawn set was essential for anyone at level 10. but it was incredibly hard to obtain. On top of that, his abyssal blade needs 10 secret silver weapons for its next upgrade. With this blueprint, he won't have to grind dungeons for them anymore. Without a second thought, Shifeng calls out a bid of 1 silver. Immediately, one of Furious Blade's lackeys jumps to his feet, shouting that the demon hunter is trying to pull another fast one. "Is this another scam to get us to buy garbage?" he yells. "Don't bid. He's probably a disguised NPC trying to bait players into bidding." The organizer begins the countdown. 1 silver coin going once. Shifeng can hardly believe it. Is he really about to snag this for a steal? The organizer continues. 1 silver coin going twice. The other players are buzzing with anticipation but stay silent, terrified of getting fooled again. With a final bang of the gavel, the organizer declares that there are no further bids, and the item is sold for 1 silver coin. In that case, the organizer announces, this secret blueprint of the Dawn Silver Dawn one-handed sword, the inheritance of Master Corrin, now belongs to Mr. Black Flame. Congratulations. The entire crowd erupts in shock. What a silver rank secret blueprint. Those things are worth at least 20 or 30 gold coins, and he snatched it for 1 silver. A wave of pure joy washes over him as he holds the blueprint. He's scored a massive win this time. The organizer then announces the final item of the day's auction, an incredibly rare melee skill book, Thunderstorm Flame. The bidding starts at 5 gold coins. Shifeng is stunned. Thunderstorm Flame is a dream skill for any melee class. This must be the auction's main event. Even in his previous life, he'd never seen this book up for sale. Its true value was practically limitless. Instantly, the room explodes with bids. Someone offers 10 gold coins, then it jumps to 20, then 40, then 42, and finally 43 gold coins. Shifeng thinks to himself that if these guys knew its real worth, he just needed to wait for the perfect moment. Suddenly, a mage bids 50 gold coins. Our protagonist quickly uses his observant eyes and is shocked to see it's a level 4 sorcerer. It was strange for an NPC to participate in the bidding, and a wealthy one at that. He knows he can't try to scam an NPC. He'll have to bid its actual value. He calls out, 60 gold coins. Shifeng knows his funds are getting low and hopes it's enough. But the mage instantly counters with 70 gold coins, and our hero realizes he's lost. He didn't bring enough gold. Defeated, he decides to check his new auction funds. The second he opens the interface, he's flooded with notifications. The system alerts him that the flickering light design he listed has been sold. After deducting the transaction fee, 2 gold and 44 silver have been deposited into his account, bringing his total to 113 gold and 93 silver. At the same time, Shifeng shouts, 100 gold coins, hoping it'll be enough. The entire crowd gasps. Is he seriously going to pay 100 gold coins for that? The organizer calls out, 100 gold coins. Is there anyone else willing? The other bidders were in disbelief. This demon hunter Yeri was simply on another level. They never even stood a chance. At that moment, the organizer's hammer struck the table, declaring the item sold for 100 gold coins. He congratulated Mr. Black Flame on his purchase of the Thunderstorm Flame. A system notification confirmed his expenditure of 100 gold coins for the Thunderstorm Flame skill book, and he knew it was a steal. The skill was perfect for early game grinding and player versus player combat. Called Thunder of Flame, it was a melee-based movement skill that dealt 200 combat damage plus additional lightning and fire. Damage to enemies within 5 yards, stunning them for 4 seconds with a 45-second cooldown. Sherone was thrilled. This would open up countless new ways to deal damage and level up, making it incredibly easy to recoup his investment. As everyone began to leave the auction, a woman suddenly called out to Sherone, asking Mr. Black Flame to wait. The protagonist was caught off guard when the woman introduced herself as Water Rose. He recognized her from the auction. She was one of the top 10 oracle gods in God's domain, a tier 6 curse god. He couldn't believe he was meeting her here. In his past life, she was far more renowned than the Purple Cloud Cleric. He expressed his surprise, admitting he hadn't noticed her during the bidding. Rose simply replied that it was understandable. After all, they couldn't possibly compare to Mr. Black Flame in his VIP box. They could only watch from the sidelines. She then revealed she was representing the Twilight Echo Guild and wanted to discuss a partnership with him, asking if he was interested. Sheeran's mind raced. The Twilight Echo Guild was a legendary name in the virtual gaming industry, and Water Rose was a highly respected elder with immense sway within it. This had to be a major deal. He replied that since it was Twilight Echo, he would certainly agree to hear her out. Rose was pleased. Excellent, she said. But I suggest we find a more private place to talk. She gestured towards the bitter-looking players who were still watching him. An angry player named Furious Blade clenched his fist, sneering viciously. Some rich kids think they're so amazing just because they have money to burn. One day, I'll surpass Black. Flame, his companion, Lone Swan, tried to calm him down as always, reminding him they had to focus on their own problems. Meanwhile, Sherone followed his new acquaintance to a high-class restaurant called Red Rose. She remarked that this was unexpected. The master blacksmith of the Star Moon Kingdom turned out to be such a mature and handsome young man. She laughed, admitting she had been expecting some eccentric old man in his 50s or 60s. The protagonist got straight to the point. "If you have a proposal, I'm listening. I'm always happy to make new connections." Rose replied that their guild, Twilight Echo, required a large number of his flickering blueprints, but for a specific reason, they could only pay with credits. She asked if that was acceptable. Sherone was intrigued. He had no issue selling the blueprints. But why only pay with credits? He knew that in the early stages of the game, gold was in high demand, being the only currency used within God's domain. Furthermore, there was no official way to directly exchange credit points for gold. Rose explained that due to the scarcity of in-game currency, their guild would have to pay in installments if he insisted on gold. A smile crept across his face. This was a perfect coincidence. He had been worried about how slowly he was selling his in-game currency. Being paid directly in credits would save him a ton of trouble, making it a win-win situation. He agreed and asked how many blueprints they wanted, making sure to warn her about the high price. Rose said they would start with 500 flickering blueprints, and then place a large order for equipment. The price, she said, could be set by Black Flame himself. However, they had one condition: he must not sell these goods to other guilds and players. Sherone frowned. He immediately understood Rose's strategy. She wanted to acquire a monopoly on his blueprints and resell them to other guilds through her own network. Her connections were much wider than his, which gave her the confidence to let him set any price. He still agreed, stating that he'd first need a payment of 10 gold, with the rest in credits, and that he also had a condition of his own. Rose asked what the condition was, promising that the Twilight Echo Guild would try its best to fulfill it. The protagonist explained that their guild was located in the mineral-rich Storm Empire. He wanted to purchase various ores from them at a low price to craft equipment. He had already calculated that even if he had a surplus, he could sell it to other guilds in the Star Moon Kingdom, where ore was much more valuable. He would definitely turn a huge profit. The protagonist also warned that he needed a pass to Blackwing City. If he couldn't visit the city often, he wouldn't be able to trade with them directly. Rose assured him that there would be no problem. She guaranteed that the ore would be sold cheaply, and that the pass had already been prepared. Sherone said it was a pleasure to work with her. Rose reciprocated the sentiment, and they shared a drink. After a while, they arrived at his rental workshop. Sherone said he would immediately start making the blueprints and that it would take about 2 hours. Rose said that she would wait for him and then sat down in front of the table. The protagonist left, glancing back at her. She had made a risky but profitable deal, and how much she would earn would depend on her own capabilities. He was content to just collect his share and relax. He closed the door behind him and emerged only after 2 hours, apologizing for the wait. He wearily thought to himself that creating 500 blueprints at once was incredibly draining. He opened the system panel and confirmed the trade. The system immediately reported that the balance on his account had changed. He had just received 17 million in credit money. He couldn't believe how fast the transaction was. The major guilds really had vast reserves. With his previous income, his bank balance had now soared past 18 million. Before he even realized it, he had become a multimillionaire. He once again remembered the evil grins of those who had fired him. If nothing went wrong, he would receive 20 million in a few days. Then, he would be able to open a proper studio and compete with the Shadow Guild in their social circles. Rose said she would bring the necessary ore in 3 days, and that he needed to remember to craft more equipment and weapons. She would take as much as he could produce. They shook hands, and he promised that Rose would not be disappointed. He soon returned to Redleaf City. At that moment, the system broadcast an urgent notice: a system update would be performed in God's domain soon. The update would take 12 hours of real time, and all players were asked to log out of the game within 10 minutes. Sherone began to worry. What was going on? Why did God's domain update so suddenly? The first update shouldn't have been scheduled for at least another month. But then, it dawned on him after the last update, material prices had become much more expensive. This was a golden opportunity to make a fortune. He still had time. He needed to rush to the auction. House and stock up. Sherone quickly ran to the auction house and browsed the inventory. There were ores, herbs, and other materials, all of them rare. He decided to buy everything. Luckily, with the extra 10 gold from Rose plus what he had left, it was enough to fill his inventory to the brim. The system reported that his storage was full, and immediately after, An announcement appeared the countdown to the restart had begun. 11 seconds were left. The protagonist managed to complete everything and thought, "This is perfect." He pressed the confirm button to exit with 8 seconds to spare. At 8 o'clock in the morning, he was back in his apartment, after taking off his helmet. He let out a sigh. On the TV, they were reporting that at 5 o'clock in the morning, most of the 1,000 largest conglomerates in the world had announced their entry into God's domain to boost the game's economy. They also opened their own workshops. In less than 3 hours, all the virtual helmet stores were completely sold out. The number of players in God's domain had increased by a staggering 800 million, and there were 18 billion players online at the same time, breaking the world record for a virtual game. Sherone now understood that, with the addition of 800 million level 1 players, there would naturally be a colossal demand for equipment. That's why large corporations were buying up the flickering blueprints and beginner equipment by any means necessary. The news reported that God's domain was becoming the second world for humanity. The administrators were calling on everyone to move to the virtual world, as they were entering player data into the main system to improve the foundation of the domain. The protagonist realized that the time had come. The great evolution of God's domain had arrived ahead of schedule. God's domain was the first online virtual reality game in history with the ability to develop itself. This was different from old games, where updates were completely controlled by game designers. God's domain introduced an innovative concept, a game world that evolves based on player participation. It wasn't just about the survival of the fittest who fight monsters in dungeons. Here, players adapt to the game system, and the game system continuously collects data about the players. If players explore the game world faster than expected, the difficulty of the game itself would increase. This was called the Great Evolution. Sherone thought that in this regard, the way he had been defeating bosses of a much higher level had definitely contributed to the jump in difficulty. Perhaps he had already become a target for the main system of God's domain. He began to exercise in his new condominium apartment. The protagonist could now lift the barbell 1,200 times. He finally finished his training, reflecting on how large corporations in God's domain had just invested huge amounts of money to recruit professionals and rookies with great potential. Many of them are first-class fighters participating in professional tournaments. These pro-level players have top-level teams at their disposal, and ordinary players can't even compete with them. The game will become even more difficult. After training, Shifeng downs a grade A nutritional supplement. Tossing the empty flask aside with the others, after getting dressed, he heads out. It was time to upgrade his phone. As he strolls down the commercial street of Jinhai City, a massive advertisement declares that God's domain welcomes him. A couple of guys holding new helmets walk past. One boasts that he started queuing at 7 in the morning and, after a 6-hour wait, finally got his. From now on, he will devote his life to God's domain. His friend mentions that an acquaintance of his started playing during the Sheishen open beta of God's domain. He's already at level 4 and is raking in tons of in-game money. He plans to beg him for a carry. Shifeng knew that major corporations were signing professional gamers to massive contracts. Even mediocre players were landing deals with annual salaries in the millions of dollars. While true, professionals were earning tens of millions. Besides, reports about this were becoming common in the news. The snow goddess from Ouroboros, Gentle Snow, wasn't just a gaming idol. She was a real sensation, earning millions in royalties just for appearing in random advertisements. Shifeng arrived at a tech stall in the commercial area. He said that he wanted to change his phone and showed the clerk the device. The worker was bewildered. Why was he using such an outdated model? Was he a beggar? Shifeng asked if there was a problem. The girl explained that all the models they sell now are the latest smart neuro watches. They can make calls, process payments, and connect to the God's domain game system. However, she warned that the equipment is expensive. Our protagonist replied that the price isn't important. He'll take the latest model. Soon, he was leaving, and the girl thanked him for the purchase. But she was stunned. He's so modest yet wealthy. She should have asked for his phone number. Just then, Shifeng received a notification. It was an incoming personal call. He answered it and asked his classmate, the class president Roxy, what was up. She said they were having a social gathering and he should remember to come on time. He said that he understood. But she added that there was one more thing. Roxy felt awkward saying it, but everyone had to pay 5,000 credits for entry. She knew he used to get a scholarship, so she wanted to help him apply for a partial exemption. However, Shifeng said that he had already paid for the ticket. You already paid? She asked in surprise. Where did you get so much money? Shifeng started to lie, getting nervous. He explained that he had been working in God's domain, and 5,000 credits wasn't too big of a problem now. He decided not to say that he had suddenly become a tycoon. Otherwise, he might get into trouble. Roxy asked if he was talking about that new, incredibly popular game that he makes money from. No wonder you have that fancy intelligent neurowatch. The protagonist confirmed it and asked if she wanted to play with him. The girl blushed and said that her parents didn't allow her to play games. Besides, there were too many things going on in real life right now, so she couldn't play anyway. But she was glad to hear he was making money from it. She was just reminding him that he shouldn't waste time. The protagonist thanked her for the reminder and said that he would be there on time. Roxy said goodbye, adding that they would see each other again. He was surprised that the girl quickly disconnected, but then he received another notification. The system informed him that the God's Domain game update was complete. Now he could log into the game? He thought that was great. It was time for him to return to God's Domain. After a while, he found himself in the city of Redleaf. Now, the city seemed more familiar to him. On the system panel, he saw that 2 new attributes had appeared. Stamina has been added. Previously, skills like sprint, jump, and teleport used up mana points. Now, they use stamina points instead. Constant physical activity will reduce the maximum amount of stamina points, and the player will enter a state of fatigue which can only be restored by a long rest. The natural physical stamina of newly registered players is always 100. This value can only be changed by temporary effects of equipment and potions. For veteran players who started before the Great Evolution, the system will give bonus points based on the character's agility. For him, the true benefit of investing extra points in agility has finally become obvious. He now has 470 stamina points, more than 100 natural, and 370 from system rewards. Having more stamina points allows him to perform more actions in battle than normal players. There is also concentration. When casting spells, magic users spend concentration points. With low concentration, spells are more likely to fail and may even harm the caster. This is similar to stamina and is designed to prevent players from spamming spells. He did not add many points to intelligence, so he only got 110 points. But this should be enough. Suddenly, a letter fell from a small portal above his head. He was surprised by the attachment. It said that Charlene was giving him a big gift. But Sherone waved off the thanks, his nerves on edge. Coming from that stingy nun, this had to be a trap. His intuition screamed at him to toss it immediately, but he knew the consequences for ignoring her would be far worse. The moment he opened the letter, a brilliant light erupted, revealing a radiant emblem of the Holy Cross. This item pulsed with a holy aura, weakening any undead within 30 steps and purifying evil energy. He shouted in disbelief. The emblem of the Holy Cross! This is the ultimate relic for suppressing the dead. Maybe that stingy nun gives out decent gifts once in a while. As Sherone continued on his way, a pursuer started trailing him, calling out for him to stop. A level 1 player named Rich and Free jogged up and asked if he was looking to make some money. Sherone, curious, asked what kind of deal he was offering. The guy bragged that in other games, he was a bit of a whale who just paid people to power level him. Your equipment looks pretty solid, he said. I'll give you the chance to be my level up partner. How about it? Sherone asked what the pay was. The guy grinned, saying, 200 credits for each level. That should be more than enough, right? After all, it was a fantastic chance to earn cash. But the protagonist simply turned and walked away, commenting that he wasn't interested in such a paltry sum. The boss's face twisted in anger as he clenched his teeth, thinking, is this gamer an idiot? Does he really think that's chump change in real life? He's probably just some poor loser who lives in a rented dump and eats instant noodles all day. He picked up a stone, hurled it at Sherone's head, and yelled, let me spell it out for you. I have people begging on their knees to be my sugar baby. As the rock bounced harmlessly off the protagonist's head, the system flashed a message, malicious player kill attempt detected, the furious Sherone's. Aura began to darken as sinister streams of energy swirled around him. The rich guy stammered in fear. What's happening to his aura? It just changed. The players behind the boss whispered fearfully. That's the guy who defeated the noble demon hunter in Redleaf City. This fool doesn't get it attacking an aristocrat in. Redleaf City is a guaranteed death sentence. The boss started to panic as city guards materialized right in front of Sherone. The knights strode toward the guy, declaring, we have found a commoner insulting and maliciously attacking a noble. We will now begin the elimination procedure. The terrified boss still couldn't comprehend. What was happening? He fell to the ground, shielding himself with his hands and begging the knights to wait, claiming it was an accident. But the guards had already raised their swords high above his head. When the weapons came down, the player instantly started to vanish. Sherone simply thanked the knights for their work. The protagonist knew that the Great Evolution was now fully underway. It was time to acquire the icy blue magic flame. In his past life, this flame appeared in the Forest of 100 Ghosts in White River City. At this time, the level 2 icy blue magic flame possessed a rare effect. It increased the success rate of forging and provided an extremely low chance of triggering a critical success during the process. Sherone figured that since the Great Evolution was delayed this time, he needed to seize the opportunity and grab the flame before other players even knew it existed. As he stepped into the forest, the system confirmed he had left the safe zone. He activated gravity release and launched himself so high into the air that he covered a massive distance. The new system removed movement skill cooldowns and replaced them with stamina consumption, which allowed him to chain them together. It was practically a bug exploit. Sherone glanced down carefully. The gray cow plains were littered with the bodies of dead players. The recommended level for this area was at least 5, but Sherone could see the decomposing corpses of level 5 players in the beginner zone. It seemed the Great Evolution had seriously ramped up the difficulty. As he soared over the plains, monsters on the ground looked up and roared in unison. The system alerted him that his stamina was about to bottom out. He landed in the middle of the woods, thinking that it wasn't a bad trade-off. 1 bar of stamina was enough for a pretty long journey. 2 players with strange names ran up to him from behind. One of them said, "Look, some clueless swordsman is just standing there. Looks like they're trying to escape." Declaring that Sherone would be their wolf bait today, a whole pack of wolves charged right at the guys, ready for the kill. Their growls were a terrifying promise. The other players just laughed. This loser had just hijacked their monster train, and now he was a dead man. But Sherone didn't even flinch. He simply pulled out a medium frost grenade. In that same instant, all the monsters vanished. They were encased in a colossal wall of ice, losing 800 health. The other players spun around, completely stunned. Sherone had wiped out the monsters in a single move. That was ice magic. But aren't swordsmen supposed to be close-range fighters? Our hero glanced at his stats. His stamina was almost fully restored. The next moment, he seemed to launch himself into the air. The other guys shielded themselves from the blast of dust and the resulting shockwave. They stared in disbelief at the spot where he had been, wondering what just happened. He can fly. 2, they swore they were going to ditch their accounts and re-roll as swordsmen immediately. Sherone, meanwhile, was already making his way through a spooky level 15 zone, the Haunted Forest. This forest was a cursed land, perpetually shrouded in darkness, devoid of any sunlight. No living things existed here, only cursed spirits that endlessly wandered its paths. He knew that the ice blue magic flame was located in the haunted city, deep in the heart of this forest, and this thin trail was a secret route to get there. In Sherone's past life, a renowned guild called Sacred Brilliance had also coveted the ice blue magic flame. To get it, they sent a force of 1,000 players into the hidden forest. Scouting alone claimed almost 200 of their members. In the end, they had to sacrifice nearly 700 players to finally cleanse the ghost city of its spirits. The ice blue magic flame had come at a staggering cost, because physical attacks were incredibly ineffective against these spirits. The haunted forest had earned the nickname the Graveyard of Physical Classes. He already had tails, but Sherone just smirked. Thanks to his sacred cross emblem, he could bypass any fights with the spirits, which would make his journey much easier. But then, someone materialized directly behind him, poised to attack. The protagonist sensed the murderous aura, activated Defense Blade, and the enemy's dagger slammed into one of the defensive shields. The impact created a flash and a shockwave. A barrier of lightsabers materializes around the user, creating a protective shield. Depending on the damage it absorbs, one or more of the lightsabers might shatter, but any remaining ones can be launched to deal physical damage at a long range. Sherone unleashed a flurry of sword strikes before making a break for it. He recognized that attack it was Poisonous Snake Lunge, a signature skill of the assassin class. This was not good. The dark surroundings were perfect for an ambush. Luckily, he'd reacted in time. If he had been stunned for 3 seconds, that would have been more than enough time for the assassin to finish him off. The assassin gave chase, shouting that he had come to end Sherone's life. The killer's brilliant aura trailed behind him as he ran, but our protagonist had already conjured his defensive blades. He directed all his swords at the pursuer, and the man was impaled by the blades simultaneously. But then he realized the attacker was just a clone. From behind him, the real killer spoke. So, Sherone could feel it. Absolute Paradise swung his dagger, slashing it right across Sherone's neck before adding with a smirk. I am Absolute Paradise. Today, when I take your life, I want you to remember who landed the killing blow. But to his astonishment, Sherone's figure simply dissipated into thin air. The guy couldn't believe it, someone else who could create clones. The protagonist reappeared behind the assassin and said, I heard assassins excel at ambushes. However, once they're exposed, their bodies are even squishier than a mage's. Is that right? Absolute Paradise tried to strike again, but Sherone activated Abyss, and countless chains erupted to bind him. The chain binding skill lasts for 10 seconds. Absolute Paradise just laughed. You can actually see through my shadow concealment technique. How impressive, Sherone replied. With the observer's eye, it's all too easy to see through a clone of this caliber. Sorry to be blunt, but your shadow assassin technique is pretty mediocre compared to Phantom Kill. Absolute Paradise roared with laughter and said, "Now this is really interesting. Trading blows with a pro is the best kind of fun." With a crazed look on his face, he added, "I'll give you a piece of advice, don't you dare underestimate me.